Good morning, everyone. We're now on video record. Today's date is October 8th, 2024. Time is now 10:10 a.m. We are here at 505 South Florida Drive, Suite 500, West Palm Beach, Florida, for the purpose of taking the video recorded deposition of William J. Pulte in the case of William J. Pulte versus Brandon Jones. Counsel will announce your appearance. Witness will be sworn in.
Jonathan Grunberg for the defendant.
You'll have to get Mr. Walker, Joey.
Hunter Walker on behalf of the defendant.
Uh-oh. Platinum.
Mr. Grunberg, Mr. Walker, will you introduce your client?
Yeah, and Brandon Jones is in attendance.
Great. Good morning. Manny Farach? What is my name? Of Mrachek Law here for the plaintiff.
You'll have to get Mr. Beal also, Joey.
And
the stenograph.
And the stenographer, yeah. William Beal with GM Law. And Carrie Savage is participating via Zoom for the plaintiff.
Sounds so country.
Sir, if you raise your right hand, please, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Grunberg, before we start, I'd like to make sure that we're on the record with regard to the issue we discussed off the record. Specifically, we're here in the Florida litigation, and we do not have our Georgia counsel here. We had a discussion off the record where I stated to you, you're welcome to ask as many questions on the Florida litigation as possible. But since Georgia counsel for Mr. Pulte is not here, we are not going to go forward on the Georgia litigation. I understand that you do not agree with that, and I just want to make sure that's clear on the record.
Good morning, Mr. Farach. What I don't agree with is the notion, as you said beforehand, that you would instruct your client not to answer questions if you determined in your mind that the question pertained to the Georgia litigation. So I did not agree to that. And I reminded counsel that the Georgia litigation is indeed stayed, and it is stayed because the judge in Georgia found that there was an intertwined relationship between the two. And therefore, there are issues in both litigations that may overlap factual issues. And so there will certainly be questions in this litigation that might reflect upon the Georgia litigation, and we do not agree that that would be a basis to instruct your client not to answer this litigation. I also reiterate that I'm here to take a deposition in this litigation. I, in fact, have been counsel in this litigation since very early on and before Mr. Postman and Mr. Walker even were involved. I will remain to be in counsel. And the intention, of course, is to take a deposition for this litigation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grunberg. And yes, look, if there's issues that are in both, I don't think we're going to have a problem with that. But of course, we have to see what the questions are. And I appreciate your professional courtesy here. So that was my only statement. Here to proceed.
Thank you. Thereupon, is this, who does this?
This is Joey, I think, as our narrator.
Okay.
Thereupon, William J. Pulte, a witness named in the notice thereafter filed, being of lawful age, and having first been duly sworn, testified under oath as follows.
Good morning, Mr. Pulte.
Good morning. Good to see you.
Good to see you. What year did you invent Twitter philanthropy?
Define Twitter philanthropy.
You know, the thing that's on your web profile for Twitter says Twitter philanthropy in the banner, and then you say inventor of Twitter philanthropy. So what year did you invent Twitter philanthropy?
Well, what I'm referring to in my photo is the movement that was created in 2019.
So you invented Twitter philanthropy? I'm using your words, inventor of Twitter philanthropy. You wrote that on your Twitter profile, correct?
In that context, yes.
So you invented Twitter philanthropy in 2019. Is that correct? In that context?
I already answered that question.
You invented Twitter philanthropy in 2019, correct?
I answered that question.
You invented Twitter philanthropy in 2019, correct?
In that context, yes.
Okay. You didn't invent Twitter philanthropy, did you?
In that context, Yes, I did.
But you're not the person who invented Twitter philanthropy, are you?
In that context, yes.
Was there a Twitter philanthropy before you?
Not in that context.
So there was Twitter philanthropy in other contexts. Is that correct?
No.
Okay. I don't need to read that part, right?
No, but if Joey
Identification.
wants to narrate it for us, any
Okay.
of those bracket stuff.
Marked for identification is Defense Exhibit 1.
I'm handing you what's been marked as Exhibit 1 to your deposition.
Thank you, counsel.
Had you ever seen this article before from the Christian Science Monitor in 2009 discussing, quote, Twitter philanthropy?
Can I take a moment to review it?
I'm just asking if you've ever seen the article before.
Go ahead and review it.
I have to read the article.
I'm not asking you about the contents of the 5-page article. I'm asking you if you've seen the article.
Mr. Grunberg, he asked if he could read it. Go ahead and read it, please, then answer Mr. Grunberg's question.
Mr. Parrott, I'm not asking him if we're going to read every article that gets put in front of him. You know, this deposition is going to take a very long time, and it would seem to be a long time by design.
Mr. Grunberg,
Yes.
if you put something before the witness has the opportunity to read it.
So if I put a 30-page
Ask your questions, Mr. Grunberg.
document, you're going to let him read 30 pages and burn 30 minutes.
Ask your questions, Mr. Grunberg.
We'll see.
I don't know. I don't think so, but who knows? It was written in 2009. It looks like what you're handing me based on what you're handing me.
Do you still stand by the notion that you invented Twitter philanthropy?
In the context I discussed.
So do you want to change your answer about whether in other contexts there has been Twitter philanthropy?
I don't know.
You don't know despite the article?
I don't know.
Okay. Now I think maybe what you're getting at is you're certainly the most famous Twitter philanthropist, right?
No.
Well, who's the most famous Twitter philanthropist?
I don't know.
I mean, you're the inventor. You don't know who's gone beyond you, the inventor of Twitter philanthropy?
I don't know.
You're the philanthropist, right?
Object to the form.
In what context?
Well, your Twitter profile says the philanthropist. That's your kind of caption. You're heading at the top.
In that context.
So what do you mean in that context, you're the philanthropist? Are you the philanthropist of Twitter?
Object to the form.
I don't know.
You don't know what you're the philanthropist of.
Object to the form.
Are you the philanthropist of West Palm Beach?
Object to the form.
I don't know.
You don't know what you're the philanthropist of.
As it relates to my bio, that's how I describe myself in the bio.
The philanthropist of ... Who knows? That's how you describe yourself?
No.
So you're the philanthropist of what?
In that context.
What's that context?
I already answered your question.
What's that context, sir?
That context.
What's that context?
Being in my profile.
You're the philanthropist of your Twitter profile.
I don't know.
Object to form.
So all right, you don't know what you're the philanthropist of. You just thought it sounded good and you wrote it down. Is that what's going on?
Object to the form.
No.
And so you're not a famous Twitter philanthropist. Is that what you're saying?
Object to the form.
I don't believe so.
You don't believe so. You've inspired millions of people worldwide, haven't you, with your Twitter philanthropy?
I hope so.
Well, you put it in your complaint. You've inspired millions of people worldwide. You wouldn't put something in your complaint based off just a hoax, would you?
Object to the form.
I believe it to be true.
Okay, right. When you put things in your complaint or legal filing, you're doing it because you believe it to be true, correct?
I believe so.
And you certainly wouldn't want to misrepresent facts in your legal filings or your complaint, would you?
No.
So you believe you've inspired millions of people worldwide, right?
I believe so. I hope so. I've helped a lot of people. We've helped a lot of people.
And you do that out of the kindness of your heart, right?
Sure.
That's what you do with all of your charitable endeavors, right? You do it because you're doing the right thing, right?
I aspire to.
Yeah. And so when you start these charitable endeavors of yours, you're not doing it for any other reason other than because you aspire to do the right thing to help people, right?
No.
No, you start them for other reasons, or you start them because you're aspiring to do the right thing for people?
Neither.
Neither. Why do you start them?
Why do I start what?
Your charitable endeavors.
I believe that I have been blessed to have the resources and capabilities to help people who are in terminal need or critical need. And we help people who have issues with terminal cancer, diabetes. We help them almost every day.
And so that's the reason you started it. No ulterior motives for, say, your own benefit, right?
No.
Okay. And you never start your charitable endeavors for your ulterior motives for your own benefit, do you?
Let me clarify. You're trying to ascribe what my intentions is in getting me to say yes or no, but my intentions is different than what you're describing.
I'm asking you. It's a yes or no question. You never start your charitable endeavors for your own material benefit.
Not to my knowledge.
Object to the form.
Okay. And I mean, you have a pretty long history of charitable endeavors, right?
I don't know.
Blight Authority. I think one of your first major ones was Blight Authority in Detroit. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you started that for ulterior motives, not for ulterior motives, but you started it because you've been blessed to have the opportunity to help people. And so you wanted to help people, right?
Part of it, partially, yes.
What's the other part?
Well, my grandfather was a good man that the same gentleman, Mr. Jones, impersonated, and he was never, and he was near and dear to my heart. And he had retired from Pulte Homes, and he and I were talking about how a lot of the communities in Detroit had really suffered from abandoned homes, and so we felt that we could help, and so we got involved.
You did it to help these communities in Detroit, right?
In part.
In part. Did you do it to help yourself?
I think everyone gets a certain sense of satisfaction from helping other people.
Did you do it to help your own business interests?
I don't believe so.
And then after that, you started another Blight Authority, right? You did in Atlanta, the Atlanta Blight Authority?
Object to the form.
I think you're getting at some of the Georgia litigation now.
Did you start the Atlanta Blight Authority, sir?
That's not in the complaint. That's in your Georgia suit that you're suing me for.
Did you start the Atlanta Blight Authority, sir?
Mr. Grunberg, this is apparently purely in the Georgia complaint, and you heard my earlier statements on the record. I'll finish, and I'll allow you an opportunity to respond that we're here on the Florida complaint. And as long as there is some similarity between the two, we're not going to object. Is there a similarity in this particular case in the Florida complaint to the Blight Authority of Georgia?
So, Mr. Frutch, from what I understand of your local rules, you know them better than I, but you're not allowed to make speaking objections. What you can do is object to form.
No, it's actually a question to you.
You can't, I'm not
Okay.
the witness. From what I understand, if I can finish,
Go ahead.
you can object to form. You can, of course, tell your witness not to answer on the basis of privilege. And of course, if you want to tell your witness not to answer on another basis, you can stop the motion. You can stop the deposition and file a protective motion. So I would ask that we reserve all objections, speaking objections in particular, other than to form, to privilege, and then stopping the deposition to move for a protective order. So with that, Mr. Pulte.
No, we're not done, Mr. Grunberg.
Okay.
The question was to you. The question was specific. If you choose not to answer, that's fine. But the question was, is this Blight Authority of Georgia contained in the Florida complaint?
So I'm not here to answer your questions, sir.
Fair enough. Instruct you not to answer.
He talks about, let me be really clear.
Please finish.
He talks about his charitable endeavors and with his grandfather all throughout his 22-page introduction in his fourth amended complaint. He highlights them. I'm allowed to ask him about his charitable endeavors. He answered the one about Detroit, and we're going to talk about the one in Georgia too.
Very good. Instructing the witness not to answer, or we can call Judge Curley right now if you like, or we can resume.
Please call him. Until we get him on the phone, we'll move on.
No, sir, we're going to take care of this right now.
No, I'm going to move on until we get him on the phone.
And I'm going to instruct the witness not to answer until we have this answered.
I'm going to keep on asking questions, and if you're going to tell him not to answer, that's how it is.
Joey, if you could grab that real quick. Mr. Bly or Blee?
Beal.
Yeah.
Just so we can be clear,
We're not going to burn time on this. We can come back.
there have been several court orders on this objection that things are related to the Georgia case, and every single time it's been overruled.
Very good.
So we're going to keep on. We're going to keep on moving on. We're not going to waste time. And if he gets the court on the phone, he gets the court on the phone. The time is of the essence in this. The judge wants this to get to trial, so we're going to keep on asking questions. You've given away over $1 million through your Twitter philanthropy, correct?
I believe so.
Yeah, and you've got pretty renowned through your Twitter philanthropy, haven't you?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Where are we? Oops, sorry. Where are we on reaching the judge? Are you calling?
I'm getting the number now, but if this is your objection, it probably should be you to the judge, right?
Oh, we'll get the judge. If you can get the judge on the phone.
Well, I assume he's picking up the phone.
I'm happy to call,
Yes, please.
but I just want to make sure I'm not the one arguing your objection.
No, you're not.
Go ahead. Go ahead, and it's fine to call the judge. But we'll move on. We're not going to waste time if you can't get the judge on the phone. So you've been retweeted by Trump, right?
Trump, can you...
Yes, Donald Trump.
Which Trump?
The one who's the president of the United States?
Who was the president of the United States?
Correct. Are you... that Trump. Are you confused about which Trump was the president of the United States?
No, I was confused that you said Donald Trump. There are two Donald Trumps, and both have retweeted me.
So you've been retweeted by Donald Trump, the president of the United States?
Correct.
Okay. You've been retweeted by Kanye West?
I believe so.
Yeah. You took a picture with former President Trump and J.D. Vance at the Republican convention, right? That's not ringing a bell?
I didn't take the photo.
You're in the photo with them at the convention, right?
Yes.
Okay. And it was just them? Was it you, your spouse, and maybe it was J.D. Vance's spouse in the picture with you all too, or?
I don't think so. I think it was just my wife and me.
You and the candidate for the Republican Party for president and the vice presidential candidate for the Republican Party, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Just you four, right?
I believe so.
But you don't have any clout online, do you? No clout, right?
Object to the form.
I don't know.
You don't know whether you have clout online?
I don't know how you're defining it.
Impact.
I hope so.
I mean, you've put in the complaint, you've inspired millions. That's an impact, right?
I hope so.
Okay, you have clout. You know, I mean, sorry, put my thing up. You know what the kids say these days online. You know what clout is, don't you, Mr. Pulte?
Object to the form.
I don't know in what context you're referring to it.
Online, whether you have clout on Twitter.
I don't know.
You trend on Twitter, don't you?
I have.
You have, repeatedly.
Counsel, are you trying to reach Judge Curley?
I called, your office called, we both got voicemail.
Okay, very good. We'll continue.
You have you've trended on Twitter more than once, haven't you?
I believe so.
Right. You've been trending on Twitter for years, haven't you?
I don't know.
You don't know? I mean, you retweet about yourself trending on Twitter. It's important to you.
Can you show me where I do that? I don't remember retweeting myself about trending on Twitter.
Let me be precise because precision does matter. You have tweeted screenshots that you took from Twitter showing you at Pulte among the people trending on Twitter. You've done that, haven't you?
Can you show me an example?
You've done that, haven't you?
Without seeing the tweet, I don't know.
You don't remember. And remember, you're under oath, sir. You don't remember whether you've ever tweeted a screenshot of you trending on Twitter?
Object to the form.
You don't recall?
I don't remember what I tweeted without you showing it to me.
You don't remember. So the only way you remember what you've tweeted is if I've showed it to you.
In that question, yes.
So again, you're saying there is no recollection in your mind of whether you have ever tweeted about yourself trending on Twitter. There's too many T words. Not any recollection in your mind.
I can't think of it.
Okay. You have, where are you at now? 3.1 million followers on Twitter.
I don't know.
It's not, I mean, you don't really keep track. Like it's not really important to you how many followers you have on Twitter, right?
I don't know.
You don't know if it's important to you or not. Is it important to you or is it not important to you how many followers you have on Twitter?
The way you phrase the question, I don't know.
Mr. Pulte, wait for Mr. Grunberg to finish his questions before you start answering.
Can you ask the question again?
Sure. Is it important to you how many followers you have on Twitter?
I thought you were saying something different. I prefer to have some followers and not zero, but it doesn't keep me up at night.
I asked if it's important to you. I didn't ask if it keeps you up at night.
Object to the form.
Not really.
And is it something you communicate to people about outside of Twitter, that you have 3.1 million followers on Twitter?
I don't recall telling someone I have 3.1 million followers on Twitter.
Oh, really? Do you recall maybe telling 1.5 million people that you have 3.1 million followers plus on Twitter?
You'd need to show me the tweet. It's very hard to answer your questions without the tweets. There are 20,000 tweets. Not anymore.
Can I have number 20, please? So you don't recall telling 1.5 million people that you have 3 million plus followers on Twitter. You don't remember that.
I don't know all my tweets.
You don't know that you do that every day. You communicate that outside of Twitter to 1.5 million people.
I don't know. People can say what my follower count is if that's what you're asking. Everybody can see my follower count. That is a public metric. I don't understand what you're asking without showing me a specific tweet.
Marked for identification is Defense Exhibit 2.
You even handle what's marked as Exhibit 2 to your deposition. Do you recognize that?
This is a...
Mr. Grunberg, are you done?
Oh, no. I asked him a question. I'm listening.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I saw you speaking to co-counsel.
Yeah, no problem. I asked him.
I wasn't sure.
This appears to be something that you edited off my Instagram profile.
Sir, do you recognize this to be a screenshot of your Instagram profile?
I don't know, because you've cut off some of the image and it doesn't show my profile. It shows some of what appears to be my profile.
Sir, who wrote The Philanthropist? I give money, food, shelter, and medicine to people in need. Twitter 3 million plus. Who wrote that?
I don't know.
You don't know if you wrote that on your Instagram profile?
If this is my true profile, which you've edited this document, I mean, you cut it off halfway, as I don't even know if this is real or not, or if this is old or if this is new. I have no concept for when this was. I have no clue who put that in the description.
You have no clue who put in the description? Does someone else have the login credentials for your Instagram profile?
Not currently.
Okay, so you have no idea, like literally no idea who wrote in your Instagram profile, Twitter 3 million plus or 3 million plus? No idea?
No.
Who else could it have been? Did someone hack you, by the way, in your profile?
Object to the form.
To be clear, you said earlier that I had stated 3.1 million. What you're alleging here is 3 million. This does not show 3.1 million. This shows 3 million, just for the record.
Sir, have you been hacked in your in your Instagram profile?
I don't know.
And this deposition is going to take a long time if you're not agreeing to obvious things like this.
Is there a question pending, Mr. Grunberg?
There is.
Okay, please state the question.
Do you recognize this to be your current Instagram profile?
Can you refresh the page, please?
Sure.
Respectfully, Mr. Jones has a habit of manufacturing evidence against me, so...
Object is non-responsive. Sir, do you recognize...
No, sorry, Mr. Grunberg. Stop. Mr. Grunberg, stop. Were you finished with your answer?
No.
Okay, Mr. Grunberg, you'll want to give him the opportunity to finish his answer or ask the next question.
All right. There wasn't even a question pending, but he asked if I could refresh the page, and then he interjected that. But Mr. Pulte, that's your Instagram profile, right?
Appears so.
Okay. So who wrote the philanthropist there? You didn't do it?
I don't know.
You don't know who wrote the philanthropist?
I've had this Instagram for a long time, Mr. Grunberg.
Who wrote, and you don't know who wrote Twitter 3 million plus?
No.
And that means Twitter 3 million plus followers, doesn't it?
I don't know. That's what I would assume, but I don't know.
You'd assume that? What else would it be communicating about Twitter 3 million plus?
Object to the form.
I don't know. You told me earlier that it said 3.1 million. It says 3 million. So,
Sir, what else would it be communicating that you don't know?
Object to the form.
I told you, I already answered the question. I think that it means that.
I need a list of every person other than you who has access to your Instagram account who could have been writing these things for you in your profile. Who are those other people?
I don't know.
You don't know of any other human being who has ever written your tagline for you there on Instagram?
Not to my knowledge.
So to your knowledge, you wrote Twitter 3 million plus.
Object to the form.
Correct?
That's not what I said.
So you know this is going to go to a jury, right? So you're going to stand up and you're going to sit down in that jury box in front of a jury and look at them in the eye and say, I don't know who wrote Twitter 3 million plus on my Instagram profile.
Mr. Grunberg?
Is that what you're going to tell the jury in an open courtroom?
Object to the form.
Mr. Grunberg, I have many businesses. I have hundreds of employees across my business. I have a lot of time being spent throughout the day helping people. Respectfully, I'm not preoccupied with over the last however many years who edited a subject line in my profile. I don't know. It could have been me. I don't know. It could have been other people. I don't know.
You're not preoccupied with that number of followers you have, for instance, on Twitter that appears in your Instagram profile, right? You're not preoccupied with that?
What do you mean by preoccupied?
You use the word preoccupied. You obviously have an understanding of what the word preoccupied means. You just said it. So you're not preoccupied with the number of followers you have on Twitter that you then, or someone else, undisclosed, put on your Instagram profile, correct? Not preoccupied with that.
I'm not sure.
Now, with this 3.1 million followers is a lot on Twitter, isn't it?
Define a lot. I mean, Elon has 200 million.
I want your notion of a lot. Do you think that's a lot?
I don't have an opinion on what's a lot.
You don't have, I'm asking you to give me your opinion. You're saying you have no opinion. Well, you have an opinion.
Object to the form.
Does Elon Musk have a lot?
As I sit right now, I don't have an opinion on it.
Okay. Would it surprise you that you have more Twitter followers than Tom Brady?
Yeah, that would surprise me.
Tom Brady's a household name, right?
But then again, Tom Brady's a football player, not a tweeter.
So Tom Brady's a household name, right?
I don't know.
You don't know? Do you think Tom Brady's famous?
I don't know.
You don't know if Tom Brady is famous.
Object to the form.
You're talking about the NFL quarterback, right?
Correct.
I don't know.
You don't know. Do you know if anyone's famous?
Object to the form.
I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know.
Oh, you have to be a lawyer to know if someone's famous?
In the context you're asking me, I think I do.
Sir, I'm just asking you your understanding as you sit there in this chair today. You have no concept. You, Mr. William J. Pulte, has no concept of who is famous and who isn't.
Object to the form.
I don't have an opinion on it.
I'm asking if you have a concept of who is famous and who isn't.
In the legal sense, no.
I'm not asking you in a legal sense, sir. Please, this deposition is going to go a lot easier if you don't try to project out what are some unspoken subtext in the question. I'm asking you to listen to the question and then answer the question. So I'm going to tell you again. Do you, William J. Pulte, have a concept of who is famous and who isn't famous?
Object to the form.
I don't think about it like that.
So you have no concept of who is famous and who isn't famous. You have no concept. Is that your testimony, sir?
I don't think about that.
Object to the form.
Sir, I'm not asking you if you think about who is famous and who is not famous. I'm asking you again, do you have a concept of who is famous and who is not famous?
Mr. Grunberg, if you're going to ask him questions regarding certain words, famous, large, big, please give him context as to what those particular words are.
That's a speaking objection. I ask that you...
It's going to be an instruction in a moment, sir.
Mr. Parrish, I asked you to withhold your speaking objections, and you object to form.
It is not a speaking objection.
It is within the Civil Practice Act and the guidance.
We're going to Judge Curley anyways, so please go ahead. But the witness is obviously struggling with what your definition of these words are.
I'm not asking.
Please go ahead.
Speaking objection. Do you have a concept of the definition of the word famous?
No.
No. Okay. You don't know what it means?
Object to the form. Please move on, Mr. Grunberg. He's answered that question multiple times.
You don't know what it means.
Object to the form. Please move on, Mr. Grunberg.
Asked and answered.
You don't know what the word famous means, sir.
That's not...
Mr. Grunberg, you're obviously trying to taunt the witness at this point. Please ask your next line of question.
I'm trying to make sure I get a...
No, you're taunting, sir. Please continue.
I'm trying to make sure that I understand.
Please continue, sir.
That this man who is sitting in front of me doesn't know what the word famous means. You don't know what the word famous means, correct?
Mr. Grunberg, that's taunting. Please ask your question. Next question. That's been answered multiple times.
You don't know what the word famous means, correct?
Objection. Asked and answered multiple times.
You don't know what the word famous means, correct?
I've answered your question many times.
So you don't know, correct?
Objection. Asked and answered. Mr. Grunberg, we're going to be here all day. If you continue with these questions, we're not giving him an opportunity to fairly answer.
Call the judge, please.
Please continue.
So your tweets get more viewership than top cable news programs, don't they?
I think so.
You think so. Why would you communicate that to people on Twitter that your tweets get more viewership? Why would you do that?
Because I think that it's important for people to feel a sense of community with what we're building. If you're going to help people, for example, when someone loses their van in a tornado, or a lady, for example, she lost her van in a tornado, she's handicapped. To be able to communicate to people that this is a growing movement, this is a good thing. You know, we have a large team. That to me just keeps the momentum going with the charity. So that to me is why that would be important.
And when you tweet to people that 40,000 people are watching your Christmas tree, is that what that's also about?
You'd have to show me the specific example.
You don't recall tweeting out about how many people were watching your Christmas tree on Twitter?
Mr. Grunberg, I have 20,000 plus tweets. I do not recall the specific tweet, and I would ask that you please show it to me.
Was your grandfather well known?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Was your grandfather, also William J. Pulte, well known?
I don't know.
You don't know? You don't know if he was well known, say, for instance, in the home building business?
In that specific area, he was fairly well known.
Fairly well. Are you well known on Twitter?
He was a good man. Sorry, can you ask the question?
Are you well known on Twitter?
I don't know. I would hope so, but depends on what you define as well known.
I'm asking you based on what you define as well known. Were you able to give me an answer as to whether your grandfather was well known in a specific area, i.e. the housing market? So, you understand that you have a concept of the phrase well known, of what the phrase well known means, right?
Object to the form.
That's not what I said.
Well, you were able to use well known in a sentence to express information about your grandfather, correct?
I'm sorry, can you ask the question again?
Sure. You were able to use the phrase well known in a sentence to express information about your grandfather, correct?
When you subsect it into home building, I thought that my grandfather was in some areas known.
Was he well known in home building?
Depends what you define well known.
Your definition, sir.
I don't know.
Okay. Are you well known on Twitter?
Object to the form.
Depends on how you define well known.
Your definition, sir.
I don't have a definition for it.
You're the torchbearer of your grandfather's legacy, right?
Object to the form.
Those are your words in the Georgia lawsuit, not mine.
Are you the torchbearer of your grandfather's legacy?
I don't know how you define that.
Are you your grandfather's sole protege?
Depends on which context.
Sir, are you your grandfather's sole protege?
Object to the form again.
In Pulte Group, absolutely.
In Pulte Group. Okay.
100%.
Sole protege from the family, right?
No doubt about it.
Okay. And in fact, your grandfather, apparently, he told his priest, I will not be dead so long as my grandson Bill is alive. Is that correct?
That's what the priest told me.
Who's that priest?
I think his name is Father John something. I don't know.
Do you know which congregation that was?
No.
When did he tell you that?
He told me at my grandfather's wake.
Ryan Marshall has a long history of attacking you in text messages, email messages, and other means of communication, right?
I believe so.
When did that start, that long history?
Years ago.
Yeah, I mean, no later than 2019, right?
I'd have to look.
Okay, did you consider Pulte Group's communications to you about your use of the Pulte name in connection with Twitter philanthropy to be part of that long history of attacks?
Of course.
Okay, so that was back in 2019, wasn't it?
Which specific text or email are you referring to?
You consider these to be a part of a long history of attacks, and those started in 2019, correct?
No, it started primarily when I blocked the promotion of Brandon Jones as COO of Pulte Group.
In 2018 is when the long history of attacks started?
I believe.
Were you done, or is Mr. Grunberg done? Ask if he's done.
So that would be 2018, correct, sir?
I believe that's Ryan Marshall's demeanor and attitude towards me, including a hostile environment, really elevated itself when I blocked the promotion of Brandon Jones. So much so that Ryan Marshall got visibly angry when I brought up that I didn't think Brandon Jones was qualified to be COO. And Ryan completely lost his temper, and the boardroom.
So if it was in the boardroom, there were other witnesses to Ryan losing his temper related to your blocking the promotion of Brandon Jones, correct?
If they tell the truth, yes.
Who are those other witnesses?
It would have been, I hope, the board, but I believe it was just Marshall and the board.
Marshall and the board.
And in fact, I got a phone call from Rick Drilling, who was a director of the Pulte Group, after the board meeting to tell me that Mr. Marshall had been scolded by some director, I believe Bryce Blair or somebody, for his behavior towards me and erupting in the board meeting.
Okay, and that was in around 2018, correct?
I believe so.
What other evidence do you have that you blocked the promotion of Brandon Jones to the position of COO in 2018?
I'd have to think about that, but I assume that Pulte Group has records of that. And if they don't, then that would be very concerning, because for a lot of different reasons, which turned out to be quite
I think you're trying to say
prescient.
prescient. Yeah.
Yeah. I blocked the promotion of Jones. Not out of ill will, but just a director of the company. I believe it was my job to do that, and obviously I got retaliated against it for that.
Do you have any evidence that you can point to regarding you having blocked the promotion of Brandon Jones, other than the things you've already articulated today?
I'd have to think about that.
I'm asking you to think, sir.
Object to the form.
I'd have to give it further thought.
Nothing comes to mind, correct?
As I said here right now, I can just envision Ryan Marshall getting visibly upset. And I do believe that John Pishkin, as I sat here now, as I'm refreshing my memory, also shared my concerns. I think I shared those texts with you. But in the board meeting, he was critical towards saying we should find somebody who has deeper experience than Mr. Jones.
So that's the text you. So the other piece of evidence you're pointing to is the text you produced in this case of your text with John Peshkin, correct?
Well, I'm saying that Mr. Peshkin and I had subsequent conversations to that about Mr. Jones after I initially blocked it. And John Pishkin was very helpful because you have to understand, not many of the board of directors knew home building. Contrary to what Brandon Jones thinks, I know a lot about the company and I know a lot about home building. And Mr. Pishkin and I would talk about how a lot of our peers had very credentialed COOs. And we talked about how Mr. Jones did not have those qualifications.
What evidence do you have that Jones ever knew about your blocking his promotion to COO prior to filing this lawsuit?
Well, I'd have to think about it to give you a full answer, but off the top of my head, as I sit here right now, in the board meeting, there was only one member of the board that I would hope would tell Mr. Jones, and that would be Ryan Marshall.
So no other evidence that you know of as you sit here today, correct?
I mean, I saw it with my eyes firsthand. I'd have to think about other pieces of evidence.
You saw it with your eyes firsthand, Ryan Marshall telling Brandon Jones?
No, excuse me.
Okay, just want to make sure I'm clear.
No, I'm sorry. I was on a different thought. That's not what I'm saying. I was saying that I apologize. Let me clarify. I was saying that as it relates to the event that happened, I know exactly how that went down. And I don't think Ryan Marshall, for the record, I don't think he ever forgave me for it.
Okay, never forgave you for it.
I still don't think he has.
Going back to the trademark issue, other members of the board shared Ryan Marshall's concern regarding your use of @Pulte name on Twitter and how it might affect perceptions of the company Pulte Group, correct?
How is that related to the lawsuit? This seems like Pulte Group's questions.
Go ahead and answer.
Mr. Pulte?
Go ahead and answer his question if you can.
Going back to the trademark issues, other members of the board shared Ryan Marshall's concerns regarding your use of the Pulte name on Twitter and how it might affect the perception of the company Pulte Group, correct?
I don't know.
You don't know. You don't recall anyone sharing any concerns with you in that regard other than Ryan Marshall?
It's funny you asked that. When I was told that the board would not renominate, but that I could obviously try my own election, Bryce Blair and Cheryl Greasy called me up and said that it's so funny. Said that they didn't think that it was a good fit. And then at a later deposition, Todd Sheldon gave contrary testimony stating that it was the trademark issue. So I was told very conflicting things. So that's why I have to answer you. I don't know.
You obtained your seat on Pulte Group's board through your grandfather, right?
No.
Did your grandfather have anything to do with you being appointed to the board of Pulte Group in 2016?
No, I don't believe so.
Did the Pulte Family Charitable Foundation have anything to do with your appointment?
Define Pulte Family Charity Foundation.
Are you aware that there's an organization called the Pulte Family Charitable Foundation, correct?
Correct.
Or you are aware? You're aware that that organization holds voting stock and did so back in 2016 in Pulte Group, correct?
I'm not sure that they do.
Okay, let's go to the trust.
Okay. So we're not talking about the foundation anymore.
So back in 2016,
Mr. Pulte, wait for Mr. Grunberg's question, please. Thank you.
the trust your grandfather set up held voting stock in Pulte Group, correct?
I believe so. I believe he had stock. Yeah,
Stock.
I'm sorry. To get the little thing goes across it, and that could vote if that's what you mean.
Yeah, and your father, your grandfather, through whether his personal holdings, trusts, or the Pulte Family Charitable Foundation, along with his family, controlled about 8.2% of the shares of Pulte Group in and around 2016, correct?
I don't know the exact number, but directionally correct.
Right, but did those voting shares, that 8.2% in and around 2016, have anything to do with your appointment to the board in 2016?
I don't believe so. I think they could have, but I think that voting stock alone would not have gotten me anything on the board. I think it was really my efforts to talk about how the stock and the company had been so stagnant for so long.
So if your grandfather hadn't asked for you to be on the board, you still would have been on the board in 2016, is that right? Hadn't asked.
Object to the form.
I disagree with your premise.
That your grandfather asked for you to be on the board, you disagree with that?
There's no proof of that.
Okay.
Where did that happen?
In the settlement agreement, for instance, that he, the trust, the Pulte Family Charitable Foundation, and Pulte Group were a party to in 2016 in and around September, in which you were to be appointed to the board until the expiration date or to a time prior if your family held less than 3%. That one?
Can you show me the document?
You don't remember it?
Oh, I remember it.
Okay. Was there...
Many of the people that you said were signatories to it were not signatories to it.
Was your grandfather a signatory to that?
Yes.
Were you a signatory to that?
Yes.
Was the trust referenced in it?
I'd have to see the document.
I'm asking you, as you sit here today, do you know if the trust was referenced in it?
I'd have to see the document.
Object to the form.
So the answer is no. Is that still correct?
Object to the form.
No, I'd have to see the document.
Okay.
But you said the Pulte Family Charitable Foundation was in it, and it was not.
Okay, so maybe they're not. Maybe it is the trust that's in it.
Interruption.
And then you've got the receptionist too, Joey, and any of the non-named parties.
There's an interruption in the proceedings. Oh, I have the judge on the line. It's going to come through on the phone there right beside you.
Oh boy.
Thank you.
Oh, is their receptionist Irish?
Oh, you're welcome. Off the record.
No, we're on the record.
Okay. Discussions were had off the record.
Manny Farach.
Hello, Mr. Farach. This is Judge Curley. How can I be of assistance?
Good morning, Judge Curley. We're here at the deposition of Mr. Pulte. Mr. Grunberg is here. Apparently, Mr. Postman had a conflict, so Mr. Grunberg is taking the deposition. There is a disagreement between Mr. Grunberg and myself as to the scope of the deposition. As the court may know, there is litigation in Georgia as well as here in Florida. We do not have our Georgia counsel here. Mr. Grunberg actually is active in the Georgia litigation for the defendant, so we're at a disadvantage here. We are here, it is our position, we are here on the Florida complaint, not on the Georgia complaint. We've given Mr. Grunberg a great deal of latitude going beyond strict dictates of the Florida complaint. But by the same token, Mr. Grunberg, from my understanding, wants to go into detail on specifically Georgia issues, contending that those are a part of this particular litigation. I presented Mr. Grunberg with a proposal that any questions that he would have, we could save those and come before the court. So the court could see the questions, hear the questions, read the questions in context, and accordingly rule whether or not Mr. Grunberg or myself are correct with those. Mr. Grunberg, I'll let him speak for himself, but my understanding is he doesn't agree to that particular proposal. So we're continuing the deposition, but we appreciate you're taking your time out of your day in order to see if we can't get past this particular issue right here. And I'll let Mr. Grunberg speak as to his position.
Good morning, Judge Curley. Thank you for taking the time to get on. I do not agree with the notion that I said that I am going to get into matters that are only Georgia matters, to the extent that's what Mr. Farach represented. I did say that there may be some things that reflect on both the Georgia litigation and this litigation, which they would obviously agree to, given that they represented that the two litigations are inextricably intertwined. And indeed, the Georgia litigation has stayed as this litigation is pending because they were held to be intertwined. But the question that was at issue, and I'll give you the context of how it was asked, is I was asking for Mr. Pulte about his history of charitable acts because he indeed has highlighted repeatedly in the complaint his history of philanthropy. So I went and I asked him about his history of philanthropy in Detroit with the Detroit Light Authority, and then his subsequent act of potential philanthropy when he tried to start another blight authority in Atlanta, Georgia, when they moved their headquarters to Georgia. So I was simply getting into his history of philanthropy and his motives behind his philanthropy. So I asked him the question again that they will not let Mr. Pulte answer is, did you start an Atlanta Blight Authority? That was the question.
Your Honor, may I respond?
Yes.
We went into great detail with regard to blight and the different concepts of that. For instance, in this particular case, the allegations regarding Twitter philosophy or Twitter philanthropy, had been stricken. And we spent, I don't know how many minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes regarding that, which to me has very little, if any, any relationship to the issues in this particular case. I think my proposal is fair, that if there's an instruction not to answer because it's Georgia, we'd take it to you. We're here today. We've got a whole bunch of folks here. We're filming this. We'd certainly like to get this done. I'm sure Mr. Grunberg and his client would like to get this done as well. But otherwise, I don't see how we can go down this particular road if we're going to continue to have to call you with regard to each specific question.
And Judge Curley, if I could add one more thing with regard to his Twitter philanthropy and why we're asking questions about it, it obviously goes to the issue of the actual malice in this case and whether or not Mr. Pulte is a public figure or a limited purpose public figure, particularly with regard to the very platform where everything occurred. Mr. Pulte has highlighted, indeed, in his complaint that Mr. Jones was doing this stuff to him because of Pulte's, quote, Twitter philanthropy activities. So we contend that we need to get into his Twitter philanthropy and indeed his history as a philanthropist and his reputation as a philanthropist, which he says Jones was attacking.
All right. My recollection is that the philanthropy allegations were stricken. Is that accurate?
I believe they were, but you just recently issued an order that we could get into philanthropy. And again, Your Honor, I would highlight that it would be virtually impossible. There may have been something with regard to it. I'm not exactly sure, Your Honor. But I will simply highlight that it would be impossible for us to get into whether or not he is a public figure, a limited purpose public figure, particularly for purposes of this case, if we can't get into Twitter philanthropy, which is the basis for his platform on Twitter. His very Twitter page and profile says on the banner, Twitter philanthropy. That's at the picture on the top. Then in his tagline, that appears at the top. He calls himself the philanthropist, inventor of Twitter philanthropy. And the allegations in this complaint are that Mr. Jones, one, is tearing down his reputation. And two, again, we need to get into it for the purposes of limited purpose and general public figure.
All right. Is that the defense you've raised?
I'm sorry, Judge. I didn't hear you on that. One more time.
Is that the defense that's been raised?
Correct.
That he's a public figure?
It is. It's been raised. It's a defense in the complaint. It's probably one of the more common First Amendment defenses, which ties into the actual malice standard, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'm familiar with it. I'm just asking whether you raised it or not.
We have, Your Honor.
Your Honor, it's been raised, but sorry. Go ahead, Your Honor.
What?
Our concern is not so much that there's inquiry in this. We've had, 10, 20, 30 objections objections to form because Mr. Pulte gives an answer and Mr. Grunberg does not agree with the answer and asks the question over and over again. Mr. Pulte asks, well, can you define what you think is famous? And we're not getting a clear definition. At this particular point, this is not so much a deposition as it is an attempt to, frankly, harass and intimidate Mr. Pulte. We're willing to continue forward, Your Honor. We are going to continue forward, but there has to be some clarity as to what we're doing here because otherwise we're just going to keep going back and forth on this. We're happy to answer questions, but if it's unclear to the witness what the question is or what definition the questioner is putting on a particular word, I think the witness has the opportunity to ask, what do you mean by the word famous or large?
Your Honor, I don't know why we've moved on to the famous issue, although it is one that I actually asked to talk to you about as well. First, I would think Your Honor was about to make a ruling with regard to getting into these issues of actual malice. But then after that, I was intending to bring up this issue of the fact that Mr. Pulte denies knowing what the word famous means himself, having knowledge of what the word famous means, which obviously when you deny just knowing what general terms that everybody in the world uses, it becomes very hard to take a deposition with that kind of evasive witness. But with regard to the actual malice, before we move on to famous, Your Honor, please, I think you were about to say something.
I was. The objection's overruled. You can proceed with the questioning as, at some point, obviously, it becomes redundant and the objections can be made. I don't see what's the basis for termination or instructing someone not to answer the question, at least not at this point. You guys, hopefully you can persevere here. A lot of times when a witness seems not to know what something means, I just ask him to define it in his mind and then answer the question. Maybe that'll help. I don't know. But that's a ruling. So I'd like you to all continue. If you continue having these problems, why don't you discuss having a special master appointed?
Yeah, we might. I think at this point, Your Honor, we're certainly going to ask for a second deposition with a special master because I tried to do what Your Honor suggested of asking him for a definition of the word famous, but he tells me that he doesn't know what the word means, which, I think you and I both sitting here today know that Mr. Pulte is a very smart man and went to Northwestern, a journalism degree. He knows what the word famous means. He's just trying to be evasive. So I anticipate that we'll be moving for a second deposition and for a special master, Your Honor.
Your Honor.
Okay, gentlemen.
We disagree with the statement that Mr. Pulte is being evasive.
Yeah, I understand.
Mr. Pulte, like any witness, can ask what is meant by your particular word, how you define it. And Mr. Grunberg refuses to give that explanation. That's all.
Okay. All right. That's enough argument, guys. Let's use this time for the deposition. The objection is overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Bye-bye. The judge exited the proceedings.
Did you start the Atlanta Blight Authority?
I'm sorry?
Did you start the Atlanta Blight Authority?
I'm not sure if I did.
You don't remember?
No.
You may have.
I've looked at. I know that for sure.
And you looked at doing it to help the community, right?
I thought about it.
You thought about doing it to help the community, right?
That was one of the reasons.
Was another reason to help your business interests?
Not that I can recall.
Yeah, not that you can recall. So you don't recall that you recommended in an email to your grandfather to start the Georgia Blight Authority in order to show that Mr. Dugas is, quote, all talk, no action?
I never wrote that email to my grandfather.
So that email, which is referenced in an order of the SEC, is a fabrication?
I don't think anybody has said that. My grandfather didn't have email.
Okay. Did you communicate to your grandfather in some medium that Mr. Dugas is all talk, no action?
I don't recall that.
And did you communicate that phrase in reference or a phrase like it? Let's ask that. Did you communicate something to the effect in substance to your grandfather that Mr. Dugas is all talk, no action when it comes to charity?
I don't believe I did. And I think you're referencing something that you have wrong, but I can't remember exactly what it is.
So you have no recollection of that?
Of what?
There's a question pending by Mr. Grunberg.
Of what specifically?
Communicating to your grandfather that Mr. Dugas is all talk, no action when it comes to charitable activities.
You need to show me where that's referenced.
It's not my question, sir. I'm asking you. You have no recollection of that?
Communicating that to my grandfather?
Correct.
No, my grandfather didn't have an email.
I'm saying communicating that. You understand that let's set some ground rules. You understand that communication can be done in multiple ways, correct?
Sure.
We're communicating right now with each other, aren't we?
Attempting to.
It's oral, correct?
Yes.
So there's written communications too, right?
Mm-hmm.
And those can occur handwritten note, right?
Sure.
And email,
Sure.
text message.
Sure.
Okay. So again, listen to the words communicate. Did you communicate to your grandfather that you should launch a charitable initiative in Atlanta in order to outperform Mr. Dugas' charitable activities and demonstrate that Mr. Dugas was all talk and no action?
I don't recall that.
Okay.
I don't recall telling my grandfather that.
Or something to that effect?
I don't recall telling my grandfather that.
And if you did, you would have been communicating to start this charitable endeavor, not to help the community, but to go after Dugas.
Object to the form.
Right?
Nope, no, me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Right?
Okay. I would need to see a copy of what it says.
Sir, I'm asking if you communicated that to your grandfather. If you communicated to your grandfather that you should start a charitable activity for the Atlanta community in order to demonstrate that the then COO wasn't as engaged in charitable efforts as your grandfather or you, that would be starting a charitable activity to hurt Dugas, correct?
Object to the form. Asked and answered.
I would need to see the email.
That's again, not, this is why we're coming back, Mr. Farage, with a special master.
Mr. Grunberg, you're trying to create this narrative, which is false, that he's not answering your questions. You just don't like the answers. Please proceed.
I like all the answers.
He answered it.
Strike his object as unresponsive. We'll move on. So going back to your time on the board, what did you implement? Did you implement any policies while you were on the board?
Define you.
You're the human being sitting in this chair. You.
Okay. As a director, yes.
Okay. What policy are you most proud of that you implemented as a director through your time on the service of the Pulte Group Board from 2016 to 2020?
Object to the form.
I mean, I have many things that I'm proud of that we did, but I would say primarily was getting the accounting of the company to be viewed as legitimate. There was a lot of questions about Marshall's old boss and whether there was old impaired land that was not accurately reflected on the balance sheet. And I believe I led in a board meeting a motion to, or a movement within the board to to ensure the accurate reflection of the impaired asset list. And we subsequently took an impairment on. So that was important to me because obviously with the name Pulte being involved, you don't want any of that kind of nonsense going on.
Did you enlist an outside firm to implement that policy?
I think we directed management to look at it and come back to the board, and then we decided to do that. The board decided to do that.
Had the board, while you were on the board, ever communicated to you in any respect that they were somehow dissatisfied with your board service?
On that one phone call, I can remember that they said that I wasn't a team player at the end, something like that.
And that happened after they provided you with a memo related to your Pulte activities and trademark issues, correct?
I call it the dossier.
The dossier. Okay, great. We have a shared terminology we can employ. So they communicated the dissatisfaction with you through the dossier, correct?
I believe that was Todd Sheldon and Ryan Marshall who were upset that I had blocked the promotion of Brandon Jones, and they came up with the dossier. The board did not come up with that dossier. No, sir.
Guys, I'm sorry. I don't, spoiler alert, we don't find out that this came from Hillary Clinton. So just keep that in mind. The board did not all stand by the dossier?
Not to my knowledge. It was signed and written by management.
So the only time the board ever communicated that they were in any respect dissatisfied with your board service was on this call that you referenced, correct?
To my knowledge, yes.
And was that call in 2020?
I believe it was earlier in January or February of 2020 that they called me.
Okay. And so that was in and around the time that you learned that you would not be renominated to the board. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that was a unanimous decision of the board, other than you, of course, right?
I think formally, yes.
Formally, yes. So in fact, the board availed itself of the first opportunity they could to terminate you from the board that they had, right?
No.
So you could have could they have chosen to not renominate you prior to that without potentially violating the settlement agreement?
Yes, sir, they could have.
Sorry, Mr. Pulte, wait for Mr. Grunberg to finish.
So the settlement agreement that provided that you could have that board seat or someone else in the Pulte family, so long as there was a 3% ownership of the stock.
Yes, sir. They could terminate me at any nomination period, and the board, in their discretion, after having vetted me professionally and otherwise, renominated me to the board at their sole election.
Do you have an understanding that the board had some obligation in the company to have a Pulte family representative on the board so long as the Pulte family controlled at least 3% of the stock?
No, I don't believe that's the case, Mr. Grunberg, because if that was the case, then from the period of 2009, when my grandfather stepped off the board until 2016, by your logic, a Pulte member would have been on the board, and that is just false. Until I arrived, there was no Pulte member on the board.
That's not what I asked you, sir. Again, we've spoken about this. Sorry. We've spoken about this settlement agreement, correct? That you had signed and your grandfather had signed and the company had signed in 2016. You recall that settlement, right?
I do.
Object to the form.
Okay.
Mr. Pulte, wait a couple seconds for Mr. Grunberg to finish. If I have an objection, it'll give me an opportunity to
Okay.
interpose an objection. Otherwise, this poor court reporter is trying to decipher who's talking. My apologies. Go ahead, Mr. Grunberg.
No problem. And you were right. You have a good memory. You were right. The Pulte Family Charitable Foundation wasn't referenced in this settlement agreement. But the settlement agreement references that it is entered into with William J. Pulte, grandson of the founder. That's you, right?
No. Well,
No.
wait, where am I? Okay, yeah, that was right when I said that.
No. We're at, he says, I would like to see a copy of that.
Okay, sorry, I got a little ahead. I would like to see a copy of it, but I would assume that the grandson would be me.
Right. You're the only William J. Pulte grandson you know of, correct?
No.
Oh, there's another William J. Pulte grandson?
Yes.
Do you know of another William J. Pulte grandson who entered into an agreement with the company in September 8th, 2016, other than yourself?
No, it's my son. He's 1 year old, so.
He's the grandson of your...
He's the great grandson, yeah.
I think this is
I asked-
Grunberg.
Oh, is this Grunberg? Okay.
I think it is, yeah.
Okay. I asked
Oh,
you-
he's still on the line. I thought he left.
No, I don't think
he's
he is.
not. This is an error.
I think they
in
just,
translation.
just an error. So I asked you grandson. You understand the distinction between grandson and great grandson?
In your definition, sir.
Sure.
Yeah.
Not in yours? Okay. That's, again, evasive. And this is why we're coming back for a second deposition, because we have grandson and great grandson can't, somehow they mean the same thing to this witness now. So you're the William J. Pulte in the settlement agreement, correct?
In the settlement agreement, yes.
Okay. Then there's William J. Pulte, the founder of the company. That's your grandfather.
In the settlement agreement,
Correct?
yes.
Okay. William J. Pulte Trust. You're familiar with the William J. Pulte Trust, right?
Which trust?
The William J. Pulte Trust dated January 1st through January 26th of 1990.
Yes,
Okay. Are you beneficiary of that trust?
I believe so.
And other people are beneficiaries of that trust that are in your family too, correct?
I don't know.
You don't know if...
Let me rephrase. I wasn't finished. I don't know if the 1990 agreement or the amended one, he amended it. So we would have to look at the amendments. I'd have to look at the document to tell you exactly who was in it. And we'd have to define what is family.
Okay. So you seem to have some knowledge of this document. So as amended, I'm not asking you exactly who's in it, but I'm asking if you have any knowledge, as you sit here today, if there are any other members of the Pulte family who are beneficiaries of the trust.
I disagree with the premise.
Okay, so you cannot answer whether there are people such as...
Where is it?
So you cannot answer whether there were other people such as, say, Mark Pulte, your father, who are the beneficiaries of the trust?
I think you have a very different definition of the Pulte family.
Sir, again, I mean, is your father not part of the Pulte family?
Depends on how you define the Pulte family.
Okay, is your father a member of the Pulte family as you define it?
It depends.
Okay, so your father is not a member of the Pulte family?
Mr. Grunberg, it depends.
Is Nancy Ricard a member of the Pulte family?
It depends.
So when you talk about in your communications about Mark Pulte and Nancy as being members of the Pulte family, are you lying or are you telling the truth?
In some cases they are, and in some cases they aren't, depending on in what context it's described. If you'd like, I can give you an example.
Are they? Is Mark Pulte a beneficiary under the William J. Pulte Trust as amended to your understanding?
I believe not.
Is Nancy Ricard?
I believe not.
Is any other grandchild other than you any other grandchild of your grandfather, William J. Pulte?
I don't believe so.
You believe you're the only grandchild who's the beneficiary of that trust.
The amended trust.
Correct.
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. At any rate, getting back to the settlement agreement, the William J. Pulte Trust is listed on there, as is the Joan B. Pulte Trust, correct?
I would need to see the document, but I believe that's correct.
Great. Those are the Pulte parties in the trust. Do you have any knowledge that they weren't the Pulte parties in the trust?
I'd need to see the document.
I'm asking if you have any knowledge that they weren't the Pulte parties in the trust.
I don't know.
Okay. And then that agreement was entered into with Pulte Group, Inc., correct?
The settlement agreement?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall that settlement agreement provides that a board seat will be provided? I mean, like the roundabout just to get to the exact same question is crazy. I just want to put that. Anyway, do you recall that settlement agreement provides that a board seat will be provided to the Pulte parties on the board, subject, of course, to the board vetting the person that the Pulte party wish to have on the board, so long as the beneficial ownership of the Pulte parties in the company is less than 3%?
Can you ask the question again?
Sure. You recall that the settlement agreement provides that a board seat will be provided to the Pulte parties on the Pulte board, subject, of course, to the vetting of the person the Pulte party wants to be on the board, so long as the beneficial ownership does not decrease below 3%.
Object to the form.
No, it's subject to other things too, I believe.
Okay, sure. Subject to other things. Fine.
That's very important.
Okay.
Because earlier you said that it had to be below 3%. Once it went below 3%, that was the reason that they kept nominating me. They elected to keep nominating me.
Was the first time between the time that you were appointed to the board and the time that you were told that you would not be renominated, was the first time that that aggregate beneficial ownership by the Pulte parties decreased to less than 3%? Was that the first time
Object to the form.
in 2019?
I think it coincidentally happened. We'd have to look at it, but there was an SEC filing that came out after they informed me. I believe that showed it was below 3%, and unless there was insider trading, which I doubt there was, the company may or may not have known that.
Okay, so you have, as you sit here today, you have no understanding that the reason that the Pulte Group in part was able to kick you off the board was because that was the first time in 2019 that the Pulte party's aggregate beneficial ownership decreased below 3%.
I'm sorry. I tried to follow that. Can you ask it again?
Sure. You have no understanding that the reason the Pulte Group family was able to kick you off the board was because 2019 was the first time that the Pulte party's aggregate beneficial ownership decreased below 3%.
Object to the form.
I don't know what Pulte Group family is.
The Pulte party's aggregate beneficial ownership.
Can you ask the question again?
I didn't say Pulte Group family. I said Pulte Group. Do you understand?
Do you want her to read back the question?
If there's any connection between the Pulte party's aggregate beneficial ownership decreasing between 3% and you're not being renominated on the board?
I was told that what I was told, I wasn't told about that. It was because of the 3%.
I'm asking if you understand that there's any connection between the two.
Object to the form.
I don't believe so. I think they could renominate me at any time, and they did renominate me. And I was told by Ryan Marshall, of all people, that I was a great director until I opposed the promotion of Brandon Jones.
So your testimony is you don't think there was any connection between the Pulte party's aggregate beneficial ownership decreasing below 3% and your being thrown off the board?
Object to the form.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't believe so, but I don't know.
Around the time that your board tenure terminated in 2020, were you threatened to create problems for Ryan Marshall, right? I'm sorry. You were threatening to create problems for Ryan Marshall, right?
I don't know what that means.
Did you make any threats whatsoever in and around that time to create any problems for Ryan Marshall?
Well, I thought that the move by two members of management who were likely retaliating against me for speaking up, both against their compensation as well as Mr. Jones, I did tell the board that I thought it was wholly improper for the CEO to try and remove a good director.
Okay. Did the board back you or did they back Marshall?
Formally, I think they backed Marshall.
Okay. And the proof is in the pudding. Marshall stayed, you left. Is that correct?
Is that your question? Is
Marshall stayed, you left.
your question is Marshall at Pulte Group?
Yeah.
He is at Pulte Group, yeah.
And you are not, correct?
I have no formal employment with the company.
Okay. Around that time that your board tenure terminated, you accused your grandfather's widow of insider trading with Ryan Marshall, didn't you?
I thought that may be going on, but I think what has come to fruition, and you see it in some of the emails, is there is a financial relationship between Ryan Marshall and Nancy Ricard.
So you made that accusation, right?
I believe that may have occurred, but I think it's merely more likely that if anything happened, it was between Nancy Ricard and Ryan Marshall.
And did you air that accusation to anyone in the Pulte Group?
I told their attorneys, yeah.
Okay.
Sydney Austin was in the deposition when I gave the deposition that I thought that there was inappropriate behavior and that much like Mr. Jones had a financial incentive to do what he was doing for Mr. Marshall, that Ms. Ricard was doing the same.
Did you make that accusation to anyone in Pulte before the deposition?
I don't think I learned about the meeting until after the fact.
When was that deposition with Sydney?
I don't know.
Okay, but despite all of this, you believe you had an excellent relationship with Pulte Group and the board in 2020 when you were not renominated, right?
I think I had a good relationship with them.
No, an excellent relationship.
I believe so.
Question mark. There was a question mark in there. So you believe that Ryan Marshall would come in and say you had an excellent relationship with the company, and he would have done that in 2020?
Object to the form.
I think Ryan Marshall would prefer to be my friend, yes.
You think he would say you had an excellent relationship?
I think his letter was very nice.
Sir, I'm asking whether you think he would, whether you think he would come in and say you had an excellent relationship in the company with the company in 2020.
Object to the form.
With the company?
Yeah.
How do you define company?
How do you define it? It's in your complaint.
It depends on the usage.
In your complaint.
You'd have to show me where in the complaint.
Sir, your complaint says that you had an excellent relationship with Pulte, had an excellent like third person's himself. He had an excellent relationship with Pulte Group and its board of directors and an expectancy, and had an expectancy of doing business with Pulte Group through Pulte Capital's prior to Jones's online attacks. Do you stand by that?
I believe I had a good relationship with the board.
Excellent. With Pulte Group. With Pulte Group and its board of directors. Excellent. You had an excellent relationship prior to the alleged attacks of Brandon Jones. Is that correct?
I believe so. I love Pulte Group.
I'm not asking whether you loved them. I'm asking whether you had an excellent relationship with Pulte Group and its board of directors prior to Mr. Jones's alleged online attacks.
Objection. Asked and answered.
I answered your question, sir.
As of February 20th, 2021, did you have an excellent relationship with Pulte Group and its board of directors?
Objection. Asked and answered.
I answered your question, sir.
As of February 20th, 2021, did you have an excellent relationship with Pulte Group and its board of directors?
Objection. Asked and answered.
I'm sorry, let me strike that. As of February 13th, 2021, did you have an excellent relationship with Pulte Group and its board of directors?
I believe so, but I think that Brandon Jones was impersonating deceased people and harassing me before then.
So thank you for answering the question. You believe so, correct? Is that your answer?
I would hope so.
You would hope so. No. Is it in fact your understanding, as you sit here today, that you had an excellent relationship with Pulte Group and its board of directors as of February 13th, 2021?
Again, I believe so, but I don't know.
And you had an excellent relationship at that point with Ryan Marshall too, right?
I thought him sending that letter and that plaque was something that I didn't expect, and in some ways, I think that was excellent.
Let's talk about that letter and that plaque. While you were on the board, other board members' tenures came to an end as well, right?
Yes.
Okay. At least two of them, Josh Gottbaum and Patrick O'Leary. Is that correct?
Sure.
Right. And they got board of director resolution and appreciation, right?
I don't remember.
You signed them. Remember? There was this really nice piece of paper that had a quote, board of director resolution and appreciation signed by you that was provided to them, signed by all the directors. You don't remember that?
I need
Objection asked and answered.
to see a copy of it.
I'm asking if you remember it at all. In your mind, whether you remember it at all.
Objection asked and answered.
Do you have any recollection of signing that type of document for the other board members who rolled off while you were on the board?
Same objection.
Do you have any recollection of that?
Same objection.
I already answered.
I'm asking, I didn't ask you whether you need to see it. I'm asking you if you have any recollection. You can have a recollection. So is your testimony that the only way that you can recall a document is if you see the document? That's not your testimony, is it?
Objection asked and answered. Mr. Grunberg's now starting to taunt the witness. You've asked him a series of questions on documents in great detail. The witness has asked to see the documents. Please ask your next question and provide him a copy of the document.
I'm asking you whether you have recollections of the documents independent of seeing the documents in general.
I would need to see the documents. I don't recall what it is that you're referencing.
You don't. You have no recollection of this document. Board of Director, resolution and appreciation whatsoever. Is that your testimony?
Objection asked and answered.
Sir, without looking at what you're talking about, I don't know what you're referencing to.
Okay. Well, you know enough about there being some sort of document or plaque that would be given to the Board of Directors for you to actually affirmatively ask the company to provide you with your plaque, right?
When did I ask the company for that?
Sir, do you have any recollection of you sending communications to the company asking that they provide you with some token of recognition for your service of the company?
I don't recall that.
Okay, so it's possible that you did send them emails repeatedly asking them for them to send you some token of appreciation for your time on the company board.
I don't remember that.
This is so embarrassing. Okay, but it's possible that you did that, right? When you say, I don't remember that, you're not saying like it's impossible, never could that have happened. You're just saying it could have happened, maybe it didn't happen. I just don't recall as I sit here today, right?
I don't know.
You don't know whether it's that it could not have happened or it could have happened, but you just don't recall. You understand the difference between those two things, don't you, sir?
Objection asked and answered.
Do you understand the difference, sir? There's, I don't remember because it never happened. That's one option. I don't remember, but it could have happened is option two. Do you understand the distinction between those two things?
No, sir.
You don't.
I don't follow. You're asking me compound questions and I don't follow it.
Sir, do you understand that sometimes you don't remember something, but nevertheless it could have happened? Let me ask you this. Do you remember what you ate on February 14th, 2024?
I don't know what I ate.
Correct. Do you generally eat at least some item of food every day?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So when I ask you, what did you eat on February 14th, 2024? And you say, I don't remember. You're not communicating that you don't remember because you didn't eat anything. It's just that it was a long time ago and you don't remember what you ate that day, right? But you probably ate, right?
Did I probably eat on a specific day?
Yeah.
Yeah, I probably did.
So they're saying, I don't remember because it just didn't happen. Like, I don't remember because I just didn't eat that day, or I don't remember, but I probably ate. And I just don't remember what I ate that day. Do you understand the difference?
I don't remember that.
The question is, did you understand the difference, I think, unless I missed it?
I don't understand your question. I'm sorry.
Okay, we're going to come back with a special master if you can't understand that there's certain things that you don't remember because your testimony is that it never happened, option 1, or you don't remember, but you don't know whether it happened or not, option 2. If you don't understand the difference between that, we're going to have a hard time today.
Mr. Gronberg, please don't try to intimidate the witness. You've already stated several times that you're trying to delay this proceeding in order to get back to a special master. Please ask your questions. Please go ahead.
Again, Mr. Faraj.
You've editorialized with every question.
That's an inappropriate objection.
No, sir.
And I ask you to have your objection be to form.
No, sir, I am not going to allow...
Please don't interrupt me. This is a very nice court reporter, and you are interrupting me right now.
I am not going to allow you to try to intimidate the witness.
Making it difficult for her to take the testimony. I am going to finish my statement, and you are going to finish your statement. That's the way it works.
No, sir.
I want this to go easily for her.
You're trying to intimidate the witness. This is on video.
I'm not trying to. That is a false statement. I'm given an extremely evasive answer.
No, sir.
This man can't even tell me the most simple facts, which is why we are going to come back. Let's move on.
And that's a false narrative, Mr. Grunberg. Why don't we take a break right now? Because apparently you need to cool down.
Oh, I don't need to cool down, Mr. Faraj. You're the one who keeps on interrupting. Are you taking a break or are we moving on?
We are going to take a break at whenever, let's say 12 o'clock.
That sounds great.
Okay.
You know what would probably make sense? Let's check on lunch. So let's break. Is lunch here already?
I have no idea, but I do have to use the restroom.
Okay. And your office was kind enough to order lunch, which is appreciated.
Yes, we did, sir. Please continue.
Thank you. So moving back to your lack of recollection about whether you asked Pulte Group to give you some token of appreciation, maybe even a plaque, you certainly didn't receive a signed board of director resolution and appreciation, correct?
I believe I did in the form of a plaque, yeah.
You received a quote, board of director resolution and appreciation that was signed by the other board members, the board of directors.
I didn't say that.
Okay, I asked.
I didn't say they signed it. I said that it was on behalf of Pulte Group. It was, I don't know if you've seen it. It was beautiful. It was yellow, blue, and it said Pulte Group right on it. And it said, thank you for your service on behalf of the board of directors.
And you didn't have to ask them repeatedly, Pulte Group, to provide you with that plaque?
Again, I don't know if I did. I, interestingly, kind of got it out of nowhere which is why I also can't recall. I mean, I'm being genuine when I say I can't recall asking. Oh, sorry, I see you going here. And in that package, it was very nice. He also included T-shirts. So I was not expecting all these things, and I certainly wasn't expecting the letter. I thought that was a nice touch.
You were not expecting these things because you had repeatedly asked him to send you a token of appreciation and they didn't?
No, I just didn't know.
Objection. Asked and answered. Wait a second so I can...
I never asked that question, but let's move on.
You've asked that question. Go ahead.
So are you saying that because you had repeatedly asked them to send you a token of their appreciation and they had not?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And when those other directors rolled off the board, was Were there ever any events held for them?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
Maybe my grandfather, but he was the founder, so, but I don't know that to be true, so
No event held for you when you were not renominated to the board. Is that correct?
I don't believe anyone had an event. No,
Okay.
never heard of such a thing.
And you wouldn't have deleted any of your communications regarding your attempts to get this acknowledgement from Pulte Group, right?
I don't know. I don't even know if it, I don't even know if I did it.
So you don't know whether you would have deleted it or not?
Respectively, this is 4 years ago, and you're asking me about something that I don't recall and that, I don't even, I don't know.
You have no recollection of deleting that kind of communication. Is that correct?
I have no recollection of any communication of the sort.
Now, the year after you accused Ryan Marshall of having too much compensation and doing other things to damage the company, you did indeed, you got that letter from Ryan Marshall that you referenced in your fourth amended complaint that you had referenced here, right? You got that letter, right?
There's a pending question.
That's a question.
The question is, did you get the letter?
Can you restate the question?
I'll give you the letter. 37, please. As he's getting that out, do you recall that the letter said, "We are enjoying the relationship that is building between the company and the Pulte Family Foundation"? Do you recall the letter saying that?
I need to look at the letter.
Okay, sure. Are we at 3?
Yeah.
It's very helpful to look at the document that you're referencing. Thank you.
Marked for identification as Defense Exhibit 3. I've handed you what's been marked as Exhibit 3 to your deposition. Is this the plaque that you were referencing in your testimony?
It looks like it, yeah.
And does this look like a screenshot of the letter from Ryan Marshall that you were referencing?
Here?
Turn the page, please.
Okay, go ahead.
So it says, we are, there in the second paragraph, it says, we're enjoying the relationship that is building between the company and the Pulte Family Foundation, correct?
It looks like that.
You don't have any role in the Pulte Family Foundation, do you?
I did.
Which? The Pulte Family Charitable Foundation?
I did.
Okay. Did you have a role in 2020?
I believe I did.
What role did you have?
So my grandfather has essentially him as what's called G1. Yeah, G1, not GI. He has kids which are called G2 and then G3 and is the third generation. And I was part of some committee or something where we would look at things and it was fun. I mean, it was with my cousins.
Yeah.
And we would pick, who was deserving of whatever grant or what have you.
Okay. So you were doing that also in 2021, is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay. Was that the only role that you're aware of in 2021 that you had with the Pulte Family Charitable Foundation?
Formally, yeah.
Did you make personal profit from that role?
The charter?
Object to the form.
Correct.
I don't believe so.
Did the Pulte Family Charitable Foundation make a profit from that role?
Object to the form.
I think that Nancy Ricard is probably profiting from it.
Sir, does the Pulte Family Foundation itself realize a profit from its relationship with Pulte Group?
I believe that there's some type of kickback or other money funneling that's going on between Marshall and Ricard.
Okay.
I originally thought that it was potentially the insider issue with Karen, but I've since learned that I don't think that Karen had that. I think that Karen had that, and I have a fairly good relationship with her.
Did you get any distributions from the Pulte Family Charitable Foundation?
From my role back in 2021.
At any point?
And you're not talking about the trust, correct?
That's correct.
I've traveled for the foundation, so I don't know if that would count.
Hey, Joey, can you take over for me for just a few minutes? Okay.
Sure. So you've maybe had reimbursements?
I believe so.
Do you get
Potentially.
did you get distributions beyond travel reimbursements, which aren't even distributions, but do you get get distributions from the Pulte Family Charitable Foundation, Mr. Pulte?
I don't think so.
Do any of your companies get distributions from the Pulte Family Charitable?
My wife is still
Foundations?
involved with it, and she donates, and we get a tax deduction, I believe.
Do you get distributions?
How would you define distributions? I'm just trying to answer your question very honestly.
Do you get a K1? Any of your companies get K1s from the Pulte Family Charitable
I
Foundation?
doubt it.
Any of your companies get 1099s from the Pulte Family Charitable
I don't think so.
Foundation? Any of your companies or you getting $100,000 a year from the Pulte Family Charitable Foundation?
Sorry, can you say that question again?
Any. Are you or any of your companies getting $100,000 a year? Have they ever gotten $100,000 a year or more from the Pulte Family Charitable
My companies?
Foundation? You or your
In consideration or in distributions?
Sir, I'm asking whether you or your company have ever gotten $100,000 more from the Pulte Family Charitable Foundation in any
I
respect.
don't know how you define distributions, but we've made sizable gifts from my recollection, and whether or not that would count as distributions, I don't know.
I'm saying you. Has money gone? And I didn't say distributions. Listen to the question. Have you or any of your companies ever gotten $100,000 or more from the Pulte Family Charitable Foundation?
I don't think so.
Thank you. So then going on in the letter, it says, we look forward to doing more good work together, right?
Yes.
And that's a reference to the relationship that is building between the company and the Pulte Foundation, isn't it?
I don't believe so.
What do you think it's a reference
Object to the form.
I think Mr. Marshall is currently sending me a letter of gratitude, which was very nice. And he clearly is wishing to have a relationship with me. And clearly the company is from the letter and saying he wants to do more good work together, because if he didn't, he wouldn't have sent me the letter. I wouldn't. Why would it be relevant to include that? So of course he was, I thought, being very kind with what he said, to be frank.
Is it your testimony that this statement, we look forward to doing more good work together, is an indication of business expectancy between you or your companies on the one hand and Pulte Group
Yes,
on
absolutely.
the other? Absolutely.
Yes.
And that's your testimony. And it says more good work together, which, of course, is communicating that there was maybe work that came before. Is that your testimony?
Yes, I was a pretty big supplier to the company.
You were a pretty big supplier to John Wieland Homes, correct?
Mhm.
2015?
Mr. Pulte, no uh-huhs or uh-uhs.
Sorry.
Yes or no's.
The answer was yes, correct?
Can you ask the question again?
Sure. Your testimony is you were a pretty big supplier to Wieland Homes, correct?
Sorry. I was.
2015 is when that ended,
I
right?
don't believe so.
When
I have
did
to
that
look,
end?
but it may have been 2016.
Okay. And was that through a company? Was it through something like Southern, or what was the name of that
Southern
company?
Air and Heat.
Yeah. Was that the company?
Yeah, it was. Yeah. Yes, and Yellow Dot Heating and Air.
Yellow Dot Heating and Air and Southern. And then you no longer had an ownership interest in those companies as of maybe in and around July of 2016. Is that correct?
It would have been some time after I started the fight to remove Dugas, because that's partly why I sold the company. So it would have had to have been after March, but not before July.
So did you no longer have an ownership interest in those companies as of January 1st, 2017?
By that time, I was on the board, so I believe so.
Okay. And did you no longer have an ownership interest in those companies as of July 9th, 2019? I'm sorry, July 9th. Strike that. Did you no longer have an ownership interest in those companies as of July 9th, 2016?
I don't believe so.
You don't believe you owned them as of that time, correct?
I didn't own them. You meant relationship or?
Ownership interest,
Yeah,
sir.
I don't
I can
believe
take
so.
back over whenever, unless you're having
Okay.
fun, Joey.
We're on line
got it, yeah.
18,
113.
page 113.
Okay, so, and then certainly, Joey, I'm gonna have to jump off here for a little bit because I'm gonna go do dinner, but so you'll be able to take back over. But anyway, do you recall that you would have made representations to Pulte Group regarding related party transactions during that time that you were on the board?
How is that all related to the complaint? It's not. I mean, we've been going for an hour.
We've been here for 2 hours.
That's pretty accurate to how long we've been going.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like, are you guys really gonna try to do this? Like, I
We've
think we
been
gotta
here-
break this up.
We've been here for 2 hours on nothing in the complaint. Can
We're on
you
114 of 458. Like, I think you might.
There's only
squeeze this into-
300 and there's only 300 and some pages.
can you
okay.
ask your question again?
Oh, that's evidence. Okay, got it. Oh yeah.
Not
okay.
even. They're all blank pages at the end.
Okay. Sure. Do you recall that at the time that you were a director of the Pulte Group company, that you made representations to the company regarding related party transactions?
I don't remember all the disclosures I made, but I remember having to make some disclosures while I was on the board.
Right. And if you made those disclosures, you wouldn't have been lying, would you?
Object to the form.
Not intentionally.
So when you disclosed to the board on July, or disclosed to Todd Sheldon and the company on July 9th, 2019, that you did not have control of any entities within the last 3 years that you had a transaction with Pulte Group, were you telling the truth?
I need to see the document. You're holding documents that Pulte Group has given to you that I haven't seen.
Sir, can you answer that question, please?
I need to see the document.
So your answer is that you don't know whether or not you had some sort of related party transaction between the period of July 9th, 2019 and July 9th, 2016.
I would need to see the document.
We'll get into it after lunch. It's a good time to break.
He asked for documents. Like, I don't know what to tell you, Mr. Grunberg.
It's a good time for a break.
It's 12 o'clock. Let's take a break.
We're off record. Recess to 12 p.m. until 12:43 p.m. We're back on record. It's 12:43 p.m. Mark for identification is Defense Exhibit 4.
Mr. Pulte, I'm handing you what's been marked as Exhibit 4 to your deposition. Do you recognize this document?
This is a document that Pulte Group hasn't produced to me.
Mr. Pulte, do you see the Bates? Do you know what a Bates number is?
Not technically.
Do you see that number at the bottom right-hand corner that says Pulte _ 002675? Do you not see that, Mr. Pulte, on Exhibit 4, bottom right-hand corner?
Yes.
Okay. That doc, and I represent to you as an officer of the court that that document reflects and that number reflects that it has been produced in this case by Pulte Group. I invite your attorneys to tell me if that's not the case.
That's still you.
Yeah, still you.
Oh, that's me. Okay, Mr. Farage, Mr. Beal. Sorry, I thought you were saying that.
Joey.
I'm not sure how Bates numbered
No,
the
I'm not sure how they
documents.
Bates numbered the documents.
I'm not sure how they Bates numbered the
Okay,
documents.
moving on. At any rate, do you recognize this document, sir, Mr. Pulte?
Yes, I mean, assuming this is real, I don't. I have no reason to believe that. If you're telling me it is, then I'll believe it. But yeah, I mean, I don't recall this email, but it looks real.
Okay. Under that control relationships where it says you answered, I do not control any such entities, but disclosed your prior relationship with yellow dot in the comments, correct? Is that what it says?
That's what the document says, but I don't know if I sent this.
If you had represented to Pulte as of July 9th, 2019, that there are no entities over which you had any control that had in the last 3 years or expected to have a transaction with Pulte Group in the future, would that have been the truth or a lie?
That's not what it says.
Okay. It says, I do not control any such entities, but disclose your prior relationships with yellow dots in the comments, correct? Under, you answered, that's what it says, correct?
Yeah, but where are the comments?
Sir, that's what it says, correct?
That's what the document says, yes.
Great. And that is the response to, quote, list all entities over which you had control and have had in the last 3 years or expected to have transactions with Pulte Group in the future, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And your response was, I do not control any such entities, but disclosed your prior relationship with yellow dot in the comments, correct?
That's what it says.
Okay. And that was the truth, or was that false when you said that to the company?
I don't know if I said it, but if I did say it, and this is real, again, you've not given me a lot of documents today that you've referenced, so it's hard to know. And Mr. Jones literally makes up quotes that I never said. So with that caveat, I would say this sounds right because I was still on the board of directors, and when you're on the board of directors, you're really not supposed to be doing business with them. Wow, what a fucking douchebag answer.
Okay. And you didn't expect to have any business with the company, whether you or through one of a company you control projected out to July 9th, 2022, correct?
At that date and time, that's probably correct.
Okay. What business, as of that time, that Mr. Jones started tweeting about you, as you understand it? By the way, what do you understand to be the time that Mr. Jones started tweeting about you?
I think
Or let me strike that. Strike that question. I'm going to ask you differently. Do you have any specific knowledge of Mr. Jones tweeting about you prior to February 14th, 2021?
Object to the form.
as I sit here right now, I can't think of it.
Okay. So as of February 14th, 2021, what business expectancy did you or a company over which you had control have with Pulte Group?
A lot.
Okay. What business expectancy did you have or a company that you controlled have as of February 14th, 2021?
Well, the word expectancy means what it meant to me in 2011 when I started my firm, which led to the relationship with Pulte Group that I gave up in part because I had to go on the board of directors to fix the situation. And the expectancy that I had were significant because Pulte Group is a very big company in an industry that I'm very, very into. You know, the home construction, home supply industry. Pulte Group is a pretty big player.
Okay. As of February 14th, 2021, had you had any agreement in place with Pulte Group for you or one of your companies to do business with Pulte Group?
No.
Okay. As of February 4th and after February 14th, 2001, did you or your companies have any agreement in place?
Object to the form.
No.
Okay. As of February 14th, 2021, what other documents are you aware of that would in any way reflect a business expectancy that you or one of your companies had with Pulte Group?
Well, I left the board on good terms, and I got a beautiful note from Ryan Marshall saying as such that one where it said 2021. I'm pretty sure that's a typo. I mean, 2001 was a typo.
Yeah.
Okay. Just wanted to go back and catch that for everybody.
Okay.
Continue.
So that's the note reflected in Exhibit 3, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Other than the note that's in Exhibit 3, what evidence at all are you aware of that would demonstrate any sort of business expectancy between you, any of your companies, and the Pulte Group as of February 14th, 2021?
Would that be in addition to the prior relationship I had?
Correct. So yeah, in addition to that prior relationship, correct?
Yeah. So can you ask the question again?
Sure. As of February 14th, 2021, can you point to any evidence? Strike that. Other than this note in Exhibit 3, what evidence do you have that would demonstrate any sort of business expectancy between you or any of your companies in Pulte Group as of February 14th, 2021?
Well, I installed quite a bit of air conditioning, and Pulte Homes does a lot of air conditioning business, which I would like to take a run at. And I think I'd be very qualified to do it among other products.
So,
But
go ahead.
I'm not done with my question. Sick means, formatted wrong, but whatever. Yeah. I'm done with my answer. But when when I say you're done with your answer, they keep going.
Right,
when I was leaving the board, the general theme was that I was leaving on good terms with them. Great terms, they were professional about it. Obviously, I think the dossier was nonsense, but not professional and potentially illegal. But the board members were very nice to me and said, a couple of them even apologized and said, keep in touch and those type of things. And they even called me after I left, but I really wasn't thinking too much about it.
Okay. From the time of July 9th, 2016 to February 14th, 2021, did any discussions take place between you and anyone at Pulte Group about you or one of your companies doing business with Pulte Group?
Between which dates and which date? I'm sorry.
Between July 9th, 2016 and February 14th, 2021.
Well, I was on the board for that whole time.
No, you were not, sir.
Well,
February 14th, 2021.
No, excuse me, from 2016?
Correct.
So you're asking, I'm sorry, I'm misunderstanding what you're asking. Are you asking from 2016 until 2021?
From July 9th, 2016 until February 14th, 2021, what discussions did you have with anyone at Pulte Group about you or one of your companies doing business with Pulte Group?
I had a meeting with the CEO and chairman of Pulte Group at the time in late July 2016, and I likely discussed that I had been supplying the company.
Okay.
And had discussed my efforts as such.
But after that, because you, as of July 10th, at least 2019, as of July 10th, 2016, you did not expect that you or any company that you were in control of would be doing business with Pulte Group, right?
Mr. Grunberg, you were getting your dates mixed up. You keep referring to 2016, which I answered your question honestly. Now you're going to 2019 and representing that I said that then. You need to tell me which dates it is. Is it 2016 or is it 2019?
I said 2016, sir. As of July 2016. July 10th, 2016. Did you have any business expectancy with Pulte Group between you and one of your companies?
Are you referring to this document?
Sir, I'm asking you the question. Can you please answer it?
Ask me the question again.
Sir, as of July 2016, 2016, did you or any of your businesses have any business expectancy with Pulte Group?
I'm not sure. I was so focused on fixing the situation at Pulte Group.
So other than the conversation that you said you had in and around July 2016 regarding that you had business with Pulte Group. Other than that conversation you just told me about, what conversations, communications, or anything to that effect had you had from that time to February 14th, 2021 with someone from Pulte Group about you or one of your companies doing business with Pulte Group?
I believe that I had a conversation with at least Todd Sheldon and maybe Ryan Marshall. I'd have to refresh my memory about supplying the company while I was on the board. And there was another director who had supplier type relationship, whatever they call that, related party or something like that. And I inquired about whether or not I could do something like that on the board. And yeah,
And what was the response?
I think the response was that I could, but when I looked at it and I thought about it and I said to myself, I'm serving as a director right now. There'll be plenty of money to be made and plenty of business relationships to have with Pulte Group. Right now, I need to focus on turning around Pulte Group.
What year was that conversation?
I would have been early in my board tenure.
But like, by the way, like this just proves that he totally understood the question the whole time, right? Like, because I mean, it's like he just came up with all of that, like, and he didn't really rephrase the question. But anyway, so in and around 16 or 17.
Probably. I mean, we've talked about it again in 18. I mean, that was so John Pishkin, who was a director, it would percolate. Yeah, I had to think for a second there. Percolate through the time I was on the board. I was on the nominating and governance committee, and oftentimes on the governance committee, Pishkin would have to disclose that he was doing some related transactions with the company, and I would have to vote on it. So I'm sure in the normal course of that, I would say, hey, what if I did something like this? And as you know, may or may not know, I own companies that supply the industry. So that would have been something that I would inquire about.
Okay, so you have the conversation around July of 2016 with Marshall. A conversation sometime.
No.
I'm sorry?
No, sorry. Go ahead. Finish.
You need to let Mr. Grunberg finish his question.
You told me that there was a conversation you had in and around the time of July 6th of 2016. We'll just say with Pulte Group about you having done business with the company, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You have a conversation about sometime thereafter, early in your board tenure, about your interest in doing business with the company, correct?
Correct.
You said you had several percolating conversations sometime while you were on the board about you doing business with the company, correct?
I believe so.
Like, I don't know how lawyers do this. I would just like crack up with these answers. But anyway, and then you point to there being this letter of February 1st, 2021 in Exhibit 3, in which the company says, we look forward to doing more good work together, correct?
As I said here now, that's what I can recall.
And those are the things that you recall that would evidence some sort of business expectancy between you, one of your companies on the one hand and Pulte on the other, Pulte Group on the other. Is that correct?
That would be some of it, yes.
Okay. Anything else?
Well, I would often have conversations with myself about the prospects. I mean, I have very good companies, and Pulte Group is a good company, and they need good suppliers. And I had done a good job supplying them, so I was hopeful to do it again. And I don't think I want to have any chance of. I don't think I would have any chance of supplying them as a result of Mr. Jones's severing that conduct. Sorry.
So conversations with
severing that relationship.
Literal conversations with yourself, where you would look in the mirror. How would you converse with yourself about these things?
No, I didn't look in the mirror.
But you would converse with yourself about it.
Thanks for the membership, Ventcap. I would often think about it, yes.
Okay. Your internal thoughts?
That's one of the areas, yes.
Okay. Any other things things you can think of, anything that would evidence your business expectancy?
Yeah, I believe I talked about it with I believe I talked about it
And what was that?
with my team specifically. Uh, Rob. Okay,
Rob.
Rob. Yeah, sorry. On my team because we have good business and we have good employees, and Pulte Group is always looking for good suppliers.
And when did you talk with Rob on your team about that?
I probably talked to him many times about it.
When was the last time?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Any other communications? Anything that would evidence a business expectancy between you and or your companies on the one hand and Pulte Group on the other hand between the time frame of July 9th, 2016 and February 14th, 2021?
Yes.
Oh, what else?
As I said here, I'm trying to recall, obviously, all the instances of the specific questions, but Semper Fi heating and cooling out of Phoenix is something that I had also talked about with my partner there about supplying Pulte homes.
When did you purchase Semper Fi through a company?
It would have been late 2020.
Okay. Anything else?
I may have talked with some of the people. I'm trying to think of specifically who I can for sure say right now. As I sit here, give me a second. That's all I can think of right now.
Okay. What evidence do you have that Brandon Jones had any knowledge of any of those communications, including your internal communications regarding a business expectancy with Pulte Group between July 9th, 2016 and February 14th, 2021?
Well, under false identities, Mr. Jones would reply to many of my business announcements about air conditioning companies and about Pulte homes and the like. And Mr. Jones very intimately knew from his obsessive tweeting behavior at me the depth by which my companies were in the industry. And it's clear that he sought to disrupt that and ruin me.
Okay, so your testimony, if I can kind of try and distill what you said, is that Mr. Jones would have had some knowledge about your business expectancy because he had knowledge that you did business in these air conditioning and other housing industries?
Well, of course. He replied to yes. He would reply and also, I'm sure, observe tweets that were at that. And I would bet that there was significant conversations between Ryan Marshall and Mr. Jones about me.
Okay, so one thing, just so we can make sure we're clear, we've got from July 9th, 2016 to February 14th, 2021, that Mr. Jones would have learned of your, during that time, July 9th, 2016 and February 14th, 2021. Can you point to any public communication that you made on social media or anywhere else stating that you were going to, you or one of your companies would engage in business with Pulte Group?
Did I publicly?
Correct. You said that he monitored your Twitter, and of course, you have other social media accounts in other places where you comment publicly, including in the mainstream media. Can you point to me to a single instance from July 9th, 2016 to February 14th, 2021, where you made a public statement, whether it be mainstream media, social media, or otherwise, that you or one of your companies would be doing business with Pulte Homes?
I believe that most, if not all, of the statements that I referenced to that he was replying to, which would have to go through I'd have to go through all of Mr. Jones's tweets, did contain Pulte Group in those statements. Yes.
Sir, that's not what I asked you. I said, can you point me to a single instance from July 9th, 2016 to February 14th, 2021, where you made a public statement that you or one of your companies would be doing business with Pulte Homes?
Other than what I've told you, I'd have to go and look at it.
So you didn't tell me about a single instance where you said that where you said that one of your companies would be doing business with Pulte Homes in a public statement.
I'd have to go back and look at it.
So as you sit here today, you are not aware of a single instance where you made a statement about either you or one of your companies, a public statement, that either you or one of your companies would be doing business with Pulte Homes between July 9, 2016 and February 14, 2021, correct?
I'd have to go back. Oh, wait, did I already say that?
Nope, that's
Okay,
it.
I'd have to go
Says it
back and
again.
look. He says it so many times.
He says it again,
To
yeah.
go back and look at
Very,
all my
very
statements.
Sir, that's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you your knowledge as you sit here today. As you sit here today, your knowledge. Do you have knowledge of any statement that you made publicly between July 9th, 2016 and February 14th, 2021 that you or one of your companies would be doing business with Pulte Homes?
I'm not sure.
Objection. Asked and answered.
I'm not sure.
Okay, let's go from February 14th. And do you have any knowledge of anyone else in that time frame, July 9th, 2016 to February 14th, 2021, making a public statement about you or one of your companies doing business with Pulte Homes?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. And in terms of your knowledge that during that time frame, or strike that, what evidence do you have other than what you expressed about generally posting that you own these companies? You're having had conversations with people at Pulte Group about you potentially being some business, about their potentially being some business, that you expressed, strike that, already here today. What evidence do you have that Mr. Jones knew of any of these internal conversations that you had between July 9, 2016 and February 14, 2021 about you or one of your companies doing business with Pulte Homes?
Object to the form.
Mr. Grunberg, Mr. Jones was obsessed with me to the point where he would create fake identities to talk about me and Pulte Group. Further, he impersonated my dead grandfather, who I love, to incessantly harass me and make representations about Pulte Group and my relationship with Pulte Group. If, for an instant, somebody who's rational cares at all about family is going to try and make the argument to me that Mr. Jones did not know my relationship and wasn't trying to destroy my relationship with Pulte Group, that person I don't think exists. This man, he created fake identities. He impersonated dead people. He stole an identity of a young kid out of California who he didn't even know. And he would make comments about Pulte Group and me to destroy that relationship. You know the conduct. Everybody knows that the conduct that he did to do what you're talking about. And it's heinous. It's heinous what he did.
Object is non-responsive. Let me go back. So what evidence do you have that Mr. Jones knew about any of these conversations that you testified to having and communications related to the business expectancy of you or one of your companies in Pulte Group between July 9th, 2016 and February 14th, 2021?
Object to the form.
Let me break it down to you this way. We'll do this. One piece of evidence you say is his obsession, correct?
I said the totality of everything I said.
I said the totality of everything. Isn't that what a totality means? Sorry. The totality. So Mr. Jones's conduct for which you've sued him, to you suggests that he knew of your company's alleged business. Oh, shit. What did I just do? No. I just lost the page.
Right.
Hold on. Okay,
Oh,
we're
no.
back. To you suggest that he knew of your company's alleged business expectancies or your alleged business expectancies with Pulte Group between July 9th, 2016 and February 14th, 2021. Is that correct?
Of course, this man was obsessed with me.
Okay. That's one thing. So that he engaged in the conduct he engaged in. Do you have any other evidence that Mr. Jones learned of your alleged business expectancy between you or one of your companies and Pulte Group from July 9th, 2016 or February 14th, 2021, beyond what you've just expressed?
Yes.
What else?
He stole the identity of a young man, looks like out of California. I thought maybe it was a co-conspirator or something, because how is this guy who's young claiming to be a business reporter and inferring and interfering with my tweets about Pulte Group actively. Mr. Jones pretending to be a fake journalist under a false identity to be covering Pulte Group to comment on my comments on Pulte Group. That, by definition, is exactly what we're talking about.
Sorry. Anything else?
Yes.
What else?
I believe Mr. Jones pretended to be a monkey or something. He would, and I have to look back at his specific tweets talk about me and Pulte Group with this monkey photo. He was so, in my opinion, dissension and discourse.
Try not to break. Try not to break.
And I believe that, and we don't know because Pulte Group would produce documents, but I believe that Mr. Jones probably knew how to affect my sentiment with Pulte Group as well when he was doing these things, because you seem to be very well versed in this dossier that Mr. Sheldon and Mr. Marshall concocted. The main theme of that was sentiment analysis, the very sentiment analysis by which Mr. Jones would alter in order to disrupt my reputation with the board of Pulte Group.
Anything else?
Monkey. Yes.
Okay, please.
We're just going to keep on a roll. I'd have to look at the specific tweets, but I believe that Mr. Jones was not this gentleman. I think his name was Raymond Porter. He had been deceased for 3 years. Mr. Jones pretended to be this deceased man and would do very similar things, and I believe would either in conjunction with Ryan Marshall or who knows, tried to alter my sentiment analysis with the board of Pulte Group. And I'm sure that the sentiment analysis that Pulte Group has access to would show that Mr. Jones was in real time affecting the sentiment by which Pulte Group was looking at.
Anything else that evidences Mr. Jones' alleged knowledge of your business expectancy with Pulte Group, be you or your companies?
Yes.
Oh, what else?
I believe that Brandon Jones knew through
Manish.
I don't know what that's. Who is the head of marketing? Okay, a new person here. That's why I didn't recognize it. That this sentiment analysis was very important for the company. And when I say very important, I'm not even saying that the sentiment analysis is legitimate because it's concocted by Marshall and Sheldon. Going down the rabbit hole.
I mean, sorry, but like, is anyone else just like picturing like the Scooby Doo and like ripping the mask off? Like that meme is like everywhere in this.
But everywhere, Brandon Marshall. But yeah. It does have some truth to it.
Brandon Marshall, we have them both combined into one.
Yeah, they merged at this point. Yeah.
But it does have some truth to it, in which which is that if you have tweets that are going on that are negative, and I'm sure that at some level, Mr. Jones and Manish, and I don't think they've produced documents from Manish, would show extensive sentiment analysis by which Mr. Jones tweeting actively would showcase his tortious conduct.
Sir, are you aware of any evidence regarding this knowledge Jones gained through Manish other than the theory you just articulated?
Well, Manish would tell me often that they would track the sentiment.
Did Manish tell you that he communicated to Jones that you or one of your companies had a business expectancy with Pulte Group?
Sorry, can you ask the question again?
Sure. Did Manish communicate? Wait. Did Manish communicate to Jones that you or one of your companies had a business expectancy with Pulte Group?
I don't know, because they won't produce the documents.
So the answer is no.
The answer is I don't know.
Okay. Anything else that you contend is evidence? And now I'm going to open it up for you from the time of July 19th, 2016, or keep on going to February 14th, 2021. Anything else that evidences that Jones knew about you or your company's business expectancy with Pulte Group?
I'm sure there are communications between Jones and Marshall, which is why they're not producing the documents.
So you don't know if these communications exist, but you're assuming they exist, correct?
I don't know what they're hiding.
So you don't know if these communications exist, but you're making an assumption, correct?
I know the communications exist
How do you know?
because they said that he has text messages with Mr. Jones.
They said that Ryan Marshall has text messages with Mr. Jones in which Ryan Marshall communicated with Mr. Jones that you or one of your companies had a business expectancy with Pulte Homes.
I didn't say that.
Okay, because you have no knowledge of such communications existing, correct?
Well, I don't believe that there is communication.
I do believe.
Oh, I do believe, sorry. Ugh. Well, I do believe there is communications between their tortious conduct and my company.
Sir, I'm asking you specifically about the business expectancy and communications made to Mr. Jones by Ryan Marshall about you or one of your company's business expectancies with Pulte Group. You have no knowledge about the existence of such documents, do you?
I don't know because your client apparently has deleted or gotten a new phone and Pulte Group has not produced the documents.
Any other evidence that you can articulate of Jones knowing about a business expectancy between you or one of your companies and Pulte Group between July 9th, 2016
Oh my
and
God.
February 14th, 2021?
Well,
If I have to say these dates one more time, I'm just going to say the dates.
the dates.
We've all got it.
Yeah.
Not all of us.
Yeah. Well, I have.
Yeah, a big one. You're right.
Well, I have something that probably evidences what was going on. Sure.
I'm saying his knowledge of it. His knowledge of your business expectancy and your company's business expectancy.
In my opinion, yes.
What is it?
Mr. Jones and Mr. Marshall so-called saw each other at an airport and then proceeded to have a text message exchange and a phone call whereby they discussed having tortious conduct with me is my,
In my opinion.
in my opinion.
Mhm.
And that would be evidence that these two are up to something. And I think the fact that Pulte Group continues to hide and the fact that they haven't turned over these text messages further raises that concern.
Okay. Anything else?
That's all I can think of right now.
Okay. Between the dates,
There we go.
did anyone from Pulte Group communicate to you or one of your businesses that it would like to do business with you or one of your businesses?
I don't know what I've shared so far.
Okay. Other than what you've shared so far, nothing that you know of.
That I can think of as I sit here right now.
Between strike that. Between February 14th, 2021 and the present, are you
New
aware
dates.
of Pulte Group ever communicating to you or one of your companies that it would like to do business with you or one of your companies?
Other than what I've mentioned in the Marshall document and everything else I've said,
Correct.
not as I sit here right now.
Which is also to say that other than the things you've already expressed, you have nothing else that you can add about Mr. Jones knowing about a business expectancy between you or one of your companies and Pulte Group
Object to the form.
at any time between July 9th, 2016 and the present.
Object to the form.
I've answered the question multiple times.
Please answer my question, sir.
Other than what I've said, that's what I can recall as I sit here right now. That may change.
Okay. Just to make sure. You can't point to me a single communication from someone from Pulte Group from July to the present, other than the letter in Exhibit 3 in which someone from Pulte Group expressed to you that Pulte Group was interested in doing business with you or one of your companies, right?
Objection. Asked and answered.
Mr. Grunberg, I have spent the last 15 minutes asking you spent the last 15 minutes asking me the same question again and again, and my answer is the same.
Mr. Pulte, please answer the question.
I did.
Just make sure. Strike that. Mr. Pulte, you can't point me to a single piece of evidence of a communication between Pulte Group and you in which Pulte Group expresses that it wishes to do business with you or one of your companies, other than the letter in Exhibit 3, right?
I've answered the question multiple times. Other than the stuff I've said, I can't think of anything as I said here right now.
You realize you've sued Mr. Jones for tortious interference based on an alleged interference between you and one of your companies and Pulte Group, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And this, what you've expressed to me sitting here today, is your basis for that claim that you've asserted against Mr. Jones, correct?
Objection. Asked and answered.
Some of it.
Well, what other basis is there? What other basis do you have? And let me be very specific. And you seem to be bothered by having answered the same question over and over again, but this is a different glass, trust me. For that tortious interference claim in your fourth amended complaint that you asserted against Mr. Jones, what evidence do you have of any communication Pulte Group has ever made to you about Pulte Group being interested in doing business with you or one of your companies other than the letter in Exhibit 3?
Asked and answered.
Other than what I've said, I can't recall anything as I said here right now.
Mr. Pulte, what evidence do you have, other than what you've already expressed today, that prior to your filing this lawsuit, Mr. Jones had ever seen this letter from Ryan Marshall to you that's in Exhibit 3?
I don't know.
I don't know means you don't know of any additional evidence that would demonstrate that Mr. Jones knew about this letter, Exhibit 3, prior to your filing the lawsuit, other than what you've expressed today, right?
I don't know.
You don't know of any additional evidence, correct?
As I said here right now, as I've said multiple times over the last 20 minutes, when you've asked me and badgered me with the same question again and again and again, my answer hasn't changed. As I said here right now, that's all I can recall.
Thank you. Thank you. So is Kanye West an anti-Semite?
I don't know.
Are you an anti-Semite?
Absolutely not. And it's insulting that you would ask me that question.
Well, you sued Mr. Jones for calling you an anti-Semite, didn't you?
That's not the only reason.
It's among them, correct?
I would need to see specific instances in order to.
Mr. Pulte, as you sit here today, are you suing Mr. Jones for calling you an anti-Semite or not?
That is part of my complaint.
Okay, and so you have an understanding of what an anti-Semite is, correct?
I believe so.
Right. I mean, you're saying it's false that you are an anti-Semite, which means that you have an understanding of what an anti-Semite is, right?
I guess.
I mean, if you didn't know what it is, you couldn't know whether you are one or not, right?
I believe I do, but is it the exact definition? I don't know.
I'm not asking for anything other than your belief, sir.
My belief is that I know what an anti-Semite is, and I know that I am not one of them. Now, what other people say in public or whatever, I try not to pay attention to what other people say. Sure. But if they say something that's false and defamatory about me, that really bothers me that he would say that. It's disgusting.
Okay. Based on your understanding of what an anti-Semite is Kanye West an anti-Semite?
I don't know what he said about Jewish people or Semites.
Okay. So your testimony is that you do not know whether or not Kanye West is an anti-Semite, correct?
I don't know.
And so which is to say that Kanye West might be an anti-Semite, right? If you don't know?
I don't know.
Object to the form.
Oh, that's you.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what he has said, and frankly, I don't know.
Okay. Oh, sorry. It's you again. Sorry.
Wait, sorry. Where are we?
I
don't know what he has said.
Line 25.
Okay, I see here. Yeah. It's because it broke across the page. I don't know what he has said. I don't think about Kanye.
Sir, you don't think about Kanye?
As I said here right now, or normally, no.
Yeah, I mean, Kanye really doesn't mean much to you, does he?
Object to the form.
I don't know how.
As you sit here right now.
I don't know how I would define much. Jesus Christ. But he and I discussed helping Black children in inner cities and solving some of the housing problems, and I thought about him in that regard.
Okay.
And I do like his music,
Okay.
especially as it relates to God and Jesus.
And you haven't thought about whether Kanye West is an anti-Semite or not?
I don't know whether he is or not.
You don't know whether he is or not, so he might be?
I don't know.
Well, you sued Mr. Jones for calling you an anti-Semite based on your relationship with Kanye West. Isn't it important to understand whether Kanye West is indeed an anti-Semite?
Object to the form.
Based on my dealings with him, which was limited to African American housing and music, I didn't discuss anything.
Wait, wasn't he coming to Fleet Fest 1?
I didn't discuss anything else with him. So all I know is I'm not an anti-Semite. I think it's insulting that somebody calls me an anti-Semite. It's a bigotry against my Christian faith to say that. My grandfather would be spitting in his grave if he knew that a Pulte group executive like Mr. Jones would be using fake identities or his identity or whichever identity to accuse his grandson of being anti-Jewish or anti-Semitic and an anti-Semite. It's disgusting.
Have you ever given a second thought to whether Kanye West is an anti-Semite?
Object to the form.
Well, I definitely gave it thought since you asked me now.
Okay. And is Kanye West an anti-Semite?
Object to the form.
I already answered that. I don't know. I don't know.
Okay. It's you.
Oh, sorry. And other than my interactions with him on the topics I discussed, I don't really care to research all that.
And you don't care to research it?
Until you brought it up, I mean, I hadn't been thinking about it.
Wait. And you didn't think about it until I brought it up, despite your complaint containing paragraph after paragraph after paragraph about whether he defamed you for calling you an anti-Semite because of your relationship with Kanye West. But you haven't thought about it until now.
That's not what I said.
Until you brought it up, I mean, I hadn't been thinking about it. That's what you just said. That's a quote.
Object to the form.
I said I hadn't been thinking about whether the person you're talking about was an anti-Semite. I just don't think about it. I just don't think about it.
Well, you thought about it enough to put it in a complaint about Mr. Jones, didn't you? Did you think about your complaint?
Well, of course, because it's insult. Yeah, I was right. Insinuating that I'm an anti-Semite.
Based on what? Based on your relationship with Kanye West, correct?
I don't know.
You don't know what's in your complaint, sir? You sued him.
I need to see it.
You sued. Excuse me. Let me finish my question. You sued this man. You've paid them, your attorneys, probably millions of dollars. You have spent hour upon hour upon hour upon hour of the court's time.
Counsel, move to strike this reference to attorneys and fees. No, you're crossing the line, counsel. Re-ask the question.
You're interrupting me.
Yes, and I'm going to.
Strike all of that.
I'm going to do further than that, counsel.
Strike all of that.
Go ahead and finish your question.
Sir, how much money have you paid your attorneys in this case?
I don't know.
Have you paid them more than $1 million?
I don't know.
You don't know as you sit here today?
Counsel, move on.
Oh, so here's the thing about your initial disclosures. They seek damages for attorney's fees. I get to ask this. So, you don't know as you sit here today whether or not you've paid your attorneys, say, more than $100,000.
We'll accept a stipulation that we're entitled to attorney's fees against your client. Thank you.
This is not a stipulation.
That's the question.
You've put it in your initial disclosures.
Go ahead and answer the question as best you can.
This is a gross misrepresentation, and you are going out of bounds on speaking objections. But, sir, have you paid your attorneys in this case more than $1 million?
I don't know.
I'm sorry, more than $100,000?
I would assume so, but I don't know.
Have you paid them more than $200,000?
I don't know.
You don't know whether you've paid these attorneys that represent you in this case more than $200,000. You don't know?
Mr. Grunberg, respectively, while your client, Mr. Jones, may be obsessed with me, I'm not obsessed with him, and I'm not obsessed with this case. I'm running a very big business, and I do not spend my days tabulating what I do and don't do with Mr. Jones. You don't have. I don't have an answer to the figure that you're asking me.
You have no knowledge under oath about whether you've paid your attorneys in this case more than $200,000.
I don't know. It's likely, but I don't know.
It's likely, of course.
I don't know.
You've paid your attorneys in this case. Have you? Well, no. You've paid your attorneys in this case more than $300,000.
I don't know.
Is it likely?
I don't know.
You don't know at all.
No.
You have bank records or other records, financial records that would demonstrate how much you paid your attorneys, correct?
I would assume so.
Billing records, correct?
I don't know. I assume so.
Do your attorneys send you bills?
Yeah, I don't know where to, though.
Okay. Have you deleted any of these financial records or bills that reflect how much you've paid your attorneys?
Any communications with my lawyers? I don't know.
You don't know whether you've deleted these financial records or bills?
You misunderstand Mr. Grunberg's question. The question is, did you delete any records of attorney bills or invoices? Is that a fair question, Mr. Grunberg?
That's fair.
I don't know.
Okay. So going back where we were going, let's look at your fourth amended complaint. Did you review that fourth amended complaint before it was filed in this case?
I believe so.
Okay. And did you review it to make sure that the statements therein were accurate?
I'm not sure what I reviewed that specific complaint for.
Okay. So
I believe everything I put in the complaint is true,
okay.
if that's where you're going.
And by the way, going back to Kanye, he doesn't figure to be an important character in your life, right?
Respectfully, he's not.
Okay. What does it mean to pin a picture at the top of your Instagram profile? Why do you, when you're pinning a picture at the top of your Instagram profile, is that because it's an important picture?
Not necessarily.
Why else would you do it?
To be honest, because I don't care much about my Instagram. I mean, I care about it, but I don't think about it until you just said it.
Why else would you pin a picture to the top of your Instagram profile?
Because it's just there and I haven't changed it.
Well, you have to actively pin the picture to the top of your Instagram profile, don't you?
I assume.
Well, do you have any information any knowledge about a picture being able to be pinned to the top of your Instagram profile without you actively doing it?
I don't think so.
Right. And just to be clear, do you have any knowledge of anyone other than you having the ability to pin the picture to the top of your Instagram profile?
When was it pinned? Do you know?
Sir, do you have any knowledge of anyone other than you being the person who would be able to pin a picture to the top of your Instagram profile?
Based on what I said here right now, I'm not sure, but I don't think so.
Right. You can't give me a single name of a single person who has control over your Instagram account other than you, correct?
As we sit here right now, yes.
And you can't tell me a single instance where your Instagram account was hacked, right?
Yeah, I can't recall.
Okay. So go to Exhibit 2, please.
Okay.
You pinned that picture of you and Kanye West, who apparently isn't very important to you, to the top of your Instagram account, right?
Potentially, but I don't know.
I mean, can you point to anyone else who did it?
Not that I can think of.
Why did you pin the picture of you and Kanye West to the top of your Instagram profile?
I don't know. I mean, in fairness, I pinned, if that's an accurate thing, which I don't know if it's accurate. I pinned the photo of me getting a haircut, and a haircut is not really important to me either. So I don't understand what narrative you're trying to fabricate.
Sir, that's not my, so your question is, you don't know why. The answer is, you don't know why you did it. Okay, fair enough.
I don't know why I pinned any of these. If I did, I don't know.
Okay, are you aware that Kanye West has been accused of being an anti-Semite?
I'm not aware of that.
You're not aware of that. Wait. Okay. So you reviewed your complaint.
From my memory, I believe I did.
And you have no awareness that Kanye West is being accused of being an anti-Semite again, correct?
I don't remember it as I said here. I've answered your question 30 times. I don't know if he is. I don't know what he said. My conversations were limited to helping African-American kids in cities.
Well,
And my grandfather's prayer.
well, Brandon Jones at least communicated to you an accusation that Kanye West was an anti-Semite, right? You're aware of that accusation. Again, him being an anti-Semite, aren't you?
You'd have to show me the tweet.
You have it in your complaint, paragraph 180. Do you believe that Pulte boosts the profiles of anti-Semites like Kanye?
Counsel, will you show the witness a copy of the complaint?
You ever read that, sir?
I need a copy of these documents that you're doing.
Sir, have you read that or not?
I need a copy of the document.
That's not my question.
Counsel, you can't continue to ask questions on documents without showing the witness a document.
Of course I can.
Please, go right ahead, counsel.
Have you read that?
I gave you the warning.
Have you read that in your complaint or not?
I don't know if it's in my complaint. I think it is, but you'd need to show me the document. And it's very concerning that you won't show me show me documents that you want me to talk about.
Here it is.
Can you zoom up or can you put it up?
Sure.
I want to make sure it's actually the complaint.
So like at his deposition, he's like,
Let's go.
he's
Okay.
Yep, just keep going.
Okay. All right. Sure. Happy to do that for you. A little far. It's paragraph 180. It's your complaint. It even spells it out. Do you believe that Pulte boosts the profiles of anti-Semites like Kanye? So you're aware of at least one person who has accused Kanye of being an anti-Semite, if your complaint is to be believed, right?
Mr. Gernberg, that is a fake person. That is not a real person. That is Mr. Jones pretending to be a young lady.
So, oh, that's interesting. So if Mr. Jones didn't do this, how can you sue him for doing this?
I don't.
If Mr. Jones, are you suing Mr. Jones? Mr. Jones for doing this or not?
Object to the form.
You're asking me at the time when I saw it, or are you asking me now as I sit here, or when I put it in the complaint, or when? Because initially I did think that this was a young woman. I didn't think that this was Mr. Jones early on. Mr. Jones does not look like this. No shit. This person, and I came to find out that he was pretending to be her.
Sir, you sat here today and you testified that you do not know of anyone having ever accused Kanye West of being an anti-Semite. Were you telling the truth when you said that or not?
Object to the form. Misstates facts during the deposition. Go ahead.
What did you say?
I said it misstates facts.
Respectfully, Mr. Grunberg, that's not how I read this tweet. And so I disagree with your premise.
It's this one, sir. You don't read. Can you believe that Pulte boosts the profile of anti-Semites like Kanye as being an accusation that Kanye West is an anti-Semite?
I don't know whether he's an anti-Semite or not.
Sir, that's not what I asked you. Let's do this again. You already testified that you're unaware of anyone having made an accusation that Kanye West is an anti-Semite. You still stand behind that testimony that you're unaware of anyone having made an accusation that Kanye West is an anti-Semite.
I don't know if you would count this as a person. I guess if you...
Object to the form.
I guess if you count Mr. Jones as a person, I guess technically that would be it. But if you're asking me back then, Catalina Chen, as I understood it, does not exist. So is Mr. Jones accusing Kanye of being anti-Semite? I don't know. It looks like it, but I don't know. I don't know. It appears to me that he's saying Kanye's an anti-Semite, and therefore you're an anti-Semite. I don't know.
Mr. Jones is a person, right?
I think so. Yes, he is.
Okay, great. So this is the only accusation you're aware of anyone accusing Kanye West of anti-Semitism.
As I said here right now, as I've answered you 30 times, it's all I can think of.
Okay.
At this moment, but that's subject to change.
So you don't. So you have no recollection, as you sit here today, of people after people on your Twitter feed on December 1st, 2022, asking you why you are boosting the profile of an anti-Semite like Kanye West. No one said that to you?
Object to the form.
I don't recall. People say a lot of different things, and it's a public forum. I don't know what people say.
Of course you know what people say. You know what Brandon Jones says.
Because he's a obsessed person who wrote at me hundreds and hundreds of times with information that only somebody like Mr. Jones would know.
Do you not read your Twitter reply, sir?
Sometimes.
Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't.
Correct.
As you sit here today, your testimony is that you did not read any of the Twitter replies to you in or around December of 2022 regarding Kanye West being an anti-Semite.
I said I don't know. I have 20,000 plus tweets. It's impossible for me to go off of memory. If you'd like to show me a specific tweet, I can be more helpful. But barring that, I'm going off memory. You're not giving me any documents to comment on. Joey.
Marked for identification is Defense Exhibit 5.
Exhibit 5. You've been handed what's been marked as Exhibit 5 to your deposition. You have no reason to believe. Do you recognize these as being screenshots from your Twitter account?
Allegedly.
Okay, allegedly. Why did you just go,
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay. Your testimony is, before you sit here today, that you've never seen a single one of these Twitter replies to you in response to your posting that screenshot on December 1st, 2022 about Kanye West retweeting you.
Objection to the form.
I don't recall.
Okay, and Ye retweeted you. You understand that Ye is Kanye West, correct?
Yes.
Okay. That's what we see on the first page. You're posting a screenshot of Kanye West retweeting you, right?
Yes, but this document looks altered.
Then we go directly below that, and someone Ghastly Petho.
Petho. Ghastly Patho.
Okay. December 1st, 2022, puts on in your Twitter reply, Kanye to Alex Jones, I like Hitler. That's what it says, right?
That's what it reads.
Is that an anti-Semitic statement, sir?
Probably. I think it is, but...
Okay, so if Kanye West said, I like Hitler, do you denounce that?
I don't like that.
Okay.
And I don't know if he said that. You'd have to show me. You keep asking me these questions, hypotheticals. You need to show me documents.
I just showed it to you.
But Kanye West, I don't know if he said that. How am I supposed to know if he said that? You're tweeting these pop socket or whatever the hell is going on here with at Ghastly. That looks like a fake account. For all I know, this could be Mr. Jones. Jesus Christ.
After this deposition, are you going to go and review whether Kanye West made these vile remarks about I like Hitler if Kanye West posted a swastika, if Kanye West said, "Bear with me, I also love Nazis." Kanye West says, "There's a lot of things I love about Hitler." Kanye West said, "I see good things about Hitler." Every human being has something of value that they brought to this table, especially Hitler. Or as of the Nazis, they did good things too. We got to stop dissing the Nazis all the time. After today, are you going to go look up to see whether these things are true?
Object to the form.
I probably would.
And if these things are true, are you going to denounce Kanye West's anti-Semitism?
Object to the form.
Just because you asked me?
No. I'm asking you if after you look these things up and you see that they are true, are you going to denounce Kanye West's anti-Semitism?
Object to the form.
I don't know if I don't know if he is an anti-Semite, so I'd have to look at it and see. I mean, to be honest, in the normal course, I would accept your representations, but Mr. Jones has a habit of not only faking people that don't exist, but faking evidence against me. So I'd have to look at all of this.
Sir, are the statements that I just made about you, there's a lot of things, I don't want to say it all over again. I'm just going to skip that
I didn't
part.
make those.
Are these anti-Semitic statements?
I don't like those statements. They probably are, and I don't like them.
Okay.
And I'm not an anti-Semite.
So I'm asking you, if you indeed go and find after this step that you said you're going to go and probably look this up after the deposition to see if these things are true, are you going to do that or not?
Maybe. I'll probably have to do some other things.
Are you going to do that or not?
I don't know.
Oh. Object to the form.
Counsel,
are you
sorry.
Are you instructing the witness?
I don't know how this is legal.
Oh, I'm not instructing him to do anything.
I'm giving you a whole bunch of leeway, but I'm not sure how. Perhaps you can enlighten me. How is this going to lead to the discovery of admissible evidence?
Sir, are you or are you not? You're kind of waffling here.
Objection.
After this deposition.
Objection to form.
Are you going to go and look up whether these statements that I told you about Kanye West made are true?
Objection to the form.
Clearly not, because you're bullying me.
Certainly not. Certainly not, because you're bullying me.
Yeah.
That's not what I'm asking you, sir. I'm asking you if you're going to go look up to see whether or not he made these statements.
And I answered your question.
You might. Is that your answer? It's hard to understand you. Is it might?
We'll see.
We'll see. Okay. If you actually go and do it and you see that Kanye West indeed made these statements, are you going to denounce Kanye West for making these statements?
I would have to look at what statements he has.
No, I'm saying if he made these statements, I just told you what the statements are, and you see that he made these statements, are you going to denounce him for making these statements?
I'd have to see what he said.
Sir.
Move on, counsel.
I just told you what they are.
We spent, 30 minutes, 45 minutes on this issue?
Anti-Semitism is a pretty serious, Mr. Corax.
Oh, I am from the Middle East. My family is. So I know much more than a lot of other folks. And I agree with you. It's very serious. But so is this deposition. So please move on.
As long as we're making representations, my great-grandparents were killed by the Nazis. So it's pretty darn serious, Mr. Corax.
And I appreciate that. I'm very sorry about that. Please ask questions relevant to this particular case.
Oh, they're relevant. So, Mr. Pulte, so I think we've established that this is the first time that you've seen this litany of communication to you on Twitter warning about Kanye West anti-Semitic comments, correct?
That I can recall.
So outside of Twitter, has anyone ever communicated to you at any time, other than, I guess, apparently Mr. Jones, through his activity, that Kanye West has engaged in anti-Semitic behavior?
Not that I can think of.
And so you tweeted about about the travesty that it was for Adidas to disassociate themselves from Ye and Yeezy, right?
Based on what I know, yes, essentially. But I need you to show me that the tweet.
You said,
You said, oh, you're mischaracterizing a lot of what I'm saying.
you said that, please go to the second to the last page on Exhibit 5. Do you see your tweet from March 20th, 2024?
Yes.
You tweeted, I don't understand what Adidas's logic is with Ye plus Yeezy. Ye is Kanye, correct?
Yes,
Yeezy was his brand with Adidas.
I believe so.
You said it's totally ridiculous that Adidas executives have completely destroyed the company, correct? You said that, right?
I believe so. I mean, I'm assuming this is an accurate representation of my tweet. Restatement, sorry.
Okay, well, assuming it is. And then you said they should be sued into oblivion and the exec should be thrown in jail.
Yeah, I believe that.
Okay.
But it has nothing to do with Jews or anti-Semitism or anything. I don't even, as I said, I don't know what Yi has said about it. I think it's a stupid decision to get rid of good-looking shoes. I don't understand what the problem is.
So you made these statements accusing Adidas executives. You get thrown in jail for a crime, right? Is that what you get thrown in jail for? Should be, right?
Should be.
Okay, so you're accusing Adidas executives of committing a crime. They should be thrown in jail, right?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know what I was thinking. I don't know what I was thinking. I've done thousands of tweets. I don't know what I was thinking in that moment.
Okay, but we see your words here. Those words literally say they should be thrown in jail. You're accusing them of a crime, correct? That's how you can read this? Yes, this was like peak BBBY madness.
I
Go
don't
ahead.
know.
Objection. Asked and answered.
You don't know?
I don't know.
Okay, so maybe it's just that it's just some sort of kind of hyperbole, something like that. It's not a literal accusation of throwing someone in jail. You're just kind of making an offhand remark on Twitter. Is that what it is? Excuse me.
I don't know. I really like the shoes, though.
Well, as you sit here today, give me your interpretation of this statement. Is that statement a literal accusation of a crime?
I don't know what I thought at the time. I don't know.
I'm not saying what you thought at the time. I'm saying as you sit here today, is that a literal accusation against Adidas, that Adidas has committed a crime?
Object to the form.
I don't have an opinion on it as I sit here right now, other than I like the shoes. I like the style. Shoes. Definitely shoes.
Okay, and you say, I don't understand what Adidas's logic is with Ye and Yeezy, right?
That's what it says.
Did you do, before you tweeted this about Adidas people, about Adidas being execs, human beings being thrown in jail, did you do anything to formulate an understanding of what Adidas's logic was?
I don't know.
You said, I don't understand what Adidas's logic is. So isn't that communicating that you have actually looked at what they did, but you don't understand what they were doing?
No, I think it furthers the argument that I didn't know about the anti-Semitism claims, because literally you spent the last hour trying to prove that I'm an anti-Semite, which I'm not. And I literally said there, I don't understand what the logic is. So that in and of itself goes to show I don't know, and I still don't know.
So you said, I don't understand. Totally ridiculous. They should be thrown in jail without knowing what they did.
Sir, it was an opinion.
It was an opinion, just like Brandon Jones then, I guess, had opinions about you, right? On Twitter?
No.
Oh, there's a difference?
I don't know what I was thinking at the time. I don't know about it. I don't know anything other than what I just said.
Okay, Joey, I'm going to hand this back off to you and go eat. I'm starving.
Okay.
I'm going to leave. I'll stay on here because I want to keep listening.
Okay.
We're on line 8, right?
Yes.
Okay. So why is it an opinion when you say it, but it's not an opinion when Brandon?
I think it's very
says it?
different.
Why?
Well, I think for one thing, Mr. Jones Mr. Jones impersonated people and led people to believe that he was somebody he wasn't and accused me of crimes that I did not commit. And he singled me out, and he again and again and again accused me, a specific person, not a general statement like this. He accused me of abusing my elderly grandfather. You claim to care. People claim to care about people. What about my dead grandfather? He did nothing wrong. He's deceased. And his images are all over the internet. And people are claiming that I did crimes with these fake identities. And it was all Mr. Jones. So I think it's very different between me and that and me. Under my own name, I had my guts to use my own name and put something out there that may have been. I don't know what it was. On the other hand, Mr. Jones was deviant. He did this. He did this time and time again. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of tweets. What he did was heinous. You're alluding to one tweet and trying somehow, that's underneath my name, and somehow trying to equate what it to what he did. It's disgusting.
So yours is an opinion, his isn't. Got it. So you were saying that that's your testimony. I understand. That's what you're saying.
That's not what I said.
Okay. Well, let's move on. You're saying that you didn't know, again, that Kanye West was actually being accused of anti-Semitism. That's why Adidas did what they did. But then guy in Nebraska says Kanye is a narcissistic, anti-Semitic a-hole. That's all I needed to know. Don't know what else you need. Your testimony is that you never saw
Object to the form.
As I said, I don't think I've seen any of these replies. And for all I know, this could be a fake person. For all I really know, it could be Mr. Jones.
And for all you really know, Kanye West said all of those awful anti-Semitic things, such as, I love Nazis.
I don't know.
Correct?
I speak for myself and myself only, not
You
other
sure have.
people on the internet.
So you've never talked to Kanye West about Jewish people.
I
Is
don't
that your
believe so.
testimony? Have you paid, you or any entity with you which you are affiliated, paid anybody or any entity to sue
Can
Brandon
you repeat
Jones?
the question?
Sure. Have you or any entity which you control or are affiliated with paid anybody or any entity to
I
sue
don't think
Brandon
so.
Jones? Have you paid Stephen Richardson or any entity that you're affiliated with paid Stephen Richardson to sue Brandon Jones?
This is the guy out of California?
Correct.
The guy whose identity Mr. Jones stole.
This is the guy out of California. Have you paid him to sue Brandon
I made
Jones?
a bunch of charitable donations, and I'm happy to say that I would stand with victims of identity theft of Mr. Jones, including Mr. Richardson, and I've made a donation to Mr. Richardson.
How much did you donate to
I don't
him?
know, but I would do it again and again and again. Yeah, just like the PPP loans, because what Mr. Richardson did was nothing wrong. He woke up one morning and he had thought he might have been a co-conspirator of Mr. Jones. He did nothing wrong. And Mr. Jones, in his sick, twisted way, has justified taking his identity to attack me.
Did you pay Mr. Richardson more than $1,000?
I genuinely don't know the number. I don't know.
Is it more than
I don't know the
$1?
amount.
So for all you know, it might have just been $1. It's possible that actually it was just $1, if that's possible.
Mr. Grunberg, I make thousands of charitable donations. I have a fairly large business, which Mr. Jones has tried to disrupt time and time again. I'm not aware of what each and everything has done. Each and everything has done, or what the amounts are. It's not something I.
Not my question. Is it possible that you only paid Stephen Richardson
I doubt it.
$1? Is it possible that you only paid Stephen Richardson
I doubt it.
$5? Is it possible that you only paid Stephen Richardson?
I don't believe I paid
$100?
Mr. Richardson. Let me go back and amend my last two answers. You're trying to be cute with your language. I don't believe I've paid Mr. Richardson.
Sir, it's your language. You admitted to it. Who paid
I don't
Mr.
know.
Richardson?
I
You
don't
know.
I don't think anybody's paid Mr. Richardson. I didn't pay Mr. Richardson as far as I know. I don't recall it. And as far as I'm concerned, I'm been happy to make a donation to his legal bills.
Sir,
And I
quote,
would do it again.
quote, I have made a
I'd
donation.
support him in any way I could.
Quote, I have made a donation to Mr. Richardson. Was that the truth or was it a
Let me
lie?
go back and correct it. I meant to his legal situation to get his rights back because his identity was stolen. I didn't mean what you're trying to say or what I may have come across as saying, that I had given him money. I'm saying I gave him money towards his legal stuff, just like I've done for people on Twitter, just like I give charitable contributions all the time. I believe Mr. Richardson was wronged. I believe he's a victim of Mr. Jones. I believe it's sick that Mr. Jones hasn't even apologized to this guy, and I would help him again. But I misspoke the way that I said that. I meant towards his legal situation.
So it was you who made the donation to Mr. Richardson, or was it one of the
I
entities
don't know.
you control? Okay. It was either you or
I
one
don't
of
know.
the entities. Well, who could it have been other than you or one of the other entities that you were referring to when you said, quote, I have made a donation to Mr.
One of them,
Richardson?
yes, I do. I believe so. I don't
Okay,
know.
which one? Have you deleted any records related to this donation
I
to
don't
Mr.
know.
Richardson? Okay, so,
I don't believe so, but
well, no. I hear you. I hear you.
the donation to Mr. Richardson did that go to, oh, whoops, sorry, that's the wrong one. I'm not even aware of where it came from off the top of my head. I can't recollect it.
The donation to Mr. Richardson, did that go to Mr. Richardson personally?
I don't know. I don't
May
know.
have? Okay. We'll just need to get more evidence on that. Have you or an entity that you were affiliated with paid for Mr. Richardson's legal fees in suing Mr.
I already
Jones?
answered that question.
I don't believe you squarely have. Have you or any entity that you're affiliated with paid Mr. Jones, Mr. Richardson's legal fees in any connection with suing Mr. Jones?
Objection. Asked and answered.
I answered the question.
I will say it again. Have you or any entity you're affiliated with paid the legal fees of Mr. Richardson in suing Mr.
I
Jones?
answered the question.
Sir. Okay, well, it's fine. We'll do it on the second deposition. So going back to the amount of money, was it more than 1,000?
As I said, I don't know the dollar amount, but it's oh, sorry.
But is it possible that it was more than 1,000?
I don't know the dollar amount.
Okay, going to Mr. Roy Johnson, have you or any entity you're affiliated with paid money or donated to Roy Johnson in connection to suing Mr. Jones?
Was this the gentleman who's the locksmith?
Yes, he's one of your team.
What?
Is he a team lead? Yeah, he's one of your teammates.
By that, thereby, so is Mr. Jones.
Theory.
No.
Huh?
By that theory.
No.
Anyways, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Theory. Yeah.
Oh, wait. Yeah,
Yeah,
no, that
yeah.
that line there
Mhm.
just kinda
Theory.
screws
Okay,
it
yeah.
up. No. You know about your Twitter philanthropy activity and your follow the money tracker and the people that you call
Mhm.
teammates, right? Okay.
But that's not what I define. But that's not how I define teammates. That's how you define teammates.
No. It's that's your document. Follow the money.
You're
isn't it?
conflating two different things.
One moment. I lost the page.
187.
187.
Your
Teammates are my followers.
teammates are your followers.
And Mr. Jones was a follower.
Okay, so teammates are not people with whom you have some sort of charitable relationship with. That's not what
Not
you're using
always.
it for.
I don't
Sometimes you do. You don't know. Okay. Was Mr. Johnson a teammate
know.
or
I believe
not?
he followed me.
And was he a team lead?
I don't know.
But you have people that you refer to as team leads.
I don't
right?
believe so, but I don't know.
Or
I don't
team
know.
leaders. Really?
No,
Okay.
I don't recall it.
Roy Johnson is one of the people that you flew out to Rose, the Chicago area, in connection with the Tesla giveaway.
I
right?
don't believe I did.
Who
I
did?
don't believe I did.
How did Roy Johnson get to Chicago for
I
your
don't
Tesla
know.
giveaway? You're aware
I
he
am.
was there, right? Okay. You have no idea how he got there.
Nope.
Did you or any entity you're affiliated with pay for Mr. Roy Johnson to get to Chicago or get to the Chicago metropolitan area in connection with that Tesla giveaway?
I don't know. I don't
Maybe.
know.
Going back to Roy Johnson and the money.
I've given away thousands and 2,000 and thousands of people dying of cancer, people who lose their homes in fires, people who have diabetes problems, people who have diabetes pumps that ran out, people who are going through chemotherapy. You're slinging one person out and trying to create this narrative.
Sir,
You
how
assume
many?
that I'm obsessed with every person on the planet. I can't think about all these people. I don't know him that well.
Sir, how many people's lawsuits have you or one of your entities that you're affiliated with funded?
Object to the form.
I disagree with the premise.
Okay. Did you or an entity you're affiliated with fund Stephen Richardson's lawsuit?
Object to the form.
I don't believe that's the right way to characterize that.
Okay, how would you characterize
I
it?
characterized it as if this guy was a physical trainer, a young man, did nothing wrong, woke up one day and had his identity stolen by Mr. Jones. And after finding out that he wasn't, I thought he was maybe harassing me and saying all this stuff.
Go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry.
Can I finish?
Yes.
I thought
please.
this is terrible. What happened? And I believe I made a donation.
To him, Richardson.
I don't know
correct?
who to.
You don't know. You already admitted that you made a donation to Stephen Richardson. Yes.
Object to the form.
I mean, this is going to.
I mean,
Oh, sorry. That's you, not me.
no, it's okay. I mean, this is going to take a really long time if we don't get back on things that we've already established.
Improper characterization. That's not a question.
You've already admitted that you made a donation to Mr. Richardson.
Object
correct?
to the form.
I corrected myself.
You or an entity you're affiliated with made a donation to Stephen Richardson, correct?
Object to the form.
I corrected myself. That's not what I said. And I have answered it many times.
Sir, how many people have you or an entity you're affiliated with given money to in connection with pursuing claims other than your lawsuit here against Mr.
I
Jones?
believe that, I was upset that locksmith was accused of doing a crime or being on parole. So I made a donation. I don't know how much this donation is. I would do it again. This guy's a locksmith. He can't afford to fight a multimillionaire executive like Mr. Jones, who's out there berating him on the internet, insulting his intelligence. So I'd be happy to make a donation again to him. I'd be happy to make a donation to any victim of Mr. Jones. I believe what Mr. Jones was heinous and is very, very sick. Other than these two, other than those two, I can't think of any other.
You said I made a donation.
I know what you know what I mean. I made a donation. In my opinion, I'm making it to not a lawsuit. I'm making it to a legal filing that has to do with procuring rights for real people whose rights were taken away by this man who decided to allegedly, unbeknownst to his wife and other people, engage in this type of conduct.
So under that definition,
These people need their rights back, and a lawsuit is a way to do it.
under that definition, how many people have you done that for? You've done it for Mr. Johnson.
I disagree
correct?
with the way you're characterizing it.
Sir, you just characterized it. I'm saying under what your characterization just was about the condition upon which you provided money in connection with Roy Johnson's lawsuit, you made that description. So Jones is one of the people for whom you've provided money in connection with his lawsuit against Jones, correct?
I gave Jones money. I didn't give Jones money.
Johnson. Johnson is one of the people for whom you have provided money in connection with the lawsuit against Jones.
I disagree
correct?
with your characterization. I've said the way that it happened. And when I say something, then you twist it into something it's not.
This is simple.
Yes, it is simple. And I've answered your question.
Did you pay money for Womble Carlisle's attorney's fees in the lawsuit against Jones by Roy Johnson?
I don't even know who that is. I
His
don't know.
lawyers. Here's your answer. You said you know what I imagine at this point. I make it to not a lawsuit. I'm making it to a legal filing that has more to do with procuring rights for real people whose rights were taken away by this man who decided to allegedly, unbeknownst to his wife and other people, engage in this conduct. Under that definition, you've given money to Johnson.
I
right?
mean, not just a lawsuit. No. These aren't just, you go fund something or whatever. These are real live people whose identity was stolen, okay? Jones took my grandfather's identity. People claim to be about people, but then they endorse this kind of behavior. It's disgusting. And the way I understand it is, it's not just a lawsuit. It's just a legal filing. It's a way to get dignity back to people who can't afford to take on somebody like Mr. Jones, who's abducted their identity unbeknownst to their approval. They didn't approve of Mr. Jones to pretend to be him. They didn't do that.
So you've made a donation to a legal filing that has to do with procuring rights for both Stephen Richardson and Mr. Johnson.
Can you say that again?
Correct? You've made a donation to a legal filing that has to do with procuring rights for both Mr. Johnson and Mr. Richardson.
Happily.
Correct. You
Happily.
have, correct? You did it happily?
I would do it again, and I would help any other victims of Mr. Jones.
Okay. So I think we can say the do it again means you've done it. So then how about and you did the same thing. You also paid the money for making a legal filing that has to do with procuring rights also as it regards to Johnson and a suit filed against Pulte Group and its board members.
I don't know
correct?
that.
You don't know whether you gave money in any respect in connection to Johnson also pursuing claims against Pulte Group and its board
I don't
members.
know what was done with any donation that I made. I
Who
don't
would
know.
know? You don't
No,
know?
I have so many businesses. I have thousands of donations I have given. I don't know.
Well, give me the names of the people who might know. I mean, you're a smart guy. Give me the names of people who
I
might
don't know.
know. You don't know who the people are who have access to your money in these charitable foundations, in your own personal money, who could then give the money to other people. You don't know?
Sorry, what line?
Oh my goodness, Corax, can you focus?
1.
Enough with the chat.
I just had
Just
to
get
clear
it out of
real
the
quick.
get it out of the picture.
Okay, fine.
There we go, and just stop. We're at the top of
Okay,
196.
at the top of the page. Okay, I don't remember how I authorized it or what have you.
Have you destroyed evidence related to how you authorized it, or have
I
you
don't believe I
preserved it?
have.
Okay. You may have?
I don't think so.
Okay, moving on to, and these were your donations for legal services, correct?
That's how I think of them in my head, yes.
Okay.
In my head, not even just legal services, it's preserving people's rights. This Stephen Richardson, he's a physical trainer. This guy's face has been blasted all over the internet by Mr. Jones, pretending to be somebody that he's not. I'll stand up for that any day of the week. It's a badge of honor to protect victims of somebody like Mr. Jones, who shows no remorse, but instead decides to be in this litigation.
Did you give donations for legal services for
No, I don't
Mr.
believe so.
Adams? Did any organization you're affiliated with give donations for legal services for Mr. Adams? Okay. Do you have any knowledge whatsoever?
Not that I believe. I don't believe I did.
Sir, please let me finish. Do you have any knowledge whatsoever as to who paid for Ryan Adams' legal services in his claims in which he accused Mr. Jones of infidelity?
I was going to say wait, but you did wait. My apologies. Go ahead and answer.
I don't know who did. I don't know if anybody did. I don't know.
You have no knowledge. Are there any communications you're aware of that might disclose where the money came from Mr. Adams to put in a legal filing that Mr. Jones engaged
I don't
in
know.
infidelity? So when we get the information from Mr. Adams, it's sure not going to show that you have any knowledge about it, right?
I don't know Ryan Adams. I've never spoken to him. I know nothing about him. When I saw him on your recent deal that you sent me or whatever, the witness list, I had to look up who he was again. I forgot who he was.
What about Betty Trester? Did you give any donations for her
You
legal
asked
services?
me if it had to do with Mr. Jones, and as I understand it, that case does not involve Mr. Jones.
Sir, I asked if you gave any money in a donation, you or one of your entities, for Miss Trester's legal services.
I don't know if I made a donation to her. I don't think so, but I don't know.
It's possible.
I don't know. I don't know.
Have you ever given you or any entity you're affiliated with ever given money in any sort of way, whether it be through a donation, some sort of other in-kind contribution, or anything of that sort to Brian
I don't
Shook?
think so. I don't
Is
think
it
so.
possible? I'm not asking if you think so. I'm asking if it's
No,
possible.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
You don't think it's possible? Okay. How is it that Brian Shook came to give an affidavit in support of this litigation here that you filed in making an accusation that Brandon Jones engaged
Can you say
in
that again?
infidelity? Sure. How did it come about that Brian Shook gave an affidavit in this case accusing Mr. Jones of infidelity?
I'm not sure how I got connected with him.
Do you have any knowledge?
How I got connected with him? No.
Correct. Have you ever communicated personally
Have
with
I?
Brian Shook?
I have.
Okay. When did you communicate personally
I
with
don't know.
Brian Shook? Was it before or after you filed?
I don't know. It could have been before. Could have been after. I don't know.
Did you discuss Mr. Jones in your communications
Yes.
with Brian Shook? Okay. What was the
discussion was that basically, amongst other things, that Mr. Jones was well known at Pulte Group for being a bully and for having an affair with Stephanie Byron, and that he had seen Stephanie Byron and Brandon outside of work, and that people all around the company knew that Brandon Jones and Stephanie Byron were sleeping together.
Did you ask Mr. Shook to provide an
I
affidavit?
don't know if it was me or I don't know. I don't recall.
You said, I don't know if it was me or who are the
I
ors?
don't know. Could have been my legal team. I don't know.
And your legal team being
I
your
don't know.
lawyers
It
at
could have
GM
been.
Law?
I don't know.
It could have been them. Okay. Could have been your lawyers at
I don't know.
Strawn? William O'Neill or
My
his team?
Georgia lawyer who should be here today. I don't know.
Could it have been him?
I don't know.
It's possible. What has Mr. Jones done? I'm moving to another. Oh, sorry. What has Mr. Jones done?
Yeah, and that's you, I think, getting ready
Yeah,
to.
you again.
And then if you want to handle the videographer, Platinum, since
Oh.
he's.
Sure.
I'm moving to another topic, so this is a great time for a break.
Videographer. Oh,
Okay. Okay, we're off the record. Recess 2:18 p.m. until 3:24 p.m. Back on the record 2:34 p.m. Mr. Pulte, it was only through this lawsuit that you recently discovered that Mr. Jones was the person behind the Ghost of B. Pulte account, right?
What do you mean by only through this lawsuit?
What do you mean by only through this lawsuit? That's a quote from paragraph 36 of your first amended complaint.
What do I mean? I would need to see it.
Sure. You're showing the first amended complaint. Oh, fourth amended complaint. My apologies. I misspoke. Mr. Pulte, if you wouldn't mind directing your attention off the screen, paragraph 36.
Okay, I read it.
Okay. So it was only through this lawsuit that you recently discovered that Jones was the person behind at Ghost of Bill Pulte account, correct?
That's what it says.
Okay. Is that the truth?
It's true with the context that I had suspicion that he could be somebody who would be doing this kind of behavior, stealing my grandfather's obituary photos and identity. But in this lawsuit, I believe there was some interrogatory that something where he confirmed that he was the guy behind it.
So you had suspicions before, but what you would say learned is that you only learned through this lawsuit that he was behind the Ghost of
I
Bill
already
Pulte.
described what I meant.
Okay. Was it only through this lawsuit that you learned that he was behind the other accounts to Stephen Matthews, Catalina Chen, and Raymond
I'm
Porter?
sorry. Can you ask the question again?
Was it only through this lawsuit that you learned Mr. Jones was behind Catalina Chen, Stephen Matthews, and Raymond Porter accounts?
If I learned through this lawsuit, what do you mean?
Sir, you've used or discovered, let's use your word. Was it only through this lawsuit that you discovered that Mr. Jones was also behind the Catalina Chen, Raymond Porter, and Stephen Matthews
I'm not
accounts?
understanding the question. I thought that it was him on those accounts before I filed the suit, but I didn't know until he admitted that he was the person behind all these fake accounts or identities.
So is it the same thing that before you sued Mr. Jones in this lawsuit, you had suspicions about him being behind Catalina Chen, Raymond Porter, and Stephen
I
Matthews accounts? Okay. And is it the same suspicions that you had with regard to him also being behind the Ghost of Bill Pulte account? Different suspicions?
Mm-hmm.
What accounts for the different suspicions between the ghost of Bill Pulte and the other?
Well, you're combining, or you're talking about two categories. I think there's more than two categories, or three could be.
Sir, go
But
ahead.
I lost my train of thought because you interrupted me. Let me think for a minute. But yeah, the suspicion was different between a ghost of Bill Pulte. Number one, because I was just like, how could somebody do something like this? It's inhumane. But also the tweet volume was still obsessive, but was somewhat different. I mean, the personalities were all different. I mean, on one end, he'd pretend to be this young guy in his 20s, and then the other end, he'd pretend to be this lady, and they were just different.
Any other differences between that accounts for the level of suspicion between the Ghost of Bill Pulte parody account and the other three accounts?
As I sit here right now, I'm not sure.
Okay. How did you first come to suspect? And by the way, when did you first come to suspect that Jones was behind the Ghost of Bill Pulte parody?
I didn't really know it was him until he admitted that he did it.
I didn't ask you to admit. I asked you suspect, which was your own word. When did you come to first
I
suspect?
don't know when.
Was it
I don't
before the
know.
lawsuit?
I really
could have
don't
been.
know.
Okay. How did you first come to suspect that Jones was behind the Twitter activity at issue?
I started to notice a pattern of people replying to these different identities, and my followers would engage with them. And these people were saying all the things about me, and I'm like, wait, what the hell is going on?
Okay. How did you first come to suspect that Jones was behind the Twitter activity at
I
issue
just
there?
answered it.
You said you noticed a pattern of people replying in these different identities, and my followers would engage with these people. So these people were all saying all these things about me, and I'm like, what the hell is going on?
That's
That
pretty
doesn't
accurate.
that doesn't describe how it was that you came to suspect that Jones was the person behind it. Why did you suspect Jones was the person
Well,
behind
I thought
these?
at first it was somebody close to Ryan Marshall.
Okay. When did you
I
think
don't
that?
know. I don't know.
2021? Possible it's 2021? Okay. And when did you first come to
More
suspect?
likely 20. Actually, now I think about it, it's more likely in 2022. I mean, I don't know what was going on, to be honest with you. It's a fairly sophisticated thing, I think.
When was the first time you recall Jones's name coming up in connection with any of these Twitter activities you allege in your complaint in this
I'm
lawsuit?
not sure of the date.
Could it have been
I don't think
2021? So you think it was
If I
2022?
had to estimate, I was more focused on what the hell was going on than speculating. I mean, it was a weird deal. That's all I can say.
Sir, that's not my question. I'm asking you for the time frame, and apparently you don't know when that was. Who is it that first proposed that Jones was behind any of the Twitter activity at issue in this lawsuit?
I'm not sure, but
Correct.
I'm not sure of the who.
Could
I
it have
don't
been
know.
you? Could it have been Charles
It
River
could have
Associates?
been.
Okay, I mean, this is a pretty important stuff in your world that someone was doing all of this, right? You told me about all the feelings that you have around this, the serious feelings that you have around this. You wanted to know who was doing this,
Yes.
didn't you? Okay. And so, I mean, I imagine that when you finally got some names as to who it might be, that was a big deal, wasn't it?
It was hard to believe.
I'm not asking you if it was hard to believe. I'm asking you if it was a big deal.
Fresh Diet Coke.
No problem.
Can you ask the question again?
It was a big deal when you finally got the name Brandon Jones as being the guy behind the Twitter activity,
Not really.
wasn't it?
Because
Not
I
really?
didn't know. I didn't believe it.
Well, okay. So if you know you didn't believe it, when was it that you didn't believe it, and when you heard that it was Brandon
I'm not
Jones?
sure when I knew it was him.
And so you don't believe it. I mean, bring yourself back there. It's
Or
like,
when I thought it was him. Excuse me.
I don't believe it. Was someone with you at
Not
the
that I
time?
recall.
Was someone
I
on
don't
the phone
recall.
with you? Was someone meeting there with you
I
in
don't
person?
recall.
Did you learn about it through a
I
written
don't know.
communication? Did you learn about it through an
I'm
oral
not sure.
communication? Prior to you suing this lawsuit, are you aware that of there being any written communications disclosing that Brandon Jones, written communications to you, disclosing that Brandon Jones is the person behind this Twitter account?
Not that I can think of right now.
Do you have any knowledge of you deleting any such
I don't believe so.
communications? Is it possible you did? Certainly, you wouldn't have deleted such communications disclosing that Brandon Jones was behind the Twitter account prior to
I
filing your
disagree with your
lawsuit.
premise.
Sir, I'm asking a
Can
question.
you ask the question again?
Sure. Is it possible? You said that you said, I asked you, do you have any knowledge of deleting any such communications? You said, I don't believe so. Now I asked you, is it possible you did delete any such communication disclosing that Brandon Jones was behind the accounts prior to you filing the lawsuit?
I don't know if such written communication even exists.
They may,
I don't
they
know.
may not. Okay. When is it? And you literally have no idea as you sit here today. Okay. Before you file the lawsuit, did Charles River Associates voice any suspicion, whether in written or oral communications, that Brandon Jones was behind the
That's
Twitter accounts?
attorney-client privilege information.
Sir, it is not. You have disclosed Charles River Associates material, including their statement about deleted tweets and alterations to accounts after notification.
Are you? I believe any communication, if they exist, are attorney-client privileged.
Are you standing by that despite having produced? Let's get these in.
Go ahead and show him those. If we could go ahead and mark them.
Sure. We're going to this. Sure. This is going to be Defendant's Exhibit 6. Marked for identification is Defendant's Exhibit 6. Do you recognize what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 6 to your
Yes.
deposition? You
I believe
produced
so.
this, correct? When actually, and I think I'm mistaken, the Pulte Bates number is you. You're the one who produced the email that said you knew nothing about from Todd Sheldon on July 2019. No? Still Pulte? Okay. Going back to this, strike all that. You produced this, correct?
That is what I'm talking about. With regard to evidence, is not only are you not showing me documents, but you are fundamentally getting documents wrong, and what I believe, in addition to badgering me, is confusing me.
Mr. Pulte, understood. You have the document. Go ahead and
You produced this, correct?
answer. Well, hold on a second, counsel. Go ahead and answer
Sorry?
the question.
Oh, that's still you, Platinum.
Mr. Grunberg, if you can.
You
I believe
produced
I
this,
did.
right? Okay. This is from Charles River
I don't believe
Associates,
so.
right? Who did this?
believe I did.
You did? Okay.
This is another example, though. of you purporting something to be by somebody that is that it's not. And that's what concerns me is if I haven't authorized this document, I wouldn't know. And this is why we've been asking questions about Kanye West or otherwise. I can't authenticate what you're saying because I don't believe what you're saying.
So when did
I
you
don't
author
know.
this document? Was it before? I guess it's after the litigation. Is
I
that
believe
correct?
I updated some of it in real time.
You believe you updated some of it in real time. Okay. That makes you believe that. Or sorry, what makes you believe that?
That's just what I think.
And you'd identified this email address, brndnkjnas@hotmail.com, right? Okay. Who is it that identified that email address?
I'm not
You
sure.
or someone else? So
Could
it
have
could have been you. And
I
it could
don't
have been someone else. How is it that you felt confident enough to file a lawsuit in this case against Jones?
Good question. The monkey photo tied to where he was pretending to be a monkey, or I don't know what he was doing, tied to Mr. Jones's Tesla profile. And I thought maybe that could be it. But I was still in shock. I couldn't I had a hard time believing that Mr. Jones would do something like this.
Why is it that the monkey picture led you to Mr. Jones?
From what I recall, it was his Tesla bio.
It was on his Tesla bio, the same
Something
picture?
like that.
Did you determine that? Did you find that, or did someone
I
else find
believe
that?
I did.
And did you capture that in some sort of
I
document?
don't think so.
Did you ever communicate that to someone in any way,
I'm
shape,
not
or
sure.
form? You may have. Excuse me, Mr. Beal, are you
If
defending
you
this
want to
deposition?
handle the other,
I'll be Mr. Beal. No.
Are you
Nope.
testifying? Could have fooled me.
I didn't even hear what he said. What was your question?
Yes. Did you ever communicate that there was this picture on his Tesla profile of a monkey that was the same as Stephen Matthews' picture, and that made you suspect Mr. Jones? Did you ever communicate that to someone prior to
I'm
filing
not
the
sure.
lawsuit?
I
may
don't
have.
think so.
So you didn't tell Charles River Associates that you had made this discovery about the Tesla profile picture and the Stephen
I'm
Matthews
not going to
picture.
discuss anything that's attorney-client privilege.
Are you raising that objection?
With regard to that, what particular question, counsel? Discussions with Charles River Associates?
Correct.
Let me go off the record for a second.
Okay, we're off the record. Recess, 3-minute recess. Recess, 2:52 p.m. until 2:55 p.m. Okay, we're back on the record. It's 2:55 p.m.
Back on the record. I understand that this is work product arising from Georgia Council, so we are going to claim work product on that particular item. I'm going to instruct the witness not to answer those series of questions.
Okay, so, Mr. Farrak, are you aware that in this litigation, you all have disclosed Dan Rotham of Charles River Associates and Victor Epstein of Charles River Associates as being witnesses at the case in internal disclosures or in initial disclosures?
As to cost, not as to content.
Forensic investigate. That's not correct. There's nothing here as to cost. Forensic investigation to identify Jones as the person behind the fake Twitter accounts and the captured tweets deleted by Mr.
It's
Jones.
my understanding.
It's precisely the area of questioning that I'm asking about, and that's what you disclosed him as a witness
Understood. And I understand also this is work product pertaining to Georgia Council, so the instruction to not answer that particular question stands.
And you will have no privilege log whatsoever in this case that raises any of these individuals from Charles River Associates. Are you also aware
I'm
of
not
that?
aware of that.
Okay, so why is there no privilege log in this case, raising these individuals from Charles River and Associates? They're disclosed as witnesses.
I don't understand. I don't understand the question, Mr. Grunberg. We can ask more questions. We're going to disagree on this one. Please proceed.
The question is, that material that would be they have material undoubtedly that would be responsive to the question. They have not. Charles Rivers Associates, they have not been disclosed on privilege logs. They have been disclosed as witnesses in this case to something more than just costs, and indeed into the very area I'm discussing on page 8 of the initial disclosures that your client provided June 24th, 2024. So why have they not been listed on the privilege log if you're now claiming work product?
As I told you, I don't know. I do understand that is a confidential work product document from Georgia Counsel, King and Spalding. So please proceed to the next question. Winston Strawn. Thank you.
Who discovered the Tesla profile?
I know I did in part.
And did you do that
I
in
don't
2022?
know. I believe so.
Is it possible that you did it in 2021? Did you do it before or after you retained Charles River
I'm not sure.
Associates?
Object to the form.
Is it possible you did
I'm
it
not
before?
sure.
Now you have. Is it that you that has the? Is it you that has the practice? Is it you, right? You have a certain practice that you've had in this case of doing screen video captures of the Twitter activity at issue,
Object
correct?
to the form.
Can you re-ask the question?
Sure. You have a practice. You have a practice of doing screen video captures to capture the Twitter activity that's at issue in this case.
I'm not
Right.
sure. You'd have to show me a specific tweet.
This is what's been previously marked as Pulte 3083.
Can we have her read back the question? Because you're showing me something that is not what I tweeted. I think you falsely stated that I tweeted this.
I'm showing you what's been previously marked and produced by you as Pulte 3083. Do you
Looks
recognize
familiar.
this? Did you
Not
capture
sure.
this? Who else would have captured this if
It was
wasn't?
probably me.
Okay. And it's continuing. Do you see?
The photo of my grandfather?
Yep. So you're capturing the Twitter activity, specifically of Ghost of Bill Pulte parody account.
Looks like it.
correct? Okay. You're also at the beginning of it. Let's go back. You were capturing the Catalina Chen account.
I'm not
right?
sure. There's so many of these accounts that he had. I don't know.
Do you see that at the top,
I see
Catalina
it.
Chen? You're capturing the Catalina Chen account.
Yes,
correct?
but also he's interacting with these other 2 fake accounts.
Okay, but you're capturing the Catalina Chen account. Well, you already said yes. Let's move on. And you were capturing these accounts because you suspected the Catalina Chen account and the Ghost of Bill Pulte account were linked to each
No.
other, correct? Why were you capturing both of these accounts?
Because I thought it was bizarre behavior that somebody was pretending to be my grandfather who died in 2018. It's not every day you wake up and there's somebody on the internet pretending to be your dead grandfather to harass you. That's pretty messed up if you ask me.
Why aren't there other accounts other than the Brandon Jones account that you were capturing?
Object to the form.
I'm not sure.
So Brandon Jones wasn't the only guy who was, but they're being critical of you on Twitter. Or out there being critical of you on Twitter.
I didn't know this was Brandon Jones.
Sir, that's not what I asked you. Let me put it to you this way. Were there other people who regularly were your detractors on Twitter?
I assume people are detractors. There's got to be some people.
Right. Were you capturing the other detractors in these video screen
I don't
grabs?
think so.
Correct. you're capturing Catalina Chin and Ghost of Bill Pulte.
In this instance, and the fake account Stephen Matthews you showed too.
Well, that was because it showed up as a Catalina Chin on the Catalina Chin feed. But so far, I think I'm just seeing that you've captured these Twitter feeds for Ghost of Bill Pulte and Catalina Chin.
I don't
Is
know.
that right?
Mr. Jones pretended to be so many people, it's hard to keep track.
No. I'm asking you about this video. Did you see yourself capturing the feed of anyone other than Ghost of Bill Pulte and
Yeah,
Catalina Chin?
I saw Stephen Matthews on the account.
Oh, you do? Okay. So Stephen Matthews, Catalina Chin, and Ghost of Bill Pulte are all the accounts that turned out to be Mr. Jones.
It appears
right?
that's what he says.
And you're not capturing any other accounts through this whole activity.
Yeah,
right?
there's a bunch of accounts that are being picked up, but the ones that you're referencing are also in there.
Well, the only ones there are on the top of display, which means you were going to their actual Twitter pages have been Stephen Matthews, Ghost of Bill Pulte, and Catalina Chin.
It shows
correct?
a lot of other profiles on here.
No. Sir, you see the top. What does it say at the top?
138.
What name does it have under the 138?
Stephen
Directly under
Matthews.
it. And the only names that you have seen throughout this whole thing that have appeared there at the top have been Stephen Matthews, Catalina Chin, and Ghost of Bill Pulte.
I don't know. It's moving so fast, and
Counsel, I can't read it. My apologies. That's you.
oh, this is very disorienting.
Do we have a printout of this? Might be easier.
It's your document, sir.
Looks like a video to me.
Yeah, it's your file. Are you telling me that you saw any other name there at the top other than Stephen Matthews, Catalina Chin, and Ghost of Bill Pulte at the top right there, right under the top?
I don't know. This video is very disorienting.
Apparently you were able to do it without being too disoriented,
Object
correct?
to the form.
I take that answer as a no.
That's not what I said.
Let's go to this one. I'm going to show you what's been marked by you as Pulte 3084. Do you recognize this? Let me share. Do you recognize this as another screen grab by
I
you?
assume so if you're telling me that looks like it has a number on it. So I assume I provided this.
Okay, and so far at the top, let's go through. We see Ghost of Bill
Yes,
Pulte,
I see that.
correct? Let's start at the beginning. We see Ghost of Bill Pulte at the top.
I
right
see
there,
that.
correct? So that means it's a screen grab from Ghost of Bill Pulte's account, correct?
Yeah, I see that. Yeah,
That you did.
I believe so.
Correct? Okay, let's pay attention. Is this still a grab from the Ghost of Bill Pulte account?
I don't know.
And we see it's definitely you because it says tweet your reply. And we see it saying more replies from Ghost of Bill Pulte, so we know it's still on the Ghost of Bill Pulte account.
I
correct?
I don't know if that's the case.
You can't identify any other account that this is an initial screen grab of, right? And we're again back here, Ghost of Bill Pulte, correct?
I'm not sure.
At the top? You don't see Ghost of Bill Pulte at the top. I'll pause that for you. Do you see it there at the top?
I do see the name Ghost of Bill Pulte.
So that means it's the Twitter account of the Ghost of Bill Pulte that you're screen grabbing.
That's
correct?
what it looks like.
Okay. You tell me if any other name ends up appearing there at the top of the screen grab while you're going through this, other than Ghost of
I
Bill
saw
Pulte.
Unusual Whales.
Still Ghost of Bill Pulte at the top,
I don't
right?
know what account you're on now.
Well, sure you do. You're still capturing Twitter activity of Ghost of Bill Pulte, aren't you? You see it right there, his reply to your tweet, right? You don't see
I
that?
don't know. You just flipped between a bunch of different things and you're showing me a video.
I didn't, sir. This is your video.
Uh-oh, you're muted, Platt.
Sorry. Counsel, I apologize. I'm lost.
Well, he took this video. So I guess right now, are you on your page or are you on the Ghost of Bill Pulte page? You took the video.
Explain what to you? The video?
The video. You took the video. Explain it to me. You're the one who took it. What did you do?
It appears to be a button.
Hold on, my headphones died.
Oh, no problem.
Oops.
Oh no. We're going to get our unpaid sponsorship for GameStop headphones.
Line 10.
All right. Now I can hear. Did I miss my turn?
Yeah, it's page 229, line 10.
Object to the form, probably.
Yeah. It appears to be a screen recording of some sort it appears to be a screen recording of some sort of some tweets.
I'm going to need about 2 minutes. Or about just 1 second.
I was like trying to pair another pair.
See, this is why I started out with the line in headsets, because
like,
I knew we were not gonna.
Yeah, it was like dying. All right. All right. While he does that, let me see if I can.
Yeah, while he does that, I'm gonna take a break too. We'll call this like our recess.
I don't know how these people were drinking Diet Cokes all day, and not once do we see in the transcript. Can I have to pee? Like, we'll wait for Corax to get back. Sorry about that.
I'm gaming.
All right, you back, Joey? All right, we're back from recess.
Yep. Okay. Yes, and it was. It appears. Your tweet, correct?
Object to the form.
What page are we on? I just lost.
Let's see.
We're on
229.
229, line 15. You just object to the form and other.
Yeah.
Back to you, Joey. 18.
Sorry. And then you're going to record the reply. Now, you're not interested in, and I am so excited. I know I say it every time, but I legitimately am. There's nothing really that's triggering you there. It's about this one, right? Ghost of Bill Pulte?
I'm not sure.
Object to the form.
You're not sure. Okay, sure. Why? Why was it that you were particularly grabbing together, doing screen grabs of the accounts of Stephen Matthews, Ghost of Bill Pulte, Stephen, Raymond Porter, and Catalina
Object
Chen?
to the form.
That's a lot of names.
Why is it that you were capturing all of them together? Is it because you suspected they were linked?
I honestly don't know didn't know what to think. I don't know what I thought at that exact moment when I was recording it, but I don't like that somebody would pretend to be my grandfather.
That's so you didn't know why you were doing it. You just did.
I didn't know in that moment. I don't know what the reason was for why I recorded that. The whole thing was very weird and very strange.
When did you retain Charles River Associates?
Object to the form.
I'm not sure.
Was it February of 2022,
Object
perhaps?
to the form.
I don't want to speculate on that date.
Marked for identification is Defense Exhibit 7. I'm handing you what's been marked Defense's Exhibit 7. Do you recognize this? Do you recognize that as being a bill to Winston Strong LLP from Charles River Associates?
I'm not sure. It looks like that, but I don't think I've ever seen this invoice.
So prior to this day, did you ever review any invoice with Charles River Associates?
I'm not sure that I have.
And by the way, let me just give you an opportunity for you all to clean this up right now. Mr. Manny, you all produced a 170-page report of Charles River Associates in this case. Are you aware of that, Mr.
Do you
Farrock?
have the report that we can see? I'm not aware of that. Are you going to print it for me where I can review it?
We're not going to go through a 170-page document all here. That's kind of ludicrous.
You answered the question.
But I'm going to put it up for you. Sure. It starts at Pulte 2829. There's a report by them going tweet by tweet by tweet and Twitter reply by Twitter reply by Twitter reply ad nauseum for 170 pages that was produced in this case. We're now going to take you down to page 170 down. Have you ever seen this report before?
The specific report? I'm not sure. I've seen that tweet before. Him pretending to be my grandpa saying, I'm not alive.
So, given that you all have disclosed Charles River Associates, I'm not saying this to you, I'm saying this to you, Mr. Farrock. Mr. Farrock, you all have disclosed Charles River Associates on your initial disclosures as a witness with regards to the forensic investigation. You all have not put them on any privilege log, and you all have disclosed their 170-page report in this case. Does that change your objection to work product and your refusal to let your client answer questions with regard to the forensic investigation?
Well, first of all, I don't think he has any information with regard to the forensic investigation. He said, I don't think I've seen this report, and I don't know what's contained in it, number one. Number two, as I told you at the very start, and before we even started, these are Georgia litigation questions produced. Yes, here, but Georgia counsel should be here if you're going to ask those particular questions. So we're going to reserve that.
I provided you with what was
And I understand we're going to reserve that.
No.
You're delaying this process because you want to move this. No,
You're interrupting
I was
me.
talking and you interrupted me.
You interrupted
I'm sorry,
me.
sir. You interrupted me.
So
You are delaying this process.
I am
because
not.
You want another continuance of this particular deposition. We're going to finish today.
Oh,
Please
we're
proceed.
not.
I'm sorry. Did you just state on the record we're not going to finish today? because
did.
this is apparently a delay process. Ask your questions. Ask him if he knows this.
Mr. Farrick, was Mr.
Mr.
Farrick...
Grunberg, ask further questions. No,
Mr.
sir.
Farrick.
Continue with your deposition. No,
Mr.
get the
Farrick.
judge on the phone. Continue with your deposition.
Call the
Stop delaying
judge.
these proceedings.
Sir, you're interrupting me.
You're not letting
We're
me
not
finish.
doing this. Sir, what is the date
You're not
on
letting me
this?
finish.
What is the date on Exhibit
Continue
7?
with your deposition.
Sir, what is the date on
I am
Exhibit
not
7?
under cross-examination.
The date on
Please
Exhibit
proceed,
7.
Mr. Grunberg.
Let me make my
And then
record,
I will
sir.
too, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Please
Are you done?
proceed. I just
Are you
said,
done?
please proceed.
So, this is Defendant's Exhibit 7. Shows a date of March 10th, 2022. Winston Strawn was not retained for Georgia litigation on March 10th, 2022, because Georgia litigation did not exist on March 10th, 2022. Georgia litigation did not occur until 2023. Winston Strawn LLP indeed made communications relevant with this litigation prior to your involvement or to Mr. Beal's involvement. Winston Strawn did this not in connection with Georgia litigation. Mr. Pulte has produced this report not in connection with Georgia litigation. Mr. Pulte produced all of this billing records not in connection with the Georgia litigation. This is not about the Georgia litigation. So, sir, do you stand by your false premise that this is about the Georgia litigation?
Sir, I told you from the very start, decided to proceed forward even though we have Georgia counsel who is not here. You heard my position. Please proceed.
Okay. When did the Georgia
Sir,
litigation
stop
start?
delaying these proceedings.
I'm
Ask
not
your
delaying.
questions.
So the forensic investigation performed by Charles River and Associates. Had you ever spoken with anyone from Charles River Associates?
Have I? I believe
Correct.
so.
Okay. When did you speak with them?
I couldn't estimate.
Was it before you filed the lawsuit?
I'm not sure.
Did Mr. Jones ever even suggest that he would file a lawsuit against you before you filed this
Yes.
lawsuit? So Mr. Jones suggested to you that he would file a lawsuit against you before you filed this lawsuit.
That was one of the things I thought he was saying. He put out tweets saying, "Is your family suing you?" And I don't know. Maybe him and Ryan were doing something with Nancy. I don't know.
Did Mr. Jones ever send you a demand letter prior to filing this lawsuit?
I viewed that as some form of litigation. Whether it's a demand letter or not, I don't know. I'm not a lawyer.
Did Mr. Jones sue you prior to you
I don't
filing
believe
this
so.
lawsuit? Okay. Why did you retain Winston and Strawn in connection with this
I'm not going to
lawsuit?
talk about the contents of what I discussed with my lawyers.
I'm not asking you about the contents of what you discussed with your lawyers. I'm asking you why you retained Winston and Strawn in connection with this lawsuit.
Answer as to why without revealing. Can you, well, let me make sure the record's clear. Can you answer Mr. Grunberg's question without revealing the contents?
Probably not.
So you're instructing him not
If
to
he
answer.
has to reveal the contents to answer your question, yes.
So did
Please
you retain,
rephrase the question. Maybe we can get there.
Did you retain Winston? Why did you decide to retain a lawyer related to the Twitter activity of Mr. Jones? Before you ever talked to a lawyer, what thought did you formulate? in
I
your
have
mind?
no idea what my thought was at that. Before I talked to a lawyer, I don't know what my thought was.
Okay. So how many times did you have discussions with Charles River Associates about Brandon Jones's Twitter activity?
Well, I don't want to say that it was about Brandon Jones because I don't want to talk about the contents of attorney-client privileged information. But I had spoken with them before. I don't know how many times.
Well, you don't know how many times. Have you had in-person
Doubtful.
meetings with them? Have you ever had? Charles River Associates is not your... They're not your attorneys,
Legally,
right?
I don't know.
So you don't know whether or not anyone from Charles River and Associates is an
Again,
attorney.
I don't want to go into discussions with my lawyers, but as I understand it, at a minimum, it's work product.
I'm asking you if you know their attorneys or
I
not.
don't know what their firm does.
You don't know.
I don't
what
know
they do.
what their firm does.
You
No.
really don't. So in your initial disclosure here, you disclosed Dan Rothman for Charles River Associates for his forensic identification investigation to identify Jones as the person behind the fake Twitter accounts and the captured tweets deleted by Jones. Does that refresh you as to what they
That's
do?
one individual there, but you're asking about Charles River and Associates. I don't know what they do.
So you don't know if they do forensic investigation.
I believe they do that, but I'm not aware of the totality of what the firm does or whether or not I technically signed up with a law firm or whatever. They seem very professional and they could be a law firm. I'm not certain.
What about Victor Epstein? He's not a
sorry?
lawyer? From Charles River Associates. He's not a lawyer,
I
right?
actually don't know whether Victor is a lawyer or not.
Okay. And do you ever do like calendar invites and things like that for
No.
calls or meetings?
Do
Never?
I?
Yeah.
Can you clarify the question?
Do you ever utilize calendar invites for your calls? and
Like,
meetings?
do I ever send them?
Utilize them. You either receive or
Sometimes,
send.
but I hate them.
Okay. Do you know if Charles River Associates ever sent you any calendar invites or anyone from Winston and Strawn did related to Charles River
I
Associates?
doubt it, but I don't know.
So did you ever communicate to Charles River Associates that this information was about the Tesla profile?
Again, I'm not going to get into conversation with my attorney or work product with my attorneys.
Did Charles River Associates ever communicate to you that Brandon Jones was the person behind the Twitter activity at issue in this complaint prior to you filing?
Again,
the
I'm not
lawsuit?
going to get into the contents of attorney, client, or work product.
Okay, but you knew that if it was Brandon Jones who was behind this Twitter, or you suspected that it was Brandon Jones behind this Twitter activity, independent of Charles River
Again, I
Associates.
don't want to get into what I talked with Charles River Associates, but I progressively, independently on my own was concerned with what I was seeing, and over a period of time, I became more and more convinced that something was wrong.
I'm not asking you that. I'm asking you about when you became convinced that something was wrong, or that something wrong was Brandon Jones. This person.
I'm
this
not
person.
certain.
You haven't deleted information that would reveal
No, I
that,
don't think
have you?
so. Certainly not intentionally.
You take credit for what you've called the turnaround
Here we are.
2016 of Pulte,
Sure.
correct? You've even said that you
Correct.
let it, right? Was that true, or did you leave?
I believe so.
Okay. Did anyone lead it with you? Or were you
In that
solo?
context, I mean it. I meant I let it.
So you didn't have a co-leader, you were the
I
guy.
believe in the context that I said it, I was.
What do you mean by the context you said it?
Well,
What does that
I
mean?
think when somebody like Brandon Jones or Ryan Marshall tries to make the argument that, oh, this just happened in 2016, got in and everything was hunky dory, there was more to the story. As evidenced by the lack of knowledge of some of the documents today, the fight was really led by me. And I was able to convince my grandfather in 2015 and into 2016 that change needed to happen at the company. And I will represent to you that if it wasn't for me, that it wouldn't have happened. If it wasn't for me, Ryan Marshall would not have been the CEO in September the 8th, 2016. So let me finish.
Sure.
So whether your client likes it or not, whether his bots like to spread false rumors under the fake identities or not, the facts are that I did lead the 2016 turnaround of Pulte Group, and I look forward to litigating that set of facts.
Great. So, as to its leader, you're the one who came up with this plan for change. You called it change?
Those are your words.
You said change. The fight was really led by me, and I was able to convince my grandfather in 2015 and into 2016 that change needs to happen at the company. Is that change that needed to happen that you called change? That Richard Dugas needed to be ousted from the
In
company?
part.
Okay. And did you change? And did the change include some sort of reorganization of the board of Pulte Group as well? Let me be more specific. Of changing out some of the board members or adding additional board members to the board?
Well, those are two different things.
Either of those. Did the change include getting some board members out or getting other board members?
We needed to get home building directors into the company.
So adding more board members,
In my mind.
correct? Okay. And you were the one who led that notion of change. This Dugas out, additional directors in.
I think
right?
that's a mischaracterization of my thought.
You said you were the leader and the change needed to happen. You were the leader of this change that needed to happen. That's the context you provided. And that change included Dugas out and additional directors in.
Amongst
correct?
other things.
Sure. And so you helped plan this change.
I believe I
right?
led the effort.
Which included planning it, correct?
Your planning's probably different than mine.
Sir, that's not what I'm asking. Did you help plan this
I don't
change?
know what that means.
You don't know what the word
I don't know
plan
what the word
means.
plan. I do know what the word plan means, but I know what the word plan means according to me, not according to you.
We should have had a little counter in the bottom corner of definitions for basic words. Just use it according to you. That's all I'm
According to
asking.
me, a plan can mean many different things.
So, under all your different things that a plan can mean, did you help plan?
You have to let me finish the question.
Strike it. Let's move on. Did you help put your change that needed to happen into motion?
I put some changes into motion that needed to happen.
Okay. And part of that change that you put into motion, you yourself, you take responsibility for being the one that got Ryan Marshall appointed to be CEO of Pulte Group.
Not
right?
in the way that you're characterizing it, I don't think.
Well, you called it the biggest, was either regret or mistake of your career was that you hired Ryan Marshall to be CEO. You said
I think
that.
you need to show me the document that references it.
Were you were you the one who got Ryan Marshall appointed as CEO?
I believe I was very, very instrumental in that happening.
Okay.
And specifically at that time.
And you were instrumental in Dugas being fired from the CEO position, correct?
Yes.
Or replaced? Okay. And indeed, when you tweeted in yourself that there was a case for change that you were making. Let me show you the tweet. You see that tweet?
Is this for my complaint?
Yes, it is. Paragraph 169.
Good.
Let me make it a little bigger for you.
I
Can you
can.
read that, sir? Okay. And the case for change was endorsed. The case for change that was endorsed was what you were talking about. It included Dugas out and additional directors, right?
Those are your words.
No. I'm asking for your words. Does that case, you said Elliott Management, who endorsed our case for change, did your case for change include
That was
Dugas
part of
out?
it.
And your case for change included additional directors too.
Other things
right?
too.
Right. And additional directors.
I
right?
believe there should be home building directors on the board.
Okay. So, and you were responsible for bringing Elliott Management in for the 2016 turnaround.
I disagree
right?
with your phrasing, your premise. Responsible for bringing in, what does that mean specifically?
Who was it that brought Elliott Management in to the 2016?
I don't understand what you mean by bring in.
Oh my God.
Okay. Well, how would you explain it? How did Elliott Management come to be involved?
Elliott Management was one of many investors who was interested in the stock, and like as appropriate and legal, you can communicate your vision for the company with shareholders. And Elliott was one of the people who I spoke with.
Okay.
Mhm.
So did you source
I
Elliott
don't know
Management?
what you mean by source.
So what? Let me ask you what you mean by source. Maybe that helps.
Source can mean a lot of things.
Okay. What do you mean when you use
Well,
the word
I
source?
could use it in a bunch of different instances.
When you tweeted about you sourced Elliott Management, what did you mean? I'll show it to you.
I need to see the context. Can you zoom in?
That's the whole tweet, sir.
You have the top cut off, sir.
I do not, sir. Go ahead.
In this context, source to me means I made contact with them, either them to me or me to them, and shared with them what was going on at Pulte Group.
Wait, them to you. You mean was hunting down Wall Street?
Yes, but I may have gotten either introduced to them or I called them myself, and then they followed up with me, and there was probably some back and forth and stuff like that. Oh, but at the end of the day, the main point person on it was not Bill Pulte, my grandfather, not Jimmy Grossfield, none of the guys. It would have been me.
And you were the one who sourced them or not? Is this a true statement or is this a false statement? I sourced them and brought them up to speed. Is that true?
Wait for Mr. Grunberg's question.
In this context, that is what I meant.
That you
Yes.
sourced them?
In this context, yes.
Okay. And the SEC investigated your grandfather in connection with the 2016 turnaround,
Define
didn't they?
the 2016 turnaround.
Well, we've been talking about the 2016 turnaround. You didn't have any issues talking about it until somehow the SEC came up. So when you were answering all these questions about the 2016 turnaround, we were on the same page. We were talking about when you had the case for change that you tweeted about, in which you sourced Elliott Management, that you tweeted about, in which you had Richard Dugas replaced from the board, which you tweeted about, and which you had additional directors appointed. Do we understand what the 2016 turnaround means?
Object to the form. I don't understand that question. Can you repeat that?
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Sir, that's a speaking objection. And just on cue, your witness said the same thing. I'd appreciate it if you would not interrupt me, and if you could just say to
No,
form.
sir. I can also tell you firm when I make my objection vague.
Not unless I ask you. The 2016 turnaround, you understand what that
To
is,
me,
right?
yeah. But you've alleged that it's fake, and your client has sued me basically saying that. And through tweets, he has tweets in there saying that it's not true or something like that. So your idea of the 2016 turnaround is very different than mine. Mine is based in facts and reality, as evidenced by the Wall Street Journal and many other places.
So the SEC investigated your grandfather in connection with the 2016 turnaround, as you understood the 2016 turnaround,
I don't believe
correct?
so.
Okay. You're aware that your grandfather was investigated by the SEC, correct?
I don't believe it's necessarily investigated, but you could use that word, sure.
Okay. So, and it was with regard to things that occurred as part of the 2016 turnaround, right?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure whether it would fit into my definition of the 2016 or not.
Well, your definition of the 2016 turnaround included the replacement of Dugas, correct?
Well, that was one aspect of it, sure.
Great.
But it was my definition. As well, legally and ethically and clean.
So you are aware that your grandfather settled with the SEC in connection with alleged violations related to the timing of the disclosure about the replacement of Dugas on
I'm
board?
not sure. You'd have to show me the specific document you're looking at.
65.
Have you? Oh, that's you still. Sorry.
Have you looked at that order instituting cease and desist proceeding pursuant to Section 21C of the Securities Exchange Act of 1934, making findings and imposing a cease and desist order and civil penalty?
Again, as we've done for the last God knows how many hours, you haven't shown me a document in order for me to be able to answer your question.
Marked for identification is Defense Exhibit 8. Defendant's Exhibit 8. Have you ever seen this document
Can I
before,
read
sir?
it? Can I read this?
Sir, I'm asking you if you have seen this document before.
I need to read it, sir.
As you read it, tell me if you're the Pulte relative mentioned.
I need to read it.
You'll see there on page 5, paragraph 19, just FYI, Pulte relative.
What did you say that this was? Was this is an SEC document?
Page 1. Please, Mr. Pulte, if you go to page 1, you'll see at the top right there, there's something that says Order Instituted Cease and Desist
Right.
Proceeding.
Right
You see
here?
that? Correct.
Yeah, I see this. Okay, yeah, I see this.
Okay. Okay, if you'll turn to page 5, you'll see that this document helpfully has these paragraph designations. Paragraph 19, do you see that?
Just a minute, I'm reading.
I want to direct you. I'm withdrawing the question about whether or not you've seen this before. So I want to ask you about page 5,
Excuse
paragraph
me?
19. I want to ask you about page 9, page 5, paragraph
Counsel,
19.
how is this relevant to the issues against Mr. Jones?
So
Counsel,
paragraph,
that's a question.
do you see it says, can you read that, please? Paragraph 19.
Okay, I read it.
Okay, you're the Pulte
I have
relative,
no clue.
correct? You don't remember that your grandfather, the former CEO, and you met with Ryan Marshall to discuss the possibility that former area president could replace Pulte Group's then CEO. You don't remember doing that? You tweeted about it. 2 hours you interviewed him, allegedly.
You need to let me finish.
Counsel, I'll ask the question again. How is this relevant to the claims against Mr. Jones?
Please proceed. You
Counsel.
did. Are you the Pulte relative?
You can't continue doing this. Please proceed.
You can eject a form, Miss Farrick.
You
Or
know,
Mr. Farrick.
at some particular point, this deposition is way out of bounds. Please proceed. We're reserving all rights. That's you.
Yeah. No, you falsely state again. For the many times today, you've made an entirely false assumption, very similar to Mr. Jones and Jones' entirely false accusations that my grandfather and I met with Ryan Marshall on January 7th, 2016. This is completely false. I never met with my grandfather and Ryan Marshall. And again, this calls into question everything that you're showing me, because my grandfather and I have never met with Ryan Marshall together.
Okay. Mr. Pulte, can you look at what's up on the screen? Apparently, the share. Let's go to the share. Mr. Pulte, do you recognize this as paragraph 162 of your complaint, fourth
Yes.
amended complaint? Okay, you recognize this tweet as your tweet?
Can you zoom
Correct.
in on it so I can see it?
Sure, particularly the part that says war story.
Yeah,
You
I
recognize that? Okay. Is that war story true? Did that happen March 21st, 2016?
Yes, but you just asked me about January 7th, and now you're asking me about March 21st.
Mr. Pulte, please turn to page 6 of Exhibit 8. Please look at paragraph 23. Go ahead and read it.
You still got one last sentence there. Oh,
No,
to pay
that's you.
attention to, or did I miss that part?
Okay,
That's
you, Exhibit 8.
Oh, Exhibit 8. Okay, I got way down in the sheet. Sorry. Exhibit 8.
No, I told you to scroll down in the script. It's fine. Yeah, that one that you just had. Go to page 6 and look at paragraph 23. Go ahead and read it. Pay attention to who the Pulte relative is.
Okay, I read it.
Are you the
I
Pulte
don't know.
relative?
Who are they describing here?
So, do you recall, per your war story, Grandpa and I flew with his long on March 21st, 2016. My grandpa and I flew with his longtime friend and executive from Atlanta.
100%.
Is that true? Who was the lifelong
Jimmy
friend?
Grossfield. Feld.
And was that the former CEO
It
by
was.
any chance? Okay. You see there in paragraph 23, it mentions William Pulte and then the former CEO. Do you see that?
Yes, but I have no idea who they're talking about. Pulte relative.
Okay, then it says, this friend and I picked up Grandpa in Naples and flew to Atlanta. We had great conversations, right?
That's what my tweet says, yes.
Yeah. And then you went to Atlanta with whom did you have a conversation? Did it include
Yes.
Richard Dugas? Okay. And so do you see back in 23, it said, at the request of William Pulte, Pulte Group's then CEO. That would be Richard Dugas, correct?
I don't know who these people are referencing. I don't know who wrote this document. You're saying this is an SEC document. I don't recall ever seeing this document, but I stand behind my tweet and what I said in my tweet.
Let's break it down. I hear you. You sound confused. Let's hash out this confusion. March 21st, 2016. Who was the CEO of Pulte
Which
Group
date?
then? March 21st, 2016. Who
Richard
was the
Dugas.
CEO? Okay. So Pulte Group's then CEO, as of March 21st, 2016, is Richard
Correct.
Dugas, correct? Did you have a meeting on March 21st, 2016 with your grandfather, Richard Dugas, and
Yes.
Mr. Grossfield,
Yes.
or Grossfeld? Was anyone else present at the meeting on March 21st, 2016?
I don't believe so.
Okay. So was there, just to be clear, there wasn't another Pulte relative present at that meeting between you, Grossfeld, Dugas, and your grandfather, other than
As
you,
it relates
correct?
to my tweet, yes. And it relates to this. I I want to be clear. I did not author paragraph 23, so I don't know what you're
I'm not saying
referencing.
that. During that meeting, William Pulte, the Pulte relative, which is you, and the former CEO stated their disapproval of several of then CEO's actions. Do you remember having a meeting on March 21st, 2016, where your grandfather was present, you were present, and Grossfeld was present, and all three of you stated your disapproval of Mr. Dugas'
Yes,
actions?
I do, and that's why it's all the more interesting that you call the turnaround of 2016 fake.
So, sir, you now, are you aware of your, now, you were leading the turnaround, right? You said that you led it, the turnaround of 2016,
I believe
right?
I did.
Okay. So certainly there were no meetings as the leader of the turnaround in March 21st, 2016, that your father, Grossfeld, and Dugas had that didn't include you, the leader.
No, that's entirely false. You again keep misstating things today. Factually false things. My father has nothing to do and had nothing to do with the turnaround.
My mistake, I misspoke. And you're correct. It wasn't your father. I meant your grandfather. Thank you.
You keep misstating, and that's confusing me.
I'm sorry you get confused. I'm going to try and help you with that. So there were no meetings that you are aware of on March 21st, 2016 between your grandfather, Grossfeld, and Dugas, other than the ones that you were present.
I'm not sure.
Correct? Okay, were you, as the leader of this turnaround, certainly would have been unusual if your grandfather and Grossfeld were meeting with Dugas without
Not
you.
really.
Okay. So when you go talk to the SEC, you're not going to find out that you're the Pulte relative. Is
You
that what you
may,
say?
but I don't know. You're asking me if whoever authored this document is referring to me. I cannot say with certainty that that is me. I don't know if that is me, and I haven't had the chance to read this document because you won't let me read the document.
Well, let's do this. We can say with certainty this. We can say with certainty that on March 21st, 2016, you, your grandfather, and Mr. Grossfeld met with Mr.
Yes.
Dugas, correct? Okay. And we can say with certainty that in that meeting, your grandfather asked Mr. Dugas to resign.
In so many
Right?
words.
Yeah, he
In
asked
so
him to
many
resign.
words. He was
Right.
more of a gentleman.
In so many words. But that's what he communicated. And indeed, do you recall when your grandfather said to Mr. Dugas that there would be
There's
war?
more to the story, but sure.
Okay. So it sounds like you were present at this meeting. You remember that statement. There would be war.
I was present at the meeting in my tweet. As it relates to what they're talking about, I can't say what they're talking about.
Okay. Well, you were at least present at the meeting with these three individuals where your grandfather said there would be war, and your grandfather, in so many words, communicated that Mr. Dugas needed to resign.
Essentially.
Okay. And then are you aware that, by the way, did you ever speak with the SEC in connection with these accusations?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. And you're aware that your grandfather ended up engaging in a settlement with the SEC, aren't
I'm
you?
not sure what he entered into.
But you know that he had something going on with the SEC.
Not entirely. Right? I was, remember, a sitting director at Pulte Group, so we were extremely careful. And so for that reason, I was not really privy to what was going on with him.
Okay. You seem to suggest that you knew there was something going on, but not exactly.
I knew that the company, true to form, instead of addressing issues and being accountable, would try to report us to the SEC. Somebody had told me that they were trying to something along those lines. And,
Okay. So did you know that the thing that your grandfather was accused of doing by the SEC, for which he entered into a settlement agreement that he ended up paying real money for, was that he failed to timely disclose that as of this meeting on March 21st, 2016, that you had with these other people, that you all had come to the conclusion that there needed to be a change of leadership?
Object to the form.
I don't understand your very long and complicated question, but I don't see what attacking my dead grandfather has to do. This is more of what Mr. Jones did, attack my grandfather, impersonate him. I don't see what this has anything to do with. My grandfather's an entirely different person than me.
Okay. Are you aware of it or not? Aware that it was this conduct subsequently consistent with this. It was this conduct. If you go to paragraph 26, read what it says.
You're not giving me the benefit of reading this document.
Go to page 26, please, sir.
I read it.
Okay. You were part of these. You were part of your grandfather's plan to replace Pulte Group's CEO, weren't you?
Not as it's defined here.
So you said that you led, correct? Let's go back. You said that you led the 2016 turnaround, correct? And part of leading the 2016 turnaround was your push to replace Pulte Group's CEO. Correct?
But not as represented in this paragraph 26.
Okay. Then it was this plan to replace Pulte Group's CEO and the failure to disclose it that led to your grandfather having to pay money to the SEC.
Object to form.
I don't know. I was on the board at the time, and I was not talking to my grandfather about this issue.
Did you ever warn your grandfather when you were, say, at the meeting on March 21st, 2016, that he would need to amend his disclosures for the company based on his plan to replace the CEO?
Object to the form.
I don't recall.
Okay. And so you don't think that you did that, right?
Object to the form.
I said I don't recall.
Right. And I mean, by this point, March 21st, 2016, you had never been a director of a public company.
Public
right?
company? No.
You had never been an executive of a public company, right? You weren't, you didn't have the expertise. Oh, sure. You contend that you had the expertise about what kind of disclosures would be necessary in connection with disclosure requirements for a public company.
That's not what I said.
Oh, you said, I asked you if you didn't have the expertise. So let me be precise. Did you have expertise with regard to the duties of disclosure for people who own significant equity in a public company as of March 21st, 2016?
I am, and nor have I ever been a Section 16 securities litigator or lawyer.
So you didn't have that expertise,
right?
right?
I'm not a lawyer.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking you if you had the expertise. The expertise about disclosure duties of people who own significant equity in a public company. Did you ever, or do you have that expertise on March 21st, 2016?
I'm not an expert in that specific area.
Okay. And as you sit here today, having reviewed what you've reviewed, you haven't read it at all. You deny that you are the Pulte relative referenced in Exhibit A,
Object
correct?
to the form.
I said I don't know, and you've spent an hour attacking my grandfather and an hour talking about Kanye West today. I have no idea what this has to do with the litigation. I don't know if this document is real or not. You've given me false documents today saying that they're saying that there's false things like that. I met with Ryan Marshall and my grandfather. Never happened.
By the way, has the SEC ever dug through all your stuff?
I'm sorry, repeat your question, counsel.
Has the SEC ever dug through all your stuff?
I'm not sure the extent to which they've done it. That would be conversations that I would have with my attorneys, but I don't recall that the company reported us to the SEC.
Do recall.
Sorry. Yeah, that's my bad. But I do recall that the company reported us to the SEC and that I don't recall everything that they did.
When did they report you to the
I
SEC?
don't recall.
What was it that you were reported to the SEC for?
I don't believe I was reported to the SEC. I mean, you spent an hour talking about my grandfather. So when I say that, let me be very clear for the record. I'm not talking about my grandfather. I am talking about my grandfather. Sorry, I don't know why I keep jumbling up.
Because it's been like 5 hours.
I can see why all the lawyers were like so hesitant about another deposition.
I mean,
Oh,
they kind of need one, but
Yeah.
you know.
oh, so when you say, but I do recall that the company reported us, you're not included in.
I'm
us.
talking. You're showing me a document about my grandfather. You're trying to say that I'm him. I'm not. I'm telling you that the SEC was approached by the company about my grandfather's conduct, not by my conduct as far as I'm aware.
So that clarifies. When you were using us, you weren't using us in the terms that included you. Is that correct? I just need to make sure that I'm understanding what you're saying.
In that specific instance, I believe so.
So the company didn't report you to the SEC. Is that
Object to the
correct?
form.
I don't believe so. I don't believe so.
Okay, and
I'm
slide
sorry.
19.
We're talking about, to be clear and for the record, we're talking about 6 years ago. We're talking about well before the relevant time range that you or your fellow counsel has argued is relevant to litigation. They argued 2021 and on. You're asking about stuff from 2016.
So when you tweeted that last time, and I'll show this to you, you seem to like to see these people or these. So let me pull this up for you. Do you see that, Mr. Pulte? When was the last time that Ryan Marshall's boss ran to the SEC?
Counsel, do you have hard copies of any of those? We've been very patient.
Sir, this is his own. This is his own
I don't
Twitter.
care. Do we have a hard copy of these that we can show the witness so we can see all at the same time?
Here, I'll make it bigger.
No, that's not my question. Do we have a hard copy?
I believe you guys produced this. I'm not sure what Bates number it is. So, Mr. Pulte,
So the answer to the question is no?
the answer to the question
Okay.
is no. Yeah, sure.
Well, then we're going to need to see hard copies. We've been very patient. We've given you a lot of room on this. At some particular point, you instructed the witness not to read a document that you were asking him questions on. Please produce a hard copy to him or move on to the next question.
Mr. Farrick, I didn't instruct him not to read portions. I said I wanted him to read certain
Well, I am
portions.
going to be sure that this transcript gets to the court. Please proceed.
No problem. You understand we do Zoom depositions, and in Zoom depositions, this is precisely how we show exhibits, even in court, to people.
And
So-
I understand that we also need context, and we are showing very small portions of this entire production. If you can give him the copies, great. If you can't, please continue.
When was the last time Ryan Marshall's boss ran to the
Objection
SEC?
to the form.
I don't know.
When did the SEC dig through all your stuff?
I believe that this tweet and this second statement in particular was referencing when Todd Sheldon called me after the SEC had made some announcement about what you're talking about. I don't recall the specifics. And he had said something like, "You're fine," something along those lines. Todd Sheldon told me something along those lines, and that was my understanding of it. I never talked to the SEC as far as I can remember. And anybody who would have talked to the SEC would have been my attorneys if they had talked to them at all. And as I understand it, Todd Sheldon called me. I was in Chicago at the time, and he says, "I just want to let you know, or I want to be respectful," or something like that. Something is going on, and it's all fine. And we're going to, I think he said, we're going to like make, I don't want to, I can't recall entirely everything said, but that was my understanding.
So before again, when you said to me, I think you denied that the SEC investigated you in connection with the 2016 turnaround.
I
correct?
don't believe that's, I don't believe that they did.
Okay, but this SEC digging through all your stuff was in connection with the 2016 turnaround issues that your grandfather was facing, related to the timing of the disclosure for replacing Dugas. Is that correct?
I'm not sure. I believe this is related to the Todd Sheldon thing, saying you're clear, everything's fine, you know, don't worry about it. He gave me some call like that out of respect. Maybe I could refresh my memory, but that's what I remember. All this is what I remember as I sit here right now.
Mr. Grunberg, I need to take a break. Can we have 5 minutes, please? Thank you.
Sure. We're off the record. Recess 4:02 p.m. until, that's a long 5 minutes, 4:21 p.m.
Oh man, we're down to
We're
down
back
to the
on the
last
record.
100 pages, aren't we? Does it stop at
Less than
370?
100.
4:21
Yeah,
p.m.
less than 100, thankfully.
Way less than 100, yeah. Mr. Pulte, during the break, did you speak with your counsel about how you would testify to any of these questions?
No.
So going back to the SEC digging through your files or digging through all my stuff, you said stuff. What was that? Was that while you were still on the board?
I believe I was referring to, again, what I said earlier, that Sheldon had told me basically that they had shared information, meaning the company had shared information with the SEC. Maybe they sent my emails in, I don't know. And he said, you know, it's clear, it's clear, and just wanted to give you a courtesy call, something along those lines. I don't recall the exact content.
Not my question. My question was it while you were still on the
When
board?
what specifically?
When the SEC dug through all your stuff?
In that context, we would have to ask Mr. Sheldon.
I'm asking you if you knew, or if you know, it was while you were on the board.
I'm not sure of the timing, so we'd have to ask him.
You didn't delete any of your records related to the SEC dug through all my stuff?
It
right?
was a phone call that I'm referencing.
No. I'm not asking about the phone call. Did you delete any records related to the SEC digging through your stuff?
I was referencing the phone call from Mr. Sheldon, so I don't know why I would delete that.
Still not my question. Did you delete any records related to the SEC digging through all your stuff?
In the context of that tweet with that phone call, no.
I'm not asking about just the phone call. The SEC digging through your stuff. Were there any other written or oral communications related to the SEC digging through
My
your
answer is
stuff?
not going to change.
So there's no written or other written communications.
You'd
for
have to ask
instance.
Mr. Sheldon what they gave to the SEC of my documents.
Sir, that's not my question. Did you have any written communications related to the SEC digging through all your stuff?
You're muted again, Platinum.
Sorry. Object to the form. I'm trying to not be annoying.
Do the line. Do the line. Do the line.
I don't know. We'd have to ask Mr. Sheldon.
Or I can ask you, there's one. We're looking at it. You wrote the tweet about it. Did you have any other written communications related to the SEC? The SEC digging through all your stuff?
I don't know which tweet you're referencing to. I think it's the tweet you showed me earlier, but I'd like to see it again. Do you have a hard copy?
Mr. Pulte, did you have any other written communications that you were aware of related to the SEC digging through all your stuff? Simple
Object to
question.
form.
As it relates to the phone call that I believe that was what the tweet was about, I don't believe there is written communication.
Sir, sure. I'm not asking you about the phone call. I'm asking, and I'm not asking you about written communications related to the phone call. I'm asking you about written communications related to the SEC digging through your stuff. Were there any written communications related
Object
to
to
that?
the form.
You're trying to make evidence with your question, and your evidence is not existent. You're just making it up. I told you what that tweet was about, and it was related to a phone call, and that there was no, as far as I'm concerned, written communication between Mr. Sheldon and I about the stuff that they dug through.
Sir, still not my question. My question isn't about the written communications with Mr. Sheldon. I'm asking you if there were any written communications related to the SEC going through your
Object
stuff.
to the form.
I'm not sure.
Okay. Have there been any other times that the SEC went through all your
Object
stuff?
to the form.
I disagree with your premise.
Sir, have there been any other times that the SEC went through your stuff other than that one?
Not that I'm
time?
aware of.
Object to the
Okay.
form.
Not that I know of.
That they went through any of your communications?
Not that I know of.
Any of
Not
your
that I
files?
recall.
Is there any other time that you ever had been, you or any of your representatives who were representing you were contacted by the SEC other than this?
Again, I don't recall. This is 6 years ago. No, whoa, this is 8 years ago now.
So now you're giving me a time frame. So it was back in 2016. You said you didn't recall, but you said 8 years ago.
Oh, you literally are asking me about March 21st, 2016. I'm telling you that was 8 years ago. And you're asking me about conduct that related supposedly to something with the SEC 8 years ago. And I'm telling you, I don't recall.
So you're confirming that when the SEC dug through your stuff, it was in connection with this March 21st, 2016 meeting. Is
Object
that
to
correct?
the form.
No.
You just said that I was. Then what was it related to, sir? Was it not related to the SEC looking into your grandfather's disclosure about changing the CEO?
What was that related to?
The SEC digging through your
Object
stuff.
to the form.
I'm not sure if it was related to this document that you're showing me.
I'm not asking if it was related to the document. I'm asking you if it was related to your grandfather failing to disclose a plan to replace the CEO.
I'm not sure what Mr. Sheldon was included in that comment, in that conversation.
Still not what I'm asking about. This is one we're just going to have to take in front of a judge. I'm going to move on from now. but not because you've answered the question, but simply because you're being evasive. I'm going to...
I've answered it to the best of my recollection.
What has Mr. Jones done since you filed the complaint to direct any electronic communication
Object
at
to the
you?
form.
Well, he's made a ton of frivolous filings that are filled with falsehoods, and he has, amongst other things, put stuff in the public domain, I believe, on purpose, just like he did under his false identities to get people to report on it and it far and wide across the internet, just like his defamatory scheme that he ran.
So you're saying he directed electronic communication to you after the filing of your complaint by making filings and lawsuits? That's one of them,
One of the
correct?
reasons, yeah.
Okay, and the other? Another electronic communication that you contend was directed at you by Mr. Jones after the filing of this lawsuit was him putting stuff in the public domain after the filing of the lawsuit. What was that? What was that you're referencing? Him putting stuff in the public domain after filing the lawsuit?
Well, I believe he puts lots of stuff in filings that are not protected by litigation privilege, and he knows, and they're just false, and that's one area. That's one point.
Anything else beyond what he puts in filings since you filed the lawsuit, Mr. Pulte, of Mr. Jones making electronic communications directed
Sure,
at
he's
you?
communicated with Ryan Marshall about attacking and harassing me, and he's done so electronically.
And you were included in
No.
those communications? Okay, so I'm going to ask you something very specific. What communications has Mr. Jones sent to you since the filing of this lawsuit by electronic means?
Well, I believe he sent all those things to me.
You believe that when he texted Ryan Marshall, he sent it to you?
I believe they are engaging in a giant effort together, as evidenced by the text, yes.
That's not what I asked you. When he sent a communication to Ryan Marshall, did he send the
Like
communication
to
to
my
you?
cell phone?
To you. Did he send that communication to you? That's what I'm
I
asking.
believe it did get back to me, yes.
It got back to you through the file, through discovery.
Through the filing. And then I believe that you are actively working to electronically destroy my reputation with Ryan Marshall and Todd Sheldon. And, that's very evidenced by virtue of all the hiding that's going on in this case. And the fact that Mr. Raven is working so closely with you, it's very obvious what's going on.
So just to be clear, you can't tell me about a single text message Mr. Jones has sent you after the filing of the complaint,
Sent to
correct?
from his cell phone to my cell phone.
Sent to you at all. A single text message Mr. Jones has sent to you since the filing
Text
of this
message?
complaint. Correct.
No, I don't know Mr. Jones. I've never met Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones came up with all this stuff himself in an obsessive behavior with me.
Can you tell me about strike that as move to strike as non-responsive? Can you tell me about a single email Mr. Jones has sent you since the filing of your complaint?
Oh, I believe he's directing a lot of these crazy emails from his lawyers, yeah.
So you're saying, have his lawyers emailed you since the filing of the complaint? Emailed
my
you.
agents, yes.
They've emailed your attorneys. Okay.
You have to say yes or no. No uh-huhs, otherwise the court reporter can't take it down. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Grunberg.
So they've emailed your attorneys, okay? Have any of Mr. Jones' attorneys emailed you
I don't
directly?
think so.
And Mr. Jones hasn't emailed you directly,
From
correct?
his email to my email? No.
I'm saying it all. Mr. Jones has not emailed you directly. Has he since the filing of this complaint?
From his email?
from any email under the sun to any email that you have under the sun. Mr. Jones has not sent you an email since the filing of this complaint.
I don't
correct?
think so.
Okay, Mr. Jones has not direct messaged you since the filing of this complaint, correct? On any social media platform?
I actually don't know if that's the case.
You have no knowledge. As you sit here today, you can't identify one direct message that you received on a social media platform from Mr. Jones.
I'm not
correct?
aware of any.
Okay. You have not received any letters from Mr. Jones since the filing of the
Yes,
complaint?
I mean, I'm sorry.
Correct?
Yes, I mean, you guys contact us all the time with frivolous stuff.
I'm saying to you directly. You personally.
Directed toward me? Yes.
Mr. Jones has sent you personally.
I don't understand your question.
Mr. Jones has sent. You're saying that Mr. Jones has sent you personally, directed to you, sent you a letter since the filing of this.
I'm not aware of him writing me a specific letter to me specifically. Essentially.
Okay. You can't identify a single electronic communication other than what you contend are emails from his representative to your representatives and filings in the court case that Mr. Jones, you contend, has a lot electronically directed.
Amongst other things, but I don't know this guy. I've never met this guy.
You're confirming you can't identify any such electronic communications to you from Mr. Jones since the filing of the complaint, other than what you said were the legal filings and the electronic communications between legal representatives.
And
Correct?
I believe that he testified that he did electronically survey me through his new fake account or his new ghost account or whatever he's doing.
Anything beyond
As
that?
I said here right now, I can't think of any.
So it's your contention in support of this claim, a criminal claim for cyber stalking that you've asserted against Mr. Jones in your Fourth Amendment complaint, that he is stalking you and harassing you by having a Twitter account that can see what you put on Twitter, by making filings in this lawsuit, by having legal representatives send information to legal representatives, and that's how he is directly communicating with you electronically in a stalking or harassing manner?
That's not
correct?
what I said.
Okay, then what did you say?
I believe that Mr. Jones is obsessed with me to the point of no return, to the point where he continues to engage in these lawsuits and defend his heinous actions. And he and ostensibly Mr. Marshall are just totally and completely obsessed with me. I don't even know this Jones guy, and I don't know why he continues to do what he does. But he takes screenshots of all of my tweets, or it looks like a lot of my tweets. He comes up with fake quotes, fake things that I never said. I never said this fake quote. How does someone even come up with this thing? I mean, Mr. Jones was fired by Pulte Group for being dishonest, and he's a liar.
Okay, Mr. Pulte, you alleged in your complaint that Mr. Jones has continued to stalk you and harass you after filing this lawsuit. And so you're entitled to an answer of what that exactly means in your complaint. Sorry, we're entitled to an answer of what exactly that means in your complaint, because you're telling the court that he's done enough to warrant this claim still being in front of the court. And so to be clear, you're saying that he has made legal filings. His legal representatives have contacted your legal representatives. He has contacted other people about you, including Ryan Marshall and including members of the media, and he has made things up about you. Beyond that, and he has a Twitter account that can still see what you do. Beyond that, is there anything else that he has done to continue to stalk and harass you after the filing of the lawsuit?
He continues to take screenshots of what I say and put put in frivolous fake filings, fake quotes attributed to me, and he listens to my audio recordings and then comes up with these things. I don't know what's going on with him.
Okay, so now we've already talked about putting in filings. Now you're adding also that he has recorded, he's listened to you, and he's taken screenshots of your social media activity. Anything else you contend is Mr. Jones stalking and harassing you after the filing of the
Yes, he
complaint?
does it obsessively.
Oh, he does it obsessively. Anything else, sir?
Only after the filing of the lawsuit. I believe that
Correct.
he is aggressively stalking my personal life and harassing my personal life through contacting people that I don't even know to get them to come up with fake claims. And I think you also are responsible for that. And I think that as Pulte Group noted, Mr. Jones is dishonest. And I think he's kicking up a lot of dishonest things in my social circle, especially in northern Michigan, as it relates to this one lady who I don't even really know.
Okay.
There's
Anything
probably more,
else?
but I can't think of it at this very minute.
And has any of this been personally directed to you through one of your electronic
I believe
devices?
so. For all the
Why?
reasons I articulated.
Okay. For the reasons you've already articulated, correct?
I'm sure there's more, but
Give me more. That's what we're here for. Give me more.
that's all I can think of for right now.
Okay. What did I
My
do?
understanding is that you've made representations to the court about who this lady is. I believe they're false. I believe
Who's this? I'm sorry. I don't mean to
excuse
interrupt.
me, I need to finish.
Go ahead.
I
Sure.
believe that it's caused me a lot of issues. And for that, I'm looking at this situation independently of this action. And I believe that you have also acted as a PR agent for Mr. Jones.
When you say who this lady is, who's the lady you're talking about? My understanding is that you have made representation of the court about who this lady is.
Sharon McDonald.
Oh, your understanding is I've contacted Sharon McDonald.
My
Is that
understanding
correct?
is that she may have contacted you, but that Jones, through you, is using her to stalk and harass me because that's really what it is. Let me just tell you this. You asked me about electronic means. I believe, and we'll see how this all happens, we'll figure it out between here and Georgia and everywhere that this whole thing with Sharon McDonald is entirely a stalking matter. It's entirely a harassing campaign that you're running and Jones is running. And this Sharon McDonald lady, I don't know this lady really well. I mean, I know of her and have met her and talked to her, but I had to block this lady's phone number. I had to block this lady's phone number because she kept calling me.
And so, what evidence do you have that I contacted Mr. Grunberg? Contacted Sharon McDonald.
I believe you said to the court, or somebody said something that you and Miss McDonald have communicated. And so, yeah, I believe electronically you've communicated with people to further Mr. Jones's scheme of harassment and stalking. And I think you've tried it with Nancy Ricard, and you still try it with Nancy Ricard, but she's entrusting and protecting her financial relationship with Ryan Marshall. So we'll see what happens. I'm starting to get much more enlightenment as to what happened Friday.
Anything
As it
else?
relates to what specifically?
Oh, the harassment, and the stalking you that you said that Mr. Grunberg participated.
Well, I believe it's Mr. Jones discrediting you. Oh, directing you. Sorry, directing.
Anything
Yeah,
else, sir?
as I said, I alluded to it, but I believe that Mr. Jones is trying to get wealthy by taking Davidson Homes public And I think Davidson Homes is a situation where he's trying to get rich. I think Nancy Ricard and Kevin Ricard are trying to get rich with Ryan Marshall. And I think there's a lot of communications between all these parties. And Mr. Raven representing them and you representing Mr. Jones, I believe all of you are working together. And Miss McDonald and Miss Ricard are just entirely used to harass me and make false accusations about stuff with regard to my aunt and with regard to my step aunt. And you're doing that outside of the court, in my opinion. And I think that that is continuing. It's morphing Mr. Jones's obsessive stalking behavior for years into now real life.
This is pretty much exactly what you're doing to Mr. Jones and stalking harassment, Mr. Jones. Isn't this exactly what you had done? Isn't that you went and you monitored Mr. Jones's Twitter activity incessantly and obsessively to the tune of a 170-page report through Charles River Associates that you paid for? You screen grabbed and recorded Mr. Jones' Twitter activity. You have donated money to fund lawsuits against Mr. Jones throughout the country. You have contacted countless members of the media to make statements about Mr. Jones again and again. You have posted, I think, maybe hundreds of times since filing of that lawsuit about Mr. Jones. So under the criteria you just articulated of Mr. Jones harassing and stalking you, are you harassing and stalking Mr.
Object
Jones?
to the form.
No.
Why didn't you block Stephen
Counsel,
Matthews?
repeat that. Did you say why or why didn't you?
Why didn't you?
Didn't you? Okay, thank you.
Correct.
Sorry, I couldn't hear.
Who is Stephen Matthews?
The Stephen Matthews account, the guy with, the monkey guy, and then the guy with the picture of Stephen Richardson. Why didn't you block that account on Twitter?
Was that Stephen Matthews or was that Mr. Jones?
Both. Why didn't you
Why
block
didn't
that
I?
account? Why did not? Why didn't
No
you?
reason.
You know how to
Oh,
block accounts on
definitely
Twitter, right?
My version of block is different from your version of block. Your version has false connotation with block. What?
So your testimony is that you have never blocked anyone on Twitter such that that person would be unable to post on your Twitter and that your Twitter feed and you would no longer see that person's Twitter
That's
replies?
not what I said.
Okay. So have you ever blocked someone from your Twitter account?
Using a quote block function on Twitter. Can I
Yes.
finish? Using a block function on Twitter, I have. But it's not a block in the sense that you are describing it to be.
So you have used the block function on Twitter,
The
correct?
quote, unquote block function, sure.
Sure. Why didn't you use the quote unquote block function on Twitter to block the Stephen Matthews account that Mr. Jones was
Because
on?
it doesn't prohibit him from publishing false statements against me, and because it didn't really cross my mind that it's really a block function. It's not. And Elon has continued to change the block function. At one point throughout the time period, as I understood it, that Brandon was doing this nonsense, faking to be these people, he changed what a block was.
So back in the day, 2021, 2022, you blocked some accounts on Twitter using the quote unquote block function.
I don't know.
Correct?
I assume so.
Object to the form.
And using the quote unquote block function, what that would accomplish was that you could no longer see that or strike that. Using the quote unquote block function, that person that you use the quote unquote block function for would no longer be able to see your tweets from that blocked account.
That's
correct?
not my understanding.
What was your understanding of what using the quote unquote block
Just call it
function.
the block function.
And-
No. Watch, just keep going.
Oh, really? Oh boy.
And can we drop? And can
No,
we
we
drop
can't
the?
apparent.
And can we
No,
drop
no,
the
no.
quotes? Or
Watch,
do you?
you'll see.
Oh boy.
Or do you? And can we drop the
See?
quotes? Or do you? Or do you understand what I mean
okay.
by block? Or do you still need me to say the quote unquote block
If you could
function?
still,
Mm-hmm.
if you could still use the quotes, that would be
Yeah, it's a
helpful.
whole thing.
Oh my
Mm-hmm.
god! What a
Okay, I'm here to help. So, quote unquote using. What was your understanding of what you would accomplish in 2021 and 2022 by using the quote unquote block
I
function?
don't know what I thought.
Sorry for breaking.
We've done this whole time. I don't know what I thought in 2021 about blocking. I had never even thought about it.
You never did. So when you block people, you did it thoughtlessly.
No, I'm saying I don't remember what I actually thought about it in 2021 as it relates to quote unquote blocking. It
And
changes.
your testimony? As you sit here today under your testimony, as you sit here today under oath, is that you did not understand that by blocking an account, that account would no longer be able to, for instance, make a Twitter reply to
That's
your tweet.
not what I said.
Okay. So you understand in 2021 and 2022 that if you quote unquote blocked an account, that account would no longer be able to post a reply to one of your tweets.
I don't know
correct?
what I thought in 2021. I don't know what I thought in 2022 as it related to ever changing quote unquote block features on Twitter.
Oh, it was. Is it blocking function or blocking feature? I want to make sure we're all using the same terms.
I don't know.
Okay, so it's possible that you knew back in 2021 and 2022 that when you blocked an account, that account could no longer see your tweet.
I'm not sure.
Correct? Is it possible?
I don't know.
Right? Marked for identification is Defense Exhibit 9. Exhibit 9. It's possible that back in 2021 and 2022, you knew that when you used the quote-unquote blocking function, that the account could no longer post a reply to your tweets, correct?
No.
It's not possible that you knew that. So now you recall what you knew back then about
I'm
it.
sorry. I don't know what I thought about it in 2021 and 2022.
So if you didn't know, go ahead.
And I don't agree with your characterization. You keep putting words in my mouth and then trying to get me to agree to them. So with that condition, I want to make it clear on the record that anything that you say that I have responded to, it's very difficult to follow because you're trying to put words in my mouth that I didn't say.
Sir, I'm trying to ask you. You have told me that you don't know what you thought about the blocking function in 2021 and 2022. Correct.
As I sit here today, I do not know what my thoughts were in 2021 and 2022.
So because you didn't know what your thoughts were, it's certainly possible you can't rule out that you knew it in 2021 and 2022. If you blocked a Jones account, he could no longer reply.
I'm
to your
not sure.
tweets.
It's not the answer you want, but it's the honest answer. Bullshit.
All I want is the answers, sir. Exhibit 9. You tweeted on April 22nd, 2020, I'm doing a blocking spree, and apparently one of the sugar daddy's feelings are hurt because he's blocked. No sugar daddies allowed here, right? Did you
It
tweet
looks
that?
to be a tweet of mine, but for the reasons I've articulated today and the fake evidence that's been presented, I don't know, but I'll assume that it is.
Okay. And what did you, when you were blocking it, were you using the blocking function?
I have no idea what I was doing in April 22nd, 2020.
So it's possible you were using the blocking function.
I suppose.
Right? And again, you've posted about blocking people.
Well,
right?
In each of these instances, I think it's important to note, and I'm sure you would know this as a fellow Twitter user yourself, that the blocking function has changed over the years. And I think it's one of the reasons that Elon doesn't really like the blocking feature is it's not really a true block. And so under Jack Dorsey and underneath that management team, and then Elon, it has changed. So it looks like you have a wide range of dates here with the definition of blocking, wherein the definition of blocking changes.
So the answer is, at the very least, that again and again since 2019 to the present, you've blocked accounts on Twitter.
In different
correct?
variations.
Did anyone prevent you from blocking Stephen Matthews, Catalina Chen, or Ghost of Bill Pulte
Not that I can
accounts?
think of.
Same with the Raymond Porter account. Did anyone prevent you from blocking those using the quote unquote block function feature to block those
Which
accounts?
was the Raymond Porter? The
older
deceased
gentleman.
one?
The older gentleman. Yeah, I think he's deceased.
Not that I can think of.
Did you ever try to block any of these accounts that are associated with Brandon Jones, for which you are seeking relief in the complaint?
Object to the form.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Did you ever attempt to use the quote unquote blocking function to block any of the accounts on Twitter that Brandon Jones used that are referenced in
I
your
wouldn't know.
complaint?
Object to the form.
You wouldn't know, so it's possible you
I
did.
doubt it, but I don't know.
And
I don't keep a
why-
log of everybody that I quote unquote block, for the reason that the blocking feature and what it means and the definition changes all the time.
And why didn't you try and block Mr.
I'm not
Jones's
sure.
account? And it was your testimony that as you sit here today, that if you use the quote unquote blocking function, that Mr. Jones would not have been prevented from using those accounts to post replies to your tweets.
Object to the form.
Can you restate the question?
Sure. It is your testimony that as you sit here today, that if you use the quote unquote blocking function, Mr. Jones would not have been able or would not have been prevented from replying to your tweets.
Object to the form.
Number one, I'm not sure. And number two is it would depend on the dates, because as you mentioned, the quote unquote block feature has changed.
Okay. Have you paid people to create content related to this
Object to the
lawsuit?
form.
Not that I can think of.
Did you pay anyone to create the Pulte lawsuit account? I'm sorry, strike
I don't
that.
know what account you're talking about.
Did you pay anyone to create PulteLawsuit.com?
Did I pay
website?
anyone to do that website? No.
Correct. Did you do that
I
website yourself? Okay. Does anyone administer that website other
GoDaddy.
than you?
Don't die, Joey.
I just need a drink of water. I
No
took a hit
problem.
off my vape. Have you paid anyone to ever republish any of the communications you've made about Mr. Jones?
Not that I'm aware of.
Are you aware that it has been said that you are not, that Mr. Alley has messaged people about paying money for people to republish content about Mr. Jones or this lawsuit?
I saw something, but I would need you to show it to me.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking whether you have any knowledge, as you sit here today, about Mr. Ali paying people to republish content about the lawsuit or Mr. Jones.
No, I didn't ask him to do it. And I saw the one thing you produced, and I would not want to be reposted by the person that he had. The person that had asked or whatever has just been recently busted for having teen porn domains and all kinds of teen porn websites. I would not want to be affiliated with that feed. So I don't know what this is about. I saw you listed him as as your witnesses, Brian Krasenstein. I don't know anything about it, and I would prefer him not to retweet it.
So your answer is that you don't know. Your answer is beyond what you just articulated, that you have no knowledge of anybody offering payment to republish content about Mr. Jones.
Not that I can think of.
Okay, you said, I think you said that you have a team updating your PulteLawsuit.com website.
I would need to see the specific instance.
I'm not asking you about that, sir. I'm asking you whether or not, or whether you have any recollection of communicating that let me strike that. Do you, in fact, have a team that helps you update Pulte Lawsuit, the PulteLawsuit.com
update
website?
In what sense?
Updated in the sense that you would use.
I mean, I've used elements of the lawsuit. I put the lawsuit on the website. If that's what you're talking about, I had a team that prepared that's listed on the lawsuit or on the website. So,
and you admit that you have again and again and again republished on Twitter some of the alleged tweets by Mr. Jones for which you are seeking relief in this lawsuit.
I've sought to clarify with the general public that I am not a criminal like Mr. Jones tried to report underneath false identities. I've tried to correct that. I am not an alcoholic, that I am a drug addict. I assume not. That I did not commit an SEC violation because I didn't, and that my father did not commit arson, that I did not commit elder abuse. And I've let people know that there was a guy named Brandon Jones behind all these fake and stolen identities, and that he shouldn't be believed because it's all lies made up by his and Ryan Marshall for profit gain, for Ryan Marshall's for profit gains.
You said you understand that people are being pressured to destroy evidence. Who do you believe is being pressured to destroy evidence?
I assume you're talking about this case. Well, correct. I think it's very concerning, for instance, that Cheryl Greasy, who's a board member of Pulte Group, doesn't have any documents, and there's missing emails between all these different board members, and they're withholding documents. You guys are talking with them about it. So I think there's quite a bit of suppression of information all around.
So that's what you're referring to by the pressure to
No,
destroy
you just
evidence.
asked me generally, and I would need to see, specific tweets or comments that you would be referring to. But if you're asking me in a general matter, what comes to mind off the top of my mind would be that. But I'm sure there's way more.
Can you identify each account for which you were able to post on X?
Currently?
Correct. Any accounts that you have the ability to post
as I sit right now?
Correct.
Pulte and Real Pulte family.
Have you ever had any accounts that you were able to post from Twitter other than those?
Object to the form.
I believe at one point I was able to post from Team Pulte. Those handles changed, but at one point I was able to, and I don't recall when it would have been, but I could have been in the last year or two or last 3 years at multiple times when I was able to post from the 1501c3 charity Twitter account. As I sit here right now, like currently, None that I currently can post from.
No. Any time in your life, other than those accounts you've identified that could post from Twitter or X.
I believe it was years ago. I would have had to look, but I created an account with my wife. I don't think it was with any of my siblings. It may have been with a cousin. I don't think it was for my grandfather's lessons to be shared. It was like Pulte wisdom. Whether I had control over those passwords or not, I don't recall. But there were some other accounts that I know I helped generate, but I don't recall the specifics of what I did.
What's tapping porn?
I'm sorry, counsel. Can you repeat the question?
Sure. What is tapping porn?
Tapping porn? Thank
Yeah.
you.
This is purely for your Georgia lawsuit. So I want to make sure that that's on the record.
Is that relevant to this lawsuit?
It's not relevant at all.
What is tapping porn?
Go ahead and answer the question, then we'll move on if you know.
Tapping porn can mean a lot of different things.
Well, what do you mean when you...
Depends. It's a general comment.
Okay, give me the it depends and fill in the blanks. What do you mean?
I would need the specific use case for it.
Sir, give me any understanding, any of the meanings you know about tapping porn. Give me any of them at all. Any in all cases, all use cases.
In my mind, and I think you know it's reasonable, is touching, following, and interacting with observing. But that's just what comes to mind. That may change.
Touching, following, and interacting with observing.
Any type of pornographic material in that sense.
So, tapping porn is the act of touching, following, interacting, or observing pornographic
Potentially.
material. Anything else that tapping porn means?
Generally, now that I'm thinking of it, I can't think of it anything else, but that may change.
You went to Northwestern for college?
I did.
You were in Pi Kappa Alpha?
I was.
Is that correct? Who was in your pledge
I
class?
can't remember.
Do you remember even the first names? You don't remember a single name of anyone from your
Not
pledge
from
class?
my pledge class.
Okay, do you remember the names of any of the people that were co-officers when you were the president?
During my term as president, I can't remember.
Not a single. Do you remember a single human being that you were in Pi Kappa Alpha with? Okay.
But not pledge class. I mean, you're talking, that's almost 20 years ago. And not your co-officers when you were oh, sorry, that's yours.
That's a question.
And not your co-officers when you were
No,
president.
I mean, it was so long ago, number one. And number two, we changed so often. It was a fraternity. We didn't really care about titles and those type of things.
Oh, yeah, they do. Give me the names of 5 people that you were in Pi Kappa Alpha with, please.
I'm
sir.
thinking.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm having to go back almost 20 years. Shane, Bill, Roland.
You know any of their last
but I
names?
don't see how that's relevant. You're asking me crazy information. You spent an hour about Kanye West. You spent an hour attacking my dead grandpa. Now you're talking about my fraternity brothers from 20 years ago. This is exactly the type of harassment I'm talking about. I mean, if Jones really wanted to take CEO of Davidson Homes public, why are you spending time asking me about my fraternity brothers? This is nuts.
Do you know their
Yes.
last names, sir? What are their last names?
In the case of
please?
Roland, it would be Smith. In the case of, what was the other name I gave you?
Bill.
The other name might be Cypher. Lol.
And
yeah, Shane? O'Connor.
So, you don't need that air on. It's going to be too cool. You got a fan on?
Stand by. Over here on page 3.
Sorry, people outside. I got people outside my
problem.
window.
Okay, so we're on line 2 of 317.
Yeah. What illegal drugs have you consumed
Illegal?
in your life?
I don't think any.
Correct. You ever consumed marijuana in a market
I
where
don't
it's
believe so.
illegal? You ever
No.
consumed cocaine,
No,
oxycodone?
I don't even know what those
Oxycontin.
are.
They're pain medications, for instance. So you might have, but I really only need them in there. Well, have you ever been prescribed? So you've never been prescribed, say,
I don't believe so.
oxycodone. Have you ever consumed an
No,
opioid?
that's the type of harassment I'm talking about.
Counsel, is there any relevance to asking questions about his medical history?
Sir, your client has, and you represent him in a case where he has sued for his statements about alcohol dependency and being on drugs.
And I have neither of those.
So he's opened the door to questions about that. If you care to withdraw those claims, we won't get into that.
I'm
this
going
area.
to take that before the court. Please proceed. It's not
Okay.
relevant, and I'll demonstrate those to Judge Curley. If you
Okay.
want to ask further questions, please proceed.
Sure. How much alcohol do you, in 2021 and 2022, how much alcohol did
Very
you consume?
rarely. I'm not a drinker.
Okay, so would you have at least one
Hell
drink
no.
a day? Okay. When you would drink, would you drink to the point of getting drunk in 2021 or 2022?
No, I have kids.
Okay, so
I don't spend my time getting drunk.
so in 2021 and 2022, did you ever get
I
yourself
don't
drunk?
believe so.
In 2021 and 2022, did you ever consume any prescription drugs that would alter that would essentially would make you
No.
intoxicated?
Counselor, that's enough of those questions. I'm going to instruct him not to answer any more personal questions about medical history far, far afield. We can take that up before Judge Curley.
You can do it, but he sued for
I understand,
whether-
counsel. Thank you for the speech.
whether or not he was high when he made a
Thank you
statement.
for the speech. I'm going to instruct him not to answer any further questions on that point, and we can go on to other points.
I've never been high in my life.
Stop. No question pending. Please continue, Mr. Grunberg.
Have you ever sued anyone for defamation other
I
than
don't
Mr.
believe so.
Jones? And is it your contention that Mr.
No,
Jones?
excuse me. Yeah,
I'm
no, I
sorry?
haven't. I don't believe so.
Something just came to mind. What was
I
it?
just was recalling one lawsuit that I was involved in, but it had nothing to do with that.
By the way, the big announcement that you were going to make on October 1st, but then that you delayed, what was that announcement?
It's totally unrelated to this case.
Has nothing to do at all with Mr. Jones
I
in this
don't believe
case?
so.
Okay, when you tweeted...
And neither did my tweet last Friday either.
Knock, knock, anyone
No.
home?
Hell no.
Just a coincidence.
Yes, this is the obsessive behavior I'm talking about. Every tweet is constructed with your narrative. You look at how often I tweet that. It's just, I tweet knock, knock a bunch. It's lunacy.
Okay, what was it about?
I do that for my notification teammates. That's when you do something like that, it lights up and you get thousands of likes in a minute because people feel like you're there with them. It had nothing to do with, I don't even know that until he said that in court. I didn't even know he had gotten sued.
You You didn't know until he said that in court. You didn't know that Stephen Richardson was refiling a complaint against Mr. Jones in
I
Georgia?
did not know that. I did not know that it had been filed, and I did not know that it was gone to his home or whatever he was talking about. No.
You did not know that it had
No.
yet been filed? But you knew it was going to
I
be
didn't know it.
refiled.
To be honest, I didn't know.
Okay.
But I support it entirely, and I think Mr. Jones owes Mr. Richardson a big apology.
Did Jones didn't destroy your reputation?
Well, of course he
did.
did.
He destroyed
Yeah.
it. So your reputation now, as you sit here today, is that of a man who has a destroyed reputation.
I believe in many areas, yes. You have all over the internet now people calling me a pill-popping pyromaniac. You have people furthering all of his lies, that all of his fake accounts would spread and spread and spread, and which he hasn't even apologized for. He hasn't even come out and said these aren't true.
So anything else you have as your basis for alleging that your reputation
Yeah,
has
of
been
course.
destroyed? What else? By Mr. Jones, by the way.
I mean, look at what he's done with the Pulte Group board. Look at
Anything
what
else?
he's done with the Pulte Group employees who would be making a lot of purchasing decisions for my companies.
But for Mr. Jones's tweets and Twitter
and
replies.
his efforts with Mr. Marshall to injure my reputation. And I believe that Mr. Marshall is working with Nancy Ricard and Mr. Jones to effectuate that.
And if Brandon Jones didn't make his tweet, your test, or his tweets and Twitter replies, your testimony is that Ryan Marshall, as the head of Pulte Group, would have allowed the company to do business.
I don't believe your premise.
Okay. Is it your testimony that Ryan Marshall would have allowed Pulte Group to do business with you, but not for Mr.
That's
Jones's
not what I
conduct?
said.
I'm asking you, would Ryan Marshall have allowed Pulte Group to do business with you or your companies, but for Mr. Jones's conduct?
I believe it's potentially likely, and not at Mr. Marshall's. It's not his favorite thing, I'm sure.
Mr. Marshall, it's not his favorite thing, I'm sure. What do you mean it's not his favorite thing?
I'm sure it wasn't his favorite thing to help me do business with the company.
Right. Independent of Mr.
Potentially.
Jones, correct?
But I think that Mr. Jones and Mr. Marshall, I think, were working together for years ever since I blocked the promotion of Mr. Brandon Jones. I mean, was really the big deal. And your client, Mr. Jones, can say, "Oh, I don't know. I didn't know." Come on. You're kidding me. Mr. Marshall would brag all the time about how close these guys were,
So Mr. Marshall and you had a bad relationship back in 2018,
Object to
right?
the form.
In 2018? I didn't
Correct.
think I did, but he was very, very upset about me blocking Brandon Jones's promotion. Very upset.
I mean, you said he was working against you for years with Mr.
He
Jones,
was,
correct?
but what was the way that you phrased it? That was the reason I disagreed. I disagreed with how you phrased it.
When did those years start that he was working against you with Mr.
I
Jones?
believe it was after I blocked Brandon Jones's promotion. Sometime
2018.
around there.
Okay. What evidence do you have that, independent of your republications of them, Mr. Jones's tweets and replies were seen by millions of people?
Well, people have told me.
So people told you that Mr. Jones's tweets and replies were seen by millions
I've
of
heard
people.
that, and I've also heard people tell me that they saw them.
So who is told you that Mr. Jones' tweets and replies were seen by millions of people, independent of you
I'd have to
reposting.
think about it.
I'm asking you to think. Please.
I'd really have to think about it. I can't recall as I sit here right now.
Okay. You have. And who were the people that have said they saw Mr. Jones's tweets and replies, independent of you publishing those tweets and replies?
Well, I've listed a lot of that out in my complaint, and these are some of the people, but I've heard from other people too.
Who are they?
Well, we'd have to go through the whole complaint. I don't have the complaint memorized by heart, but it's pretty well laid out in the complaint.
Sir, I'm asking you, as you sit here today, to give me any of the names that come up in your mind of people that told you they saw Brandon Jones's tweets and replies before you republished them.
Well, I can give you names. It's just I can't give you the full gamut of people that saw it. I mean, you have to understand when you put out feeds, when you put out tweets into a feed of 3 million followers or whatever, you're going to do it. I mean, you're doing it on purpose. You're not doing it just for, whatever. You're doing it publicly on purpose. And the fact that Mr. Jones is coming up with these accounts, these fake accounts, and being deceitful about it, that's why Pulte Group called him dishonest, is he was trying to publicly sway public opinion against me. Otherwise, why would he have those fake accounts?
Object is non-responsive. Please give me the names.
Well, some of these names, for example, Victor Rancor, Rob saw them, Bobby. I think a lot of people who saw them, who replied to the tweets. I don't have all the names, so I'd have to say I can't from memory. I mean, Mr. Jones tweeted hundreds and hundreds of times, maybe thousands. And additionally, he replied to a bunch of different people who are my followers and stuff. So you'd have to go through all of that list of all those people.
Anyone else specifically other than Rob, Bobby, and Victor Rancor that told you they've seen Brandon Jones's tweets and replies about you, independent of you republishing them?
I believe somebody from Clearview Capital told me that they had seen these articulations and what Mr. Jones had done. I believe that there were other people, but as I've said right now, right here, I'd have to go through the list and get a list of all the names of people who saw his tweets. I do know from what I've been told, a lot of people saw his tweets.
And when you say this person from Clearview Capital, did that person say they saw it independent of you having republished them either in
I
any
don't
format?
recall that.
So maybe these people saw those tweets and Twitter replies when you republished them in Pulte lawsuit, and this lawsuit in the filing and or your Twitter
I don't
account.
think so. I think they saw them independently.
And did they articulate to you explicitly?
I believe so.
So you're saying that each of these people articulated to you explicitly that they saw Brandon Jones's Twitter activity about you on Brandon Jones's accounts themselves on Twitter.
That's what I recall, but it was a while ago on that specific instance. But there's a lot of people that saw these statements a lot. I mean, people are all across the internet calling me a pill-popping pyromaniac, saying my dad committed arson. They're calling Pulte. They're calling me Pulte the arsonist.
Hey, real quick.
You have
Sorry. I'm just gonna hop off because I'm like pretty freaking tired.
No, that's fine.
And I think there's only a couple more things.
That's fine.
I really tried to stay till the end.
No problem.
We're like 20
It's really
pages
long.
away.
We're coming
okay.
up on how long it took them, so
Literally, yeah. But I'm like so
yeah. That's
like I
fine.
already felt like crap anyways. So yeah, I'm gonna hop off. But
Alrighty.
Yeah,
Later.
you have no basis, or what basis do you have to allege that Jones fooled, quote, fooled millions
That's
of Twitter
what I
users.
believe.
I'm saying, what basis
I just
do you have?
articulated that.
It's everything you
And
articulated?
you'd have to get a full list of everybody who's seen his tweets. It's a lot.
Do you have any data that you have collected, Charles Rivers Associates has collected, or anyone else that you know of has collected, that demonstrates Brandon Jones fooled millions of Twitter users?
That's what I believe.
I'm asking you why you believe it. If you have any empirical evidence.
That's how I believe it's based on all these tweets, all the tweet replies I've seen. I mean, I provided to you thousands and thousands of pages from an ESI firm that had all of my tweets. You could go through each of the tweets. I mean, right here, you've got 2,800 replies. You see, 2,800 people. That's a lot of people. 29,000 likes in just the tweet you're showing me. So it's very conceivable that, a lot of people saw his tweets. You'd have to go through these different people and do that. And as I sit here right now, I can't tell you everybody who was in these replies.
One sec. Is that ESI from Charles River Associates? You just said you provided. Provided you thousands and thousands of pages from an ESI firm. Is that Charles Rivers Associates?
I believe it was a different provider. I don't know.
What was that one? Who
I
would
don't know. I'd have to talk to my lawyers.
Have you deleted evidence related to
what?
that? That ESI
If
firm?
I have any, I don't think so.
So beyond that, you have no evidence that Jones actually fooled millions of Twitter users beyond what you've just articulated.
That's
correct?
not what I said.
Okay. What additional evidence do you have that he fooled millions of Twitter users?
I said I'd have to think about it and list it out. And I think I would have to not just be asked here for a fulsome list. I mean, you're talking about millions of people. And as I said, there are thousands of people that you're showing me that are interacting with those tweets.
And Twitter actually has data about interactions with Twitter replies and tweets,
What
correct?
kind of data?
I'm just generally saying it has data, correct?
Can you ask the question again?
Sure. Twitter has data about the interactions with Twitter replies and tweets.
Yeah, I
correct?
think so.
And even if you look here on exhibit, the one about blocking, what was that? Exhibit 9? You have the blocking one in
I
front
do.
of you. You see there's that bubble that has on the first one 2.8K,
On
correct?
The
On the
April
first
22nd
page.
one, 2020? I
That's
see
correct.
that, yeah.
And the bubble is the comments, correct?
If what you're showing me is accurate, that would be true.
Then the 1.3 is retweets. Is that correct?
If what you're showing me is true, that would be correct.
Then the 29K is the like type function, correct?
If what you're showing me is true, that would be correct.
Then the bars there allow you to go into additional data, correct?
I don't know what those bars are.
Okay. Have you gathered data such as the information that we would even see there that demonstrates Mr. Jones fooled millions of Twitter
I'm
users?
sorry, can you repeat the question?
Have you gathered data, including, say, the types of data we see available there in the comments, retweets, likes, that Mr. Jones has fooled millions of Twitter users?
Have I captured data? Well, I've captured data about Mr. Jones's tweets, yes.
I'm saying to support this accusation you made in the complaint that he fooled millions of Twitter users.
That's what I believe to be true.
And is that belief based on actual data that Twitter
From
provided?
this specific tweet?
Not from this specific tweet, but in general data that Twitter provided.
I haven't seen Twitter's data as it relates to Mr. Jones's account because you guys haven't turned over a lot of it. And I believe he tried to delete a lot of it. But my belief is, and my knowledge of Twitter is that he's pumping these tweets out hundreds and hundreds and hundreds like an obsessive person. And they're going to be viewed by what I believe to be millions of people. And a lot of people have seen them. You got thousands of people calling me a pill-popping pyromaniac, an arsonist. He really loves that one. And elder abuser and securities violations. It's all thanks to Brandon Jones. So, it doesn't take somebody a lot to figure out that a lot of people saw these. And in my opinion, it's millions. So you said... Oh, sorry.
So you said... Oh, sorry. That's okay. So you said thousands of people. Do you know, or do you have documents that you've gathered, preserved somehow that show thousands of people making these accusations, calling you a pill-popping pyromaniac and elder
Well, I
abuser?
have people who in total, in some, would add up to that, yes. If you look at some of these things that you guys, and again, this is all part of your continued stalking and harassment that you guys are doing against me. But you guys are pumping these different Reddit...
Yeah, we're here.
You guys are pumping these different Reddit threads and stuff, and then Brandon's frequenting it, and he's got his group of people. Oh, bless your heart. These hundreds and hundreds of likes. I mean, I'm sure even thousands of likes per post in some cases that cases that are regarding this. So yeah, I think it could easily be substantiated with data. Could.
Okay, well, I would appreciate it if I would appreciate it if you all would produce all of this stuff that maybe has been gathered.
I could help you with that right now. You just go online.
So identify every person or entity that has communicated to you that they believe the things that Jones stated in his Twitter account and activities about you.
In addition to what I've alleged in the complaint?
Correct.
As I said here right now, I can't think of other examples, but I'm sure that will change. I mean, a lot of people tell me that they see what Brandon Jones has done.
Did Victor Rancor believe the things that Brandon Jones tweeted about you and posting
That's
Twitter
what he
replies?
told me.
When did Victor Rancor tell you
I'm
about
not
that?
sure when he first told me that.
Was it before or
I
after the
believe it was
lawsuit?
before.
And which things in particular did Victor Rancor say he believed about you that Jones had tweeted
Well,
about?
various ones throughout the complaint. I can't from memorization list them all off, but I know, for example, that the securities violations, the elder abuse, the drugs and alcohol ones. So those are what come to mind when you ask me that question.
So how did Victor Rancor communicate
I believe
that to
it
you?
was... Actually, I'm not sure.
May have been
It
oral?
may have been. It may have been in person. I don't recall.
May have been through
I
written
doubt it.
communication? And any other things that Victor Rancor communicated to you that he believed that Brandon Jones had stated in any of the tweets or Twitter
In addition to
replies?
what I've alleged in the complaint?
In addition to what you just described
I'd have
to
to
me
look
in
at the
here.
complaint.
So beyond elder abuse, drugs, and alcohol, anything else? The SEC violations?
I didn't say that.
For example, securities violation, the elder abuse, the drugs and alcohol, anything beyond
Object to the
that?
form. As it's been, It's been a long day, and I'm not able to come up with them. But I know there are more. It's just I can't. I'm thinking about it. I can't think about it. I can't list them all out.
And after this, Victor Rancor, and did he communicate this belief about this to you multiple times or just the one time?
Yeah, multiple times.
And did you ever enter any business agreement with Victor Rancor after he stated to you that he believed the things that Brandon Jones had tweeted or replied from the Twitter activity?
I've tried to. I'm working on it. And again, I'm working very hard to rectify that situation.
So the answer is no. Is that correct? Is that at this point, I'm just trying to get, we're getting a moment in time. Victor, the first moment Victor Rancor articulates to you that he believes the things in Brandon Jones' Twitter replies and his tweets. After that moment in time, did you and Victor Rancor enter into any sort of business relationship after that moment in time?
If we did, it would have been materially less than it was before. And I started learning of him creating other relationships with other people as a result. So I don't know, what it was, in the sense that I don't know exactly what the cutoff was. It was just a slow progression.
So you can't, but nevertheless, in this progression, did Victor Rancor himself articulate to you that this slow, I guess, downward progression in your business dealings with each other had to do with him believing the truth of what Brandon Jones said in those Twitter replies?
Object to the form. I'm not sure what Victor thought other than what he communicated to me.
And he communicated to you, did he communicate to you that he is lessening his business dealings with you because of the things that Brandon Jones put in Twitter replies and tweets?
Essentially.
Why do you say essentially?
Because you inject a lot of different words today to try and trap me into it. And without looking at that specific sentence, I can't argue to it categorically. But I think generally Victor was very concerned with what he saw.
Victor was very concerned. And when you say with what he saw, he was concerned with the statements that Brandon made in those tweets and Twitter replies, or was he very concerned with your response to those
Object
things?
to the form. Well, to be clear, when we say Mr. Jones, are we including the dead person he impersonated and the female girl in her 20s and all these other things? Because, these were Mr. Jones as far as I'm concerned.
Great. So you have the understanding that those were Mr. Jones. Oh, we're looping back to the very beginning. So you have the understanding that those were Mr. Jones, and we're certainly including all of those things that you sued about in the complaint. So did Victor Rancor communicate to you that he is going to do less business with you because of the things that Brandon said in those tweets and Twitter replies, or because of your response to the things Brandon said in those tweets and Twitter
Object
replies?
To the form. Mr. Jones's conduct, not mine.
Mr. Jones's conduct? Nothing to do with your conduct. Okay. And he said it's because he believed what Mr. Jones was saying. Victor Rancor actually communicated that to you?
And that he was concerned about it.
And what did he voice what his concerns were?
Just what I've articulated today, and that's what I can think of as of right now.
And so did Victor Rancor have any other concern that played into how his business relationships with you or your companies eventually changed? Did Victor Rancor ever articulate any other reason to you for there being a change in your company's business relationships with him or his companies, other than believing what Brandon Jones said in those tweets and Twitter replies?
He never told me that, no.
He never told you anything beyond that he believed what Brandon said? I'm sorry, what do you
Can
mean?
you rephrase the question?
Sure. Did Victor Rancor articulate to you any reason for there being a change in your business relationship or your company's business relationship with him or his companies other than his believing the things that Brandon tweeted and put in his Twitter replies?
Object to the form. When you say just the tweets, yeah, the tweets and then anything that came after that, but you really have to talk to Victor too. I don't want to speak for him.
Okay, so I'm asking you, though, because you heard these communications, right? The question on the table, you heard these communications, right, from Victor.
Which communication specifically?
Communications, for instance, about him believing Brandon and that affecting the business relationship.
I already described that.
Okay, did you hear any other communications from Victor to you about his concerns related to the business other than those related to Brandon Jones?
You keep asking me the same question again and again. I've described what I can recall. As I sit here right now, that's what I can recall.
Okay. Can we take a break? We are off the record. Recess at 5:43 until 5:48. We are back on the record. It's 5:48 p.m. Setting aside the things that Victor Rancor has told you, are there any other things for you that come to mind that may have affected your or your company's business relationship with Mr. Rancor and his
Other
companies?
than what's in the complaint?
Other than Mr. Jones' Twitter
I'm sorry,
activity.
I don't understand your question.
Yeah. Is there anything else that you know of that negatively affected you and your company's relationship with Victor Rancor and his companies other than Jones's Twitter
No.
activity? Okay, so moving on to Clearview Capital. Okay, so for Clearview Capital, your contention is that Clearview Capital deal did not close because of Mr. Jones's Twitter activity. Is that correct?
As I understand it, two things. Number one, I was told that they were aware of or saw the accusations that he had manufactured from I think, whole cloth against me. And then number two is I was greatly distracted around that time with trying to understand what was going on. And I was going to be potentially the CEO of that business, but I was so consumed with this nonsense that I was not able to do that. And for that reason, for those two reasons, that was my understanding.
So when did Clearview Capital express to you that they had seen Brandon Jones's Twitter communications?
I'm not sure of that specific date.
And was it before or after the letter of intent that they provided August 28th, 2022?
I believe it was after.
Okay.
But it depends what letter we're talking about because, again, consistent your policy today, which is why I reserve the right to change or whatever has gone on today. You need to show me what you're referencing because there's a lot of letters of intent that have been on my different businesses. I'm familiar with what was produced within reason, but without you showing me the document, it's very difficult for me to answer your questions, almost impossible, frankly.
So, was this statement to you by someone from Clearview Capital? Was it between the time of the letter of intent but before the closing date for the deal, or was it after the closing date?
I'm not sure what letter of intent you're referring to.
Was it before or after the closing date for the deal?
Object to the form. I'm not sure what closing date as referenced by which letter of intent you're referring to.
Okay. Was it before or after October 14th, 2022?
I'm not sure. I need to look at the specific letter of intent you're looking at, but I don't have it.
Okay. So you have no recollection as you sit here today whether it was before or after October 14th, 2022.
I need to look at the document.
So you have no recollection.
Object to the form.
And who was it from Clearview Capital who communicated
I
this
don't recall.
to you? You have no recollection
As I said
whatsoever.
right now, I don't remember.
Was it communicated to you orally or in written
I believe
communication?
orally.
And who were the people that you were speaking with from Clearview Capital?
I can't recall as I said here right now.
You don't recall a single name, even first name, from anyone from Clearview
I can't recall who specifically told me that, and there were a lot of people involved at that time. I don't know who it was specifically, and Rob on my team was the one who mostly interacted with them.
So was it told to you or Rob?
I
on your
remember
team?
it being told to me, but I believe he may have been told as well.
Was it told to you
I
from
don't
Jim
recall.
Anderson? Was it told to you by Paul Calindo?
Counsel, you're reading from a document. If you're going to ask him questions on that document, we'd certainly like the witness to see it.
Was it told to you by Paul Caliendo?
Counsel, objecting to your doing this from a form of cross-examination without showing him the document that you're reading from.
I mean, Mr. Farouk, you are repeatedly violating the rules with regards to speaking objections. You
No,
can
sir.
object to form. And that's
the process that you're using here is improper. Please show him the document.
Was it Jamie
I
Englehart?
need to see the document.
You could not recall any name of these people at all. You have no recollection in your brain about who the person was who told you orally.
Wait for Mr. Grunberg to finish. Object to the form. Mr. Grunberg, I would need to see the document.
Okay, was it Daniel Zarowski?
Object to the form. I would need to see the document.
Was there anyone else present during that communication? Was Mr. Bobby
Mr.
present?
Grunberg, I'd need to see the document you're looking at.
As you sit here today, do you have any recollection about anyone else who was present when it was communicated to you by someone from Clearview Capital that they were not going to close the deal because of Brandon Jones? Things Brandon Jones
Object to the
said.
form. Mr. Grunberg, I've answered your question, and additionally, I need to see the document you're referencing for me to be able to answer.
So you have just to confirm, you have no recollection.
That's not what I said. As it relates to the specific document that you're talking about, I don't know what the document is that you're looking at.
I'm not talking about a document, sir. I'm talking about there is no document unless you're telling me that there is, that memorializes this conversation that happened between you and someone from Clearview Capital. So I'm asking you questions unless you can point me to a document that memorializes that conversation about what happened in the conversation, what apparently someone from Clearview Capital told you in words that they were not going to close a deal because of things Brandon Jones said. Who was present during that conversation?
Mr. Grunberg, I've answered the question, and without looking at the letter that you continue to reference, I cannot answer the question.
Move to strike is unresponsive. So, is it just a single statement that you recall from someone at Clearview Capital to you about Brandon Jones' Twitter activity, or do you recall any other
Object to the form.
communications?
As I told you, I do not recall the specific instance or time or date of when it was told to me.
I'm saying, are there multiple instances, or was there just one?
I'm not sure. Could have been multiple.
Okay, and who could be the people, say, from your team who might have been
I'm not
present?
sure.
And who could be other people at all that could have been present, or were there any lawyers?
As I
involved?
said, I do not remember. However, you are looking at a document that you are not willing to show to me.
Did Clearview Capital ever express to you any other reason the deal was not closing other than Jones' alleged Twitter activity? And I guess your explanation about your intention being on this case, so you couldn't give the requisite attention to Clearview Capital?
Mr. Grunberg, those are your words, but I have articulated what I believe as I said right here, right now.
It's not my question. I'm asking you if Clearview Capital expressed anything to you at all regarding why the deal would
I've
be
already
close.
answered the question.
Sir, so is that a no?
Mr. Grunberg, move on. He's answered the question.
He has not. I'm just trying. So, for instance, did Clearview Capital express any concern with regard to valuation of the company that was going
About
to be acquired?
valuation?
Correct.
Not that I recall, no.
Okay, did Clearview Capital express any concern regarding management of the company that was going to be acquired?
I think that they were looking for somebody who could lead someone like me, as I alluded to earlier. But I was very consumed with these fake identities coming at me from 8 ways to Sunday to know what the hell was going on, and I was focused on that. I actually thought, and I think it's important to say this, for a while, and I think somehow you've tried to twist it into, that Mr. Jones is the victim. I was worried for the safety of my family. I mean, when you're on the internet, you're publishing things that are fake, fraudulent. I don't know who these people are. This old guy is tweeting at me and seemingly talking about stuff that nobody who could have been affiliated with Pulte Homes would even know. I mean, I thought for a long time that this could be, a violent stalker. And so I just want to make that clear that you're asking me these questions. Well, this and that. Yeah, when you have people coming at you and interacting with all these different things, you don't know if this guy's got a gun. You don't know if he's trying to come and kill your family. You don't know what's going on.
Move to strike is unresponsive. So is it your testimony that under the deal with Clearview Capital, or that under the deal with Clearview Capital was contemplated that you would actually be an active manager of the company after the acquisition?
Mr. Grunberg, you continue to look at this document, not giving it to the witness.
I'm asking you your recollection.
My answer
sir.
is consistent with what I said earlier.
That you were indeed going to have an active role in management of the company after the acquisition. Is that, it wasn't clear to me if you were actually communicating
It
that.
depends on which. I'm trying to hear the question. I'm sorry.
I'm trying to understand the contemplated role for you.
Well, I don't know who Mr. Fitzgerald is.
Hold on. The court reporter can't take you guys talking over one another. I'm too tired to do voices. One person is defending us, sir, and it's your partner. And he's doing...
I'm trying to...
I'm just...
Yeah, you go ahead and do it. That's fine.
I'm just trying to make a transcript that I can use. You're interrupting me. No, I'm not.
Background.
So for the contemplated management role that you would play, what was contemplated? Were you going to be CEO, COO? What role were you going to have?
Object to the form. It depends on which letter of intent and what stage of the discussion, but he refused to give me the letter of intent, and as a result, I can't in good faith answer to the best of my ability. I need to see what you're looking at.
You have no recollection? Then I guess as you sit here today?
That's not what I said.
I'm asking you for your recollections as you sit here today.
Object to the form. I gave you my recollection.
You have not. Again, move to strike. What you've been saying is unresponsive, and we'll have to take it up later.
Object to the form.
With regard to Clearview Capital, have you had any communication with them after filing a lawsuit?
I'm not sure.
By the way, was Simplify eventually sold?
It has not yet been sold.
Okay. With L2 Capital, is it your testimony that the recent L2 Capital deal did not close was solely because of Brandon Jones's Twitter
I
activity?
don't recall the specifics of that. I would need to look at the letter of intent that you're looking at right now, because you're looking at, again, another letter of intent that you're reading from that you're not willing to show me, and it makes it very difficult for me to answer your question.
Mr. Pulte, are you trying to tell me that the letter of intent is the thing that expresses why a deal didn't close? That's confusing to me because letters of intent start the deal and eventually a deal doesn't close. I'm trying to figure out why the deal didn't close for L2 Capital, and I'm so sorry about
That's
my
all
dog
right.
snoring.
Object to the form.
And whether it has to do with Brandon
Object to the
Jones.
form. I'm saying that if you're asking me questions about the L2 transaction and you're referencing things with the letter of intent, I need to be able to look at it to give you an answer.
So you have no independent recollection of why L2 Capital did not close on Semper Fi beyond what it contained in
Object
a
to the
letter of
form.
intent.
No, I'm saying that you're asking me questions about a letter of intent and a sale process without you're reading from it and citing it, and I need to see the document.
Mr. Pulte, why did L2 Capital why did the L2 Capital deal for Semper
Object to
Fi
the
not
form.
close?
Without looking through the letter of intent with you, it's hard for me to discern that.
Did anyone from L2 Capital ever express to you anything with regard to Brandon Jones' Twitter
don't
activity? You
Uh-huh.
don't recall. So do you have knowledge of any information that anyone strike that?
As I said here right now, I do not recall. That is as I sit here right now, I do not recall, in part because you've asked me a million different questions that are unrelated to this case, and you won't show me the document which would help refresh my memory.
You put in your complaint in this case, the fourth amended complaint, that Brandon Jones's alleged defamatory conduct harmed your reputation with
Please
L2
tell
Capital.
me. Oh, sorry, that's
Please
you.
Please tell me your basis for saying Brandon Jones's defamatory conduct harmed you or your company's relationship with L2 Capital.
I believe it did. And as I said here right now, without looking at the letter of intent that you're alluding to, I can't fully answer your question.
So that's nothing outside of the letter of intent that would inform you how Brandon Jones's Twitter conduct affected your relationship
Object
with
to the
L2
form.
Capital. Or
That's
your
not what I
company's.
said.
Okay, so I want the information outside of the letter of intent that you have in your knowledge about how Brandon Jones's Twitter activity or any conduct affected you or your company's relationship with L2 Capital.
I told you, object to the form. I told you I would need to refresh my memory, and it's been a long day. I've looked at a lot of the complaint with you today. In that specific instance, I would need to see the letter of intent, and I would need to think about the specifics in order to give you an accurate answer.
As you sit here today, you have no recollection. Do you have a recollection of anyone from L2 Capital ever sending you any written communication related to Brandon Jones's
Object
Twitter
to the
activity?
form. You're continuing to badger me. You're asking me the same thing 30 times.
Strike is non-responsive. As you sit here today, do you have any recollection of anyone from L2 Capital making any oral communications either about Brandon Jones, his Twitter activity, or this
As
lawsuit?
it stands right now, nothing further than what I've added.
So you're suing Brandon Jones for millions and millions and millions of dollars in relation to a failure of Semper Fi to be
In
sold,
part.
correct? What's your basis for doing that? I want to know the
Object to the
basis.
form. I've articulated it,
Is Semper Fi currently under contract?
not to my knowledge.
Was there an issue in the L2 transaction with regard to the
Not that I
valuation?
recall. And without looking at the letter of intent that you're referring to, I can't answer your question with 100% certainty.
So without looking at the letter of intent, you cannot recall or understand anything else that occurred with regard to the L2 Capital transaction including any conversation you had related to the L2 Capital or any communication that you had related to the L2 Capital transaction.
Object
Is
to the
that
form.
correct?
That's not what I said. And you continue to bounce between Clearview and L2, Clearview and L2, all to try and confuse me. You ask the same question 30 times. My answer doesn't change.
So I'm just trying to get information out that you recall. This is simple. This is the reason this is being made difficult is because I'm just not getting a response to a pretty easy question. And
We
we'll take
disagree.
it up.
Please move on.
We'll take it up with the court because it's pretty clear what's going on here. So, Mr. Pulte, after you filed this lawsuit, you made several media appearances discussing the lawsuit.
I don't
correct?
know if it's several.
Okay,
Where I
more than one.
discussed this as a piece of the interview after the lawsuit.
Correct.
I believe.
Correct. After
I
you
believe
filed.
so.
Okay.
I think that's the basis by which your Georgia litigation is suing me for.
How is it that you came to make those media appearances? And when I ask that you let me make it clear, did you approach the media outlets or did they
Object to the
approach
form.
you?
Which outlet?
Whichever outlets you made any statements after this lawsuit or after the filing of this lawsuit.
I would need a specific answer to get. I would need a specific example to give you a specific answer.
Sir, all I'm asking is your specific recollection. And you know one includes Fox. How did you come to be on Fox Business commenting about this lawsuit after the filing?
I would need to know the specific interview you're referring to.
So you refuse to provide an answer as to how you came to be on that. How you came to make that media
Object to the form.
appearance on Fox.
I would need to know a specific. There's no question pending.
There is. You refuse to answer, correct?
What is the question? Please rephrase it.
Correct. You refuse to answer.
There is no question pending. Please ask your question.
That's a question.
That's
Mr. Pulte,
not a question.
did you reach out? Have you reached out to Fox ever to try and obtain a media appearance in regards to this lawsuit?
I don't think so, but it's possible. I don't know. I don't think so.
What about
I don't
Fox
know.
Business? And have you reached out to any other media outlets that are, say, written media outlets in order to provide a statement about Brandon Jones's
Can you
lawsuit?
ask the question again?
Sure. Have you reached out to any media outlets that are written media outlets in order to provide a statement about Brandon Jones's lawsuit?
Object to the form. I'm not sure.
Okay. I'm asking you to recall if you had or not. You have no
Object to
recollection.
the form. I'm not sure whether I have or haven't. It's a very general question without a specific instance that would in any way refresh my memory. So
in and around January 31st, 2023, you appeared on Maria Bartiromo's program on Fox Business. How is it that you came to make that media appearance? Did they reach out to you or did you
can you
reach out
ask
to
the question again, please?
Sure. Did you reach out to Fox or did Fox reach out to you for your appearance to appear on Maria Bartiromo's show in and around January 31st of 2023? January 21st, in and around that time.
January 31st.
Correct.
Object to the form. I know I did a media interview and I think Mr. Jones was brought up or mentioned in it. I don't know if that was the specific date, but I actually did it from the parking lot where my wife had a kid, not in the parking lot, but outside of the hospital. I don't remember what date that was. That's a true story.
So I'm simply asking, did you reach out to Fox Business to set up that interview, or did they reach
I
out to
wouldn't
you?
have a clue.
Okay, do you have a PR firm that you work
Not
with
with regards to Mr. Jones.
with
I
regards
don't
to this
believe
lawsuit?
so.
Did you work with any PR firms in and around early
Generally or
2023?
related to Mr. Jones.
Generally.
Not really PR firms, I would say. I'd say more just different people who try to book me on different shows.
Like you had a booking agent who would try and book you on different shows. Is that what you're
No,
referencing?
I'm just saying, like, I would try to, like, there's different people that I know. For instance, I know, like, this one guy, his name's Warren Luntz. He has pitched me before. Other people have pitched me before.
Okay, so who's this guy Warren Luntz? Is he someone who you pay to book you on shows?
I don't think I've paid him to book me on anything related to Mr. Jones.
Okay, but is he someone that you pay to book
I'm
you
not
on
sure
shows?
if I have.
Okay, and are you in and around that time of 2021, 2022? Would you sometimes, or had you ever made any media appearances on Fox News, Fox Business, MSNBC, or other mainstream cable channel during that
Injector
time
form.
period?
2023?
2021, 2022.
I have to go back and look. I think I was off the board by then. I didn't do a lot of media when I was on the board.
Okay, when you have made media appearances, had you ever made them by, say, just reaching out to one of these mainstream cable news outlets and asking to be on their
Object to
program?
the form. To my knowledge, most of the time it occurs that you'll get a phone call from a producer and they'll say, hey, like, a couple of months ago or something, or I don't know, 6 months ago, I got a phone call from a producer. He said, hey, can you come on the show or whatever? That's often how it will come about. TV, as you know, is a fast-paced business. It's kind of like a hot potato.
So they reached out to you affirmatively.
Oftentimes they will. I mean, sometimes they even cancel. It's just a matter of the business.
Bear with me. We're going to 6:20, you said. Yeah, I can go to 6:20 because I'd love to have 5 minutes just to chat with you. We can't. This is a logical enough stopping point before I get into another subject matter. So we can do that so I have time to chat with you before we jet off to the airport, make sure, and we make our
Let's
flight.
let him ask all these questions.
He's only got 5 more minutes of questions. So did you want to stop it now? Then we can...
No, my client wants you to keep going, so
No.
keep going.
Sure, no problem.
I'll pick up the phone.
Have you ever been accused of making an illegal campaign donation to Trump?
How's this related to this lawsuit?
Mr. Pulte, have you ever been accused of making illegal campaign donations to Mr. Trump?
I'm not sure that I've been accused of what you're saying that I've been accused of.
Okay, so that's kind of not very clear. Were you involved in the ML Organization LLC? Were you involved in ML Organization LLC's donation to the super PAC Make America Great Again?
This is wholly unrelated to this litigation.
Mr. Pulte, were you involved in ML Organizations LLC's donation to the super PAC Make America Great Again?
Counsel, I'm struggling to find the relevance of this. That's you. May I finish?
Form?
The witness
Sure.
can recall this information, I guess. Go ahead.
Mr. Pulte, were you involved in ML Organization LLC's donation of the super PAC Make America Great Again?
Object to the form. I don't remember that situation.
Are you familiar
as I sit
with,
here right now?
Are you familiar with ML Organization LLC?
Check the form. Yes.
Okay. Do you have any relationship with ML Organization LLC, or have you had any relationship with ML Organization
Check the form.
LLC?
I don't know how to answer the question.
You
I
just
answered the question, but I don't understand what you're asking me.
do you have any relationship whatsoever, or have you had any relationship whatsoever with ML Organization LLC?
I've already answered the question.
You have not, sir. Do you have, or have you had any relationship with ML Organization
Check the
LLC?
form.
Marked for identification is Defense Exhibit 10.
Ooh, that's you.
I'm handing up
I
what's been
have.
marked. Let me get an answer.
I have experience with ML Organization LLC because it's my LLC.
Okay.
But what the specific titles are and everything, I'm not recalling that as I sit here right now. Is this number 10?
Yeah, I've handed you what's been marked as exhibit number 10 to your deposition. So, ML Organization LLC, did it indeed make a $500,000 donation to a super PAC called Make America Great Again?
What is the relevance of this, Mr. Grunberg?
I think you can object to form.
No,
and
sir,
nothing else.
we're well beyond.
If you want to instruct your witness not to answer, then he cannot answer.
We're well beyond.
Mr. Pulte, did you make, through ML Organization LLC, did you make a $500,000 donation to the Make America Great Again super PAC?
Mr. Grunberg, I've looked at your exhibit number 10, Defense 10, and I can't see any relationship to this particular case. We've been here more than 7 hours, probably approaching 8. I'm going to instruct the witness not answer. Please proceed to your next question.
Mr. Pulte, are you currently being investigated, or have you been investigated by the Federal Election Commission in connection with the $500,000 donation by ML Organization LLC to the super PAC Make America Great Again?
Same objection, same instruction. Next question.
Mr. Pulte, is ML Organization LLC currently under investigation, or had it been under investigation in connection with a $500,000 donation to the Make America Great Again?
Same
super
objection,
PAC?
same instruction.
Okay, we've reached 5:20. We can stop the deposition for the day, holding it open for further
We are not
questioning.
agreeing to that. That's it. Continued.
Understood. I understand that you don't agree with that, but we disagree with you. Okay, so we're off the record at 6:20 p.m. Transcript orders, counsel. I'm too tired for the Minnesota accent for my Tammy Faye.
Okay, I think that pretty well wraps it up.
Yep, that is
Oh
the
my
end
goodness,
of the deposition.
that was a slog. We started at what, 4:30?
We should have made this a dono goal or something.
Goodness.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I can't believe we made it either, because we were leading into this kind of going, man, do we need to cut this in half? Because they went for like 7, almost 8 hours, and we got right up there, just a quarter less. So, yeah.
Oh my god.
There's some things to definitely talk about here, but that'll do it for us tonight. Catch you around for the next thing of this. Next Saturday will be our first Prince of Mount Stupid of the year. Friday will be book club. There may be some other stuff I do between now and then, but for now, that's all that is scheduled, and we will catch you folks next time.